Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, sit down because today we're going to be talking about competitive eating. And shut up! I know what joke you're thinking. Of course Hunter would be talking about competitive eating because he's big. Well, I'm not sweating because I'm fat, Nick. I just got done working out. I'm on my health arc.
You're eating your protein shakes and your Soylent Green.
I drink nothing and I'm consisting of nothing but Soylent. I drink Huel. I drink Soylent. Do people buy Soylent anymore? What happened to Soylent? Editor, is there a Soylent eating competition? Drinking? Chugging?
We'd win that because we love our Soylent.
How much Soylent can you drink before it's like you shouldn't have that much Soylent? Does it matter?
Until you puke.
Wonder if we should do a competitive Soylent chugging competition. The world of professional sports looks quite different than it did 50 years ago. Activities like pickleball, ultimate frisbee, and even gaming have since gained a passionate following, birthing professional leagues that bring in tons of money and adoring fans. While some people may scoff at these new additions, it's clear that each one is complex in its own way and requires considerable amount of technical skill. This is no different for the sport that, to no one's surprise, has blown up in America over the years: competitive eating. Many may not be aware, but there is a massive dedicated audience that lines up to watch a row of titans slam copious amounts of food. Mostly hot dogs.
And pies.
I've only seen pie in Stand By Me. I've never actually seen it in person. Not to say that doesn't exist. I've very rarely seen hamburgers. It feels like hot dogs are the premium desired food for competition. Is it just because it's slender?
I think it's the shape. It's like it could fit in your mouth very easily. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can put it in water and throw up all over everybody.
Yeah, when I see the water thing, it makes me gag.
Yeah.
A soggy bun is just so uninviting to me. Oh.
I think there's some people who save the buns for last. Like they'll eat all the dogs first. And then they get the buns in handfuls and dip them in water.
And don't be fooled, this is absolutely a sport that requires training and skill. Many of the Hall of Fame eaters have strict regiments and special techniques they employ to destroy their opponents and take each match very, very seriously. So, fasten your bibs and clutch your bottles of Tums tightly as we chew through the fascinating world of competitive eating. If you're hearing about professional eating for the first time and you're surprised it's real, it's really not that surprising. Food-related content has always been highly captivating across the world, whether it's mukbangs, cooking content, or the ranking videos on this channel. There's always a big audience that'll tune in for food. I think it's just something nostalgic. It's something that everyone on Earth does, so you have some level of fascination. You know, with competitive eating, I could never. How are they doing that, right? It's a spectacle. For food content and stuff, like the Food Network and stuff, that looks so delicious. I would love to have that. And for our rankings, I don't know. I really don't. There's no real critical thought.
It's the torture. People enjoy.
You know, I feel like the only torturous one that we've done was the Doomsday Food Buckets. That was brutal. Also, all the chain restaurants in one day. By the end of the day, I remember like physically feeling
That was a gauntlet.
dead. Yeah.
Well, and then me drinking chocolate milk. That was torture.
Well,
for
the
me.
chocolate milk thing has become synonymous on this channel with you and diarrhea, so there's that. If you want to go look it up, it's right there. Man vs. Food, for example, quickly became a juggernaut for the Travel Channel, breaking records as people tuned in to watch the host Adam Richman torture his body with absurd food challenges, which I remember when I was a kid, that show scared me.
Why?
Because the way they edit that show is frightening. He like sits down and he's like, I'm in Alabama. And it's him like walking up to the restaurant, whatever. And he's like, I'm gonna have to see if I can take on the Creole Gambit or whatever. And everyone's in the crowd like, behind him screaming, and there's like this giant bowl of something, and he's like, gulp, you know, like that kind of thing. It looks frightening. And then also watching him eat all the different angles. Watching Alan Richman eat was just like just disgusting.
Is the whole episode him eating one piece of food?
No, I think he goes there and they talk about the restaurant,
Okay.
like what goes into it, because the whole thing is it's like diners, drive-ins, and dives where it's just a guy being like, "Ooh, that look good," whatever, like, you know, guy hams it up, you know, banging. It's kind of the same thing, but then at the end, Alan like does the competition.
What happens if he loses? Is this just a personal
He
challenge?
does lose.
Oh, I know, but
Yeah.
like, is there like stakes to it?
Well, I think he wants to just be like, he wants to conquer every challenge. It's kind of like going off and having like a bucket list and being like, I want to conquer every challenge. So then it's like, is he or isn't he? You know, if he doesn't, then he's just like, I'll have to come back someday. You know, it's that kind of thing to where they give you like sequel bait. This is just the way it was edited. It was frightening. If you put, which this is true with anything. If you put horror music
Yes.
behind whatever, it makes it scary. Oh, and then just
Yeah.
a heart deal. The flatline deal, yeah. Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, GamerSupps, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because GamerSupps gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to GamerSupps right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. Mwah. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to GamerSupps and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're going to get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. You know, and then making eating a sport was just the natural next step to human evolution. If it's not clear how beloved it truly is, just look at how ESPN has scooped up on the sport and promoted it. Every year, ESPN hosts the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest, which is, the event is quite literally the pro eaters equivalent of the Olympics. Like, it's looked at in that light, to the point where regular people, I would say, talk about it in the same vein. Like, you have people where you're like, you see the hot dog, the Nathan's hot dog thing?
Yeah.
It has that level of like casualness now. It's become that well known, at least in America.
They should do it every 4 years, make it just as prestigious as the Olympics.
That would be way cooler, in my opinion. Hosted at the original Nathan's Famous restaurant on Coney Island, the hungriest of the hungry are put to the test and celebrated with an event formatted like a major MMA title card event. There's dramatic walkouts, ring announcers, commentator analysis, which is really funny, and cinematic shots of champions glaring into the camera like the alpha males they are, and god damn it, they deserve to have that praise. Participants don't just show up and hop on stage either. There are literal qualifier matches earlier in the season for new athletes to earn their place in the competition and shoot for their cut of the $40,000 prize pool that's a part of it. So there's actually some real fucking money to be made too with these things. This massive event is organized and sanctioned by the MLE, or Major League Eating. Your chest tightened it up yet? Mine is. Which is the world body that formalizes it as a professional sport worth taking seriously. They're the ones that are cashing the checks. Here you go, Badlands Chugs. Who is my favorite, my goat.
Is there a chugging tournament? There's gotta be chugging.
Oh, 100, yeah, 1,000,000%. And he participates and he wins. I love Badlands Chugs. But you know what I like about the Badlands Chugs that got me hooked the first time I saw it? It wasn't him actually chugging and burping aggressively into the camera, which is what he's known for. It's that goddamn beginning that he has for his YouTube channel. He does, "Don't touch that mouse."
Let's get this yard glass some burn, all right? Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs.
Immediately I was like, that is so sick. Don't touch that mouse. And it's a guy chugging Sprite. And it's so sultry. It's borderline erotic. Don't touch that mouse.
Sounds a little threatening too.
No, it's not at all. Threatening in the way that you'd want to be threatening in bed. That kind of thing. You mind tonight, I'm gonna eat him up.
Oh, dude, he could totally chug in bed too.
Oh my, oh man, absolutely. They call him Capri Sun. Within the MLE, there are titans of the sport who have cemented their status as some of the most skilled eaters to ever pick up a fork. Matt Stoney is easily one of the most recognizable faces at any of these competitions. This guy's been chomping away on YouTube for about 13 years now, so odds are that you've come across a video or two of his. I mean, he's had some, like, I think even still today, he does pretty fucking good on YouTube. He reminds me of the equivalent of, like, the YouTube original version of what Man vs. Food was. Because I believe Matt Stoney, which I'm sorry, Stoney heads, I don't know his content, but I've seen clips of, like, because he's also like a slender guy. It goes into the, hopefully we'll go into the science of that because I don't understand that at all. He's a guy that's been doing stuff where he'll go and be like, I'm going to this store and I do this competition, whatever. Or it's a thing where it's like, you know, kind of like a YouTube-esque title of like eating X amount of pounds of this thing or whatever, you know, but he crushes on YouTube.
What would be the worst thing to eat? Like excess of?
For me personally, oysters. An oyster eating, like a raw oyster eating competition would make me gag. I don't mind cooked oysters. It's just the raw texture. It's disgusting.
Osmosis Jones. He also eats oysters, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that movie fucking made me just, when his pimple blows up, I think that like set something in me, because then I was like, why do I like that? And I like all this gross shit now.
I used to get boners watching Pokemon when I was 5. I don't know, I'd wake up, what's that?
You'd get boners watching Pokemon when you're 5, and you would look down and say, what's that?
I didn't know what it was. It'd be, it hurts. It hurts.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why do you have to tell
You
me
said
that?
it woke something in you. Your pimple.
What awoke in you? What are you attracted to?
No.
Oh, yes, you are. Japanese cartoons.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
That's why you get so fucking heavy over it. Russian cinema and cartoons. You are a little depraved fuck, aren't you? When he steps away from recording his insane challenges, he steps up against other professionals and dominates the competition. One of his crowning achievements was beating the legend Joey Chestnut and ending his 8-year winning streak at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest in 2015. It's like beating Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. Oh.
Because let me tell you, Joey Chestnut, he was not designed to do anything but eat hot dogs, apparently. Another big name seen many times at this prestigious event is none other than Takeru Kobayashi, another competitive eating legend, which usually in the 90s, I would say, that was like a big meme in the 90s. I remember seeing a King of the Hill episode when I was younger.
Oh, yeah.
Which is about like Bill gets into eating hot dog competition, but then it's like the small Asian men. But like competitive eating in Asia, I think is where it showed that like you can be small and still like completely destroy larger people because you like actually train your body to do it.
It's eating a lot of salads. It expands your stomach.
Dubbed the godfather of competitive eating, Kobayashi was also responsible for taking the world of competitive eating to the mainstream. I mean, even Step Brothers, just like Kobayashi. When he's eating the dick, whatever. People probably didn't even realize. When I was younger, I thought that was like a meat.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about Kobe beef or whatever. So he's like Kobayashi and eats it.
I didn't pick that up.
That's what I'm saying. Though he helped establish Major League Eating's greatest contest, he refused to sign a contract with them in 2010 and was arrested that same year at the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest when he hopped the security fence and entered the stage anyways. What? First off, why are you arresting him? You know what I mean?
He wasn't supposed to be at the event, but he was hungry.
I mean, if he tries to go on stage, you can be like, you can't come up here or whatever. But like for hopping a fence and being like, hey, I'm Kobayashi, and be like, well, you can't compete. But arresting the guy seems a bit excessive.
I bet he tried to get up on stage.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Oh, 100% he tried eating Badland Chuck's hot dogs. Slapping his wrist. While Kobayashi is insanely influential to the sport, Joey Chestnut is quite literally the Tom Brady, the Muhammad Ali, the Babe Ruth of competitive eating. At the 2021 competition, Joey ate 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. 76. People are talking about the 9 for 9 deal at a baseball game, which, to be fair, it's beer on top of that, but still, that's over the course of 2-3 hours. 76 hot dogs. What does it look like after you're done?
Oh, I think finger in the mouth and just...
Do you think you regurgitate a lot of it?
I think so. I think a lot of them purge. If I had to guess.
Editor, put up a thing. Do a lot of competitors, are they bulimic? That could be tragic. I'm not sure. This was such an impressive feat that it led to sports medicine specialists attempting to discover the true ceiling for eating hot dogs in one 10-minute setting. They had determined that 84 was the maximum possible limit for a Usain Bolt type performance of eating hot dogs. 84 is it. If you ate 85, you're a god. You might literally be an alien. Have they done any blood work on Joey Chestnut to be like, is he an alien?
Ooh, maybe.
They draw his blood. I'm Joey Chestnut. Looks at a guy in Indiana bar.
Maybe he's a cryptid.
Yeah, looks like that guy from the Indiana bar. What are you saying, motherfucker? You're not an alien, Joey Chestnut. What the fuck are you saying, motherfucker? Eats hot dogs in his spare time, too. Grabs his cock. Okay. What if they sat there, he's like, sure, I'm Joey Chestnut. Sure, take my blood for science. And they come out, it's fucking green. Tractor beam comes down on him. Oh my God! In 2024, Joey would nearly touch the ceiling by eating 83 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's not human.
You know, the scientist was like,
Yeah, he's sweating.
outside of hot dogs, he also set records for all sorts of foods like popcorn, bologna, shrimp cocktails, various pies, red beans and rice, ice cream, gumbo, and much more. God, getting into those southern dishes. Can you imagine being in a red beans and rice eating competition? Holy shit. That would be a mess. You could probably, you know what though? I wonder if you do that kind of stuff like ice cream and all that stuff because it makes it, once again. Editor, are you sure they're not bulimic? To be able to compete at this level for this long, you have to have an unimaginable amount of passion. To ensure this victory, Joey Chestnut will do anything, including choking someone on stage.
Okay.
Or beating someone in an Indiana bar.
Which is worse?
What do you think is worse? Choking out the literal competition or smacking somebody in an Indiana bar? You tell me.
Which whenever's closer to death?
It's because, you know what though? I bet it's because the Grim Reaper's like, this one
There's this one.
In 2022, an animal rights protester rushed the stage in Darth Vader mask and flashed a sign protesting the supplier of Nathan's Pork, which is, to be fair, what do you expect? Hot dogs are literally like 85 different parts of an animal that you put into a tube. When he arrived there, he stood right in front of Joey while he was chowing down. What he didn't realize was that this annoying interruption gave Joey a brief hunger for violence that needed to be quenched, right? First it was hot dogs, and now it was violence. He couldn't choose which one.
Joey's going ballistic.
Seconds later, Joey put the activist in a chokehold and threw him to the ground before returning to his meal and winning the competition, mind you. Having enough time to chow down. The guy's like, ah! Getting choked out, throw to the ground. He still comes like, ah.
Do you think he's still eating? Like he had him in a chokehold?
In interviews following the event, Joey stated he was initially scared by the mask. He was so amped up for the event that it led to a violent reaction that he later regretted. I would have done that. Just the heat of the battle, the heat of the competition.
At least he acted. A lot of people would hide.
I would probably be too focused on the delicious hot dogs in front of me.
I want to know what everybody else was doing.
I wonder if everyone was just like
Yeah,
looking
they
at
didn't
their
even
plate.
notice, yeah.
Or actually, if an editor find one person that did look and they saw and they didn't act, they're too much of a coward. And then Senor Chestnut had to take matters into his own hands.
To be fair, that guy could have had a gun, a lightsaber, some kind of weapon on stage.
A gun is real, and then you lost me at lightsaber. I thought he was going to force choke me. Just like any NBA player, pro eaters endure a rigorous training routine to keep themselves in tip-top shape, even sustaining injuries along the way. Joey Chestnut isn't just a hungry man who skipped dinner the night before a competition to make room for fucking extra hot dogs, dude. What are you, stupid? That's not enough to win the Nathan's Hot Dog Champion belt 17 fucking times, dude. 6 months before each annual competition, he'd adhere to a strict diet and workout routine so he could stay in as good a shape as possible. Look at this photo of him. Have you seen a specimen? Show a picture of Usain Bolt, shirtless. Now show a picture of Joey Chestnut without his shirt on.
Oh my god.
Hard to notice the difference, Nick. You know, if you didn't realize it, one of them's black and one of them's white.
I wouldn't have guessed.
There's a common misconception that being an overweight person who loves food is enough to succeed in the field of pro eating. But this is false! As you'll notice that many successful champions are in very good shape. That's why that's why I'm leaning up right now. When you see me from afar, Nick, be honest. This is a hunter's vulnerable moment. If you see me from afar, do you say, that's a big fat guy? Or do you say, that guy, that's a big man?
I'd say that's a big man.
Why'd you wink when you said that?
Did I wink?
You didn't. You said, that's a big man. That's literally what you just did.
Trying to give you signals.
Pros often work out to build an appetite, prepare for big meals with daily calorie deficits, and feel that gaining too much weight only slows them down and affects their performance. You aren't just weight training either. Joey Chestnut and other eaters even developed unique workouts to strengthen their mouths, jaws, and throats to avoid heavy cramping that could slow them down.
I like how throats was bolded in the document.
Throats. Well, if you look at all of them, they have pretty fucking thick gullets there. Toadman.
So I guess
I'm a toadman. Most of their training regimen has to be self-taught, from breathing techniques to Joey's strange burping exercises that he does to clear his stomach and work out his insides. So he does the thing to get all the gas out so there's no unoccupied space.
just burps. Oh man, I feel like
I guess so. I'm surprised you don't shit. Or I'm surprised you don't fart. Because it's so much closer. Burping has to go all the way back up.
Well, you have 25 feet of intestines.
That's what I'm saying. If you're already down there, you think you just poot it out. Maybe that's not enough. How enough gas.
I would do that though. I think that would give an edge. If you're farting, stinking it up, that'll get in people's heads. Mind games.
Oh, no way.
No?
During competitions, dude, it reeks up there. They're dipping hot dogs in water and pop, dude. You think they give a shit? They probably shit themselves at anything. They've already all shat themselves.
They're all wearing diapers.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean it's yeah. I would feel like because your taste buds is gone, I feel like their sensories are all fucked. If you're a competitive eater and you eat to that degree, does it fuck with your taste buds? That's because as the competition gets closer, training for it means you're doing a staggering amount of eating. In the weeks leading up to every competition he competes in, Joey prepares with a 2-day water and lemon juice cleanse to help with his digestion. Joey would then cook up a giant batch of whatever food was being served for the event before retreating to his training facility, aka the basement that he had rigged to simulate a chaotic event space. And inside you'll find large speakers and bright flashing lights, just like in a billion-dollar NFL training facility. Your best bet is to practice using event-accurate simulations.
Wow.
Why do you think he has 17, Nick?
I am learning a lot.
Well.
He's dedicated. I thought he just went up and ate.
You stupid bitch. How foolish. We as a collective, myself and the audience, is disappointed in that response.
I'm sorry. I'll never be as foolish
Don't just
again.
apologize to me. I think that the audience deserves an apology too. Surprised at the nearby reptile shop, he collapsed to the floor and later pronounced dead at the hospital. The cause of death was deemed asphyxia due to choking and aspiration of gastric contents.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is how many of these in the competitive world, what kind of documents do you have to sign to be like, if you choke and die, we're not liable?
Oh, yeah.
The choking, you have no time to chew food. You're eating chunks of whatever it is whole, right?
Yeah.
To a degree. I'm sure you're doing some chewing, but just getting it down enough. But still.
And there's probably people who panic or like, I gotta go faster. And
Yeah. You see the person next to you is way lower, so you're going even faster. I wonder, on average, how many choking deaths are caused by eating competitions a year, if you had to guess? I'm gonna say 100. Just like any sport, competitive eating has some advanced techniques that'll give you the edge over your competition. Before entering contests, many competitors deliberately chug water to expand their stomachs so they don't get as full as quickly. Others, like Joey Chestnut, do yoga 2 to 3 times a week to help them control their breathing. He also has a custom molded ball that he inserts into his mouth to strengthen his jaw and increase the amount of food he could put down in one bite. Very impressive, the amount of innovation. I would never expect that kind of stuff. Kobayashi is well known for his hot dog eating technique known as the Solomon method, which involves taking the hot dog out of the bun, splitting it in half, chewing one of the hot dogs while dunking the other in water and eating it directly after. He also invented the Kobayashi shake, a technique in which he would shimmy and shake his body to make the hot dog settle in his stomach so he could fit more in, which I've heard people do, like people run in place or something. I think it helps your digestion.
I see.
Other unconventional techniques include wearing a diaper during contests to reduce the fear of back-end interruption. See, I thought it was going to be a thing. You wear a diaper because you will shit. And you're like, I'm going to shit, and like just to get an edge, which I would be impressed by.
I feel like the second, because I get this, after I'm done eating, I always have to take a shit.
Wow, you're just...
Yeah, you just got to clear it out. Got to make room.
Don't even process it. Just move it out.
And it's mostly diarrhea, so it hits instantly. So
what are we?
Oh, I was just saying.
So you're saying if you were
I would
eating,
have to.
you-
I
yeah,
would have
you'd
to.
have to do
Yeah,
it.
because I would shit myself on stage.
Yeah. Yeah. As the clock winds down and competitors rush to finish their final bites, there's one technique some use that is actually banned at certain competitions: chipmunking, which is a controversial technique where competitors stuff as much food in their mouth as they can during the final seconds of the contest to artificially boost their final total. However, some contests do allow chipmunking. Many of them that do, though, will give competitors a short time to swallow the remaining food before the competition officially ends, which is, once again, the choking thing. There's no way you could chew it in a fast enough manner to actually get it down your throat. I mean, even just it's insane that the human body can accommodate and like actually just push food down, and it's fascinating.
Well, I bet you they also, for safety reasons, they don't allow the chipmunking thing.
Well, that's a part of probably the legitimate like insurance claim, like getting insurance for the competition or whatever. The legal, they're like, you cannot allow this. Beyond disgust over hygiene and health, many people just generally dislike eating competitions for the more moral reasons. Many see it as disgusting waste of food and believe that food could be better used elsewhere. Many Christians and Catholics specifically denounce competitive eating and label it as gluttony because it's wasteful and doesn't promote God or any moral virtues. Others just think that the sport is lame and argue that dunking your food in water to smash it down your throat is unimpressive and doesn't require a lot of skill, which I disagree with.
I was gonna say it's impressive. It's gross. I think it's gross.
It's disgusting. Don't get me wrong. It is disgusting. Watching a human being be like and turn into a feral animal, a borderline machine, while you're in competition, in my opinion, you lose the title of being human.
Oh, yeah.
You are a machine. You are an animal at that point. Online, Americans who love the sport have asked Europeans about their thought on it, to which it was revealed that a lot of them had no idea that this was even a thing to begin with. Most had assumed that it was something only seen in movies and TV, and after learning it was real, they claimed it was gross and ridiculous. You know what? Fuck you, Germany. Suck my dick, France. Oh, but let's have another crepe and a cigar. How's this? A cigarette. Have Japanese people kill themselves because your country just sucks dick.
Whoa.
It's true. Paris syndrome. Look it up. Like, oh, wow, I didn't realize that the whole streets are going to be filled with rat piss and shit. The French smell like dirty cheese and bullshit. Most competitive eaters are aware of the rhetoric surrounding their sport, but they don't let it get them down. Many big eaters still enjoy the food they eat and have simply found a way to make tons of money doing something they love. Others feel that the criticism is overblown. One accomplished pro eater stated, and I quote,
They think we're wasteful. But if you ever overeaten at Thanksgiving or gone to a buffet and eaten more than you should, you've done the same thing. Only I'm getting paid.
Regardless of how you view competitive eating, it's silly to look at these eating feats and not be at least a little impressed. I mean, it is a complete domination of the human body, in my opinion. You know, it doesn't have the acolytes of a Muhammad Ali, boxing someone else and overcoming them physically. A Usain Bolt, I run faster than any other person on earth. These are all survival techniques that are since the fucking dawn of man. Is it not as impressive to be like, I can consume more? The reason that it doesn't get as much respect is that it doesn't have the same level of like borderline survival instincts. I have to fight to survive. I have to run. If you already have that much food to overeat with, you're doing fine. You're surviving. So I think that's a base level thing. Now that being said, the biological feat is extraordinary. It's extraordinary. Unbelievable conditioning of the body. It's a complete mastering of the body. I'll say it. I'm impressed. Even if you think it's weird or embarrassing, you can't deny that these people are literally morphing their bodies to accomplish something that the average person couldn't dream of doing. Even if you didn't want to do it. I don't dream of that. Well, you couldn't. You couldn't do it, right? It's safe to say that competitive eating is certainly worthy of being called a sport, and it's only getting more popular as big name stars come and go, evolving the craft into new heights. I will say, this conversation has made me more impressed. I think it's easy on the surface to just see the footage and, you know, of like a snippet of something and see somebody stuffing their face and be like, this is just a gluttonous, fucking almost hedonistic thing I'm watching. But after looking at it more and like the kind of actual regimen that goes into it and the craft of the competition, it is, you know, I'm impressed.
It's a huge mind game, too.
It is. And there is a huge difference between man versus food, which is just gluttony of a guy be like, whoa, and try to finish the competition versus a person who is like preparing for competition to win.
Yeah.
Right? It's impressive. Did we do the Soylent challenge?
Yes.
Who won?
Oh, me.
Oh, shit.
I'm the biggest soy boy here.
My tits look like I am ingesting estrogen left and right. It's unbelievable. I mean, oh my God.
At least you can't see them through the shirt. Mine...
Well, that's why I wear black. Oh my God, could you imagine if I wore like a blue or red shirt? Like fully red? Oh, fuck. Brutal, dude. Look like fucking Baloo from the fucking Jungle Book. It's the bareness. All right, I'm getting the hell out of here. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel.
元気ですか? お元気ですか?
Come on in and sit down because today we're going to be talking about the food VTuber epidemic.
Just go to Hot Topic with a sourdough roll and you'll get a goth picture. You will.
The streaming world has evolved quite a bit in the last decade or so. For most streamers, the goal is to showcase an authentic personality by putting their face on their content. Is that what you think of when you think of streamers?
Well, you want to seem like, I'm a normal guy. I'm a normal girl, big boobies.
And the chat's like, look at oh humble me. But over time, however, tubing has morphed the streaming landscape drastically. Today, many people use elaborate avatars and play up their own original characters. However, not all VTubers are confined to the brightly saturated characters with fat, swinging, big fucking titties. Anime. No. VTubers are no longer anime girls, Nick. They're much more. In fact, it appears we're now entering a brand new era of VTubing, a bizarre trend where streamers take the form of anthropomorphic foods, mostly just from the burnt peanut. We're seeing this thing right now. With one man's success, it has altered the landscape of media, which is not a new thing. People do it all the time. Mr. Beast.
He changed YouTube forever.
Mr. Beast has changed the way that people interact with content now. That fucking, what's that one guy? Brent Rivera? Have you seen that motherfucker? Oh my God. It's the exact same thing. The cuts, the cues, the text, everything is identical to that Mr. Beast format, but that's just because people want to follow success. And I think people associate the food VTube thing as like, that's what people want to see.
It's funny. It's cute.
But people don't realize the personality comes with it. You have to be quick-witted. You have to have charisma, right?
People were comparing it to the annoying orange. It's like reverting back.
The fact that it's a peanut is like totally irrelevant.
No, that's the success.
That's the successful key. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah. We're going to talk about this new trend, but we're also going to talk about how it's led to possibly the worst streamer in modern history. And it's it's quite the ride, so buckle up. The catalyst for this epidemic of food tubers is a well-known Twitch streamer that you've all probably heard about, the Burnt Peanut. I think he really blew up with Arc Raiders. I had a buddy that watched him all out when he did, I think he was an Escape from Tarkov guy back in the day. But anyways, funny guy, quick-witted, and good at games. Like, that's like, you have to have that. I don't know if there's many Twitch streamers that do very well. I know people say that players are bad. I feel like you have to be actually pretty competent at games to make it, like, watchable. Like, when if I stream something, like a game, oh my God, God forbid.
Yeah, you get grilled.
Horrible, tortured. I mean, people don't want to, and people are backseat gaming the whole time. You have to follow somebody that feels competent in the game. They're quick-witted, they're funny, they're likable, all those things. Like, it's a very rare thing to have, I feel like. And over the last 2 years, the Burnt Peanut has risen to unfathomable fame. Every time I see that motherfucker on Twitch, it's like 60 to 70,000 people watching. It's pretty insane.
I think he's botting. Everybody on Twitch bots.
That's also cope, though, isn't it? He's botting.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck off. Yeah. I see clips of him all the time. He's botting. Yeah, right. It wasn't until 2024, however, that he began gaining a large following after clips of his Tarkov streams went viral on TikTok.
Are you fucking serious right now? Are you serious?
People were initially drawn to upbeat personality, the unique presentation, and the small details like his character's rotations of fun costumes. Which I will say, this does show, and it's a good example of, you just have to put in a little bit of effort to stand out. If you're already called a Burnt Peanut, it makes sense that like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be a peanut avatar because what the fuck else am I gonna be? But then it's like, oh, what if I just gave him different clothes? And then you just use a stream deck or whatever. And there it is. And people are like, oh my god! But that's just because the whole landscape is so fucking boring and not inspired. That was like a deal back in the day when I first saw Dr. Disrespect streams. You'd see all those transitions and shit, and you're like, the production level on this is crazy. I mean, a lot of people can do that. It's just a matter of, do you have the gumption? Do you have the creative will? If I was watching this, I would want to see this. You know what I mean?
I want to see the Burnt Peanut sitting on a beanbag chair with the Xbox controller and Cheetos, you know, because he switches out the background and stuff. So I think that's exciting for...
Sorry, I don't know why, but... I had a panic attack while you're talking. But to be fair, though, the large part of the Twitch landscape or streaming landscape is, how do I say this in a nice way? It's like people that aren't the most social, that are just good at games. And, you know, they have a quirky thing where they look at the camera and they'll be like, hog. Hog. Yo, that guy just got owned. Hey, Crystal Scepter, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. That's one thing that I found too. The bro culture on Twitch is insane. I didn't expect it. I think it's just mostly Call of Duty and that kind of thing, but it's always like, yo, okay, I'm dropping in. And I'm sitting there, I'm like watching it on like my break at work. I'm like, I wish that was me. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume is the flavored air device designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not return to your old ways. And breaking bad habits can be hard, so don't handle it alone. Let Fume help. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. On top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors. Feel the rush of the crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings. I keep my Fume device here at my desk so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or bad habit wants to distract me from my work, like cut that, editor, actually. Better to play with Fume at my desk than go back to bad cravings, am I right? If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a Journey Pack, you'll get a free Fume topper just for using my code PAPAMeat. The Fume topper adds a soft, replaceable, chewable mouthpiece, providing something safe to chew on when cravings hit. Grab this offer while it's available. Head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat. That's TRYFUM.com and use code PAPAMeat to get your free Fume topper with your Journey Pack. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. When Arc Raiders released in 2025, he became one of the streamers to watch play that game, pushing him into peak stardom. And with this rapid growth came a higher production budget and tons of collaborations with other known streamers. This is not without pushback, however, as people across the internet think both the Burnt Peanut and his fan base are insufferable. People post videos of fans laughing, clapping their hands and feet to what looks like brain rot screaming content, which I want to interject here as well. That shit, you get popular enough, you're gonna get hate. You know what I mean? The motherfucker is a peanut VTuber playing Arc Raiders. If you're like, making fun of that, it's just a thing where it's just, it becomes popular, therefore, so I don't fucking like that anymore, actually. That's fucking stupid. And yeah, is there like some cringe comments? What the fuck? He says goop. Look at me goop. Whatever the fuck it is. Who cares? But that's the thing though, is it becomes an easy target because it's just, he's very well known. So I get to make my little content making fun of things. And there you go. Some adult fans even record themselves in tears on the floor as they react to his streams. I don't think I've ever had that, luckily. I don't think my fan base has ever been that dedicated where some guy's like, oh my God. Other Peanut fans hail him as a god and are extremely parasocial with him. And if you look at any comment section, even related to him, you'll find comments saying that he is the light in a dark world. Or that he needs to be on every TV in America, which he has dedicated fans. What the fuck? You can say that with any rabid fan base. Look at any fan base. The problem is when a fan base becomes rabid, they become insufferable. To people who aren't into that fandom. That's why you get like the Has-Been Hotel. People hate those fans, or like Amazing Digital Circus, all that kind of shit. Rick and Morty. It's just, it comes with the territory of being a huge like IP or star.
People just, they get rabid.
People get rabid, they get excited, they can't help it. Essentially, people treat the Burnt Peanuts audience like the classic millennial cringe, quirky chungus, spouting random like, oh, that's epic, hey, goop, all that kind of stuff, and people associate that's where it comes from, right? This weird behavior also started a trend of people making videos mocking the fan base, portraying them as man babies drooling over themselves and farting as they rock back and forth in pure bliss, which I will say I found a couple of my videos in those and it's funny.
Really?
Yeah. Usually it's people, it's like their feet on the desk and they're like all curled up like this and like, hey, and they clap their feet and there's like a monitor with like 7 things going, and I've seen my videos on there and I'm like, hell yeah. If one of my viewers is at home drooling in a spit bib right now, dude, praise the Lord. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, he has risen. But for people who think that the Burnt Peanut is the most annoying, like, oh my God, it's the fan base, it's so annoying, you probably should check out the competition of people that are copying him. Because the Burnt Peanut has seen massive success streaming in this style, it has inspired a whole new wave of copycats who try to treat his content as a formula for success. And if you scroll through TikTok or Instagram Reels, you are bound to find clips of people streaming as assorted food items and objects. After all, it's a very easy thing to set up with tons of YouTube tutorials instructing people how to mimic this recipe for success. You just gotta be food! Nick, what food would I be?
Cheeseburger.
Editor, put me as a cheeseburger now. I'm a cheeseburger! What's my thing? You know how he says goop, gloop, or whatever? What's mine?
Cheese. Just say cheese.
Oh, I got my delicious cheese. I'm going to get a triple stack burger on my cheese. Actually, I would watch that.
That'd be cool if their model changed. You can make like
Exactly.
12 stack cheeseburgers.
Whoa, too many patties! Yes! People, oh my God! For those who are even lazier, you can purchase the models online. And in fact, there's been a massive boom in VTuber modeling community. Many artists have made tons of money turning their 3D modeling portfolios into literal grocery stores. Accounts like The Prime Butter, The Sweaty Tomato, and The Casual Turnip are prime examples. However, there's definitely a reduction in both stream quality and just general personality because people find out that it's like there's just not a whole lot behind the personality that carries them. People online who come across these channels often call them out for copying the Burnt Peanuts formula, which is why nearly every one of these accounts has a video defending themselves and describing how their origin story is different, which I love. There's nothing I love. Dude, that's how I came up with the turnip. Okay? Why can't you just be like, yeah, I just like him. I want to do a food thing too. Why is that so bad?
Because nobody wants to seem like they're copying someone, even though they blatantly are.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be original.
Yeah. Well, dude, I actually was, it's a weird timing because I'm the burnt almond. Just like a weird coincidence that we kind of are just both nuts. Just the state of my mind, I guess. This isn't to say there's something wrong with mimicking the format, but it's very clear that the thing selling Burnt Peanut streams the most is high energy and personality. It's not his fucking VTuber thing, all right? For those who are able to put on a good stream, the format definitely can work well. But this is all boiling down to one of the main reasons I wanted to make this video today, which is talking about one of the worst things that happened to the internet, I feel like, as of lately. I mean, is that too much to say? It seems so. I mean, it's pretty horrible. I fucking can't stand it. I mean, if I'm being honest. If you've been terminally online on the internet recently, you undoubtedly heard of a VTuber known as the Faithful Sheriff. And if you don't know who the Faithful Sheriff is, God bless you. Because this is the accumulation of the worst part of a copycat. If you wanted to be a fucking turnip or a tomato, or even if you want to be like, I'm an almond, I don't give a fuck. Like, do that. This version of the copycat, this is a parasite. This is a person that needs to be plucked off it and spit out. bye-bye. Right off the bat, you'll notice that the man is blatantly mimicking the burnt peanut model. But we've already been getting ahead of ourselves because there's so much to unpack about the man behind the shell. Before the faithful sheriff, this creator went by Dr. Witnesser. He was certainly not known for his originality because even this was heavily inspired by another creator, Dr. Disrespect, who we talked about earlier.
I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued.
To warm you up to this kind of person, Dr. Witnesser's whole shtick was that, as a devout Christian, he would enter Fortnite games and aggressively push his teachings to those he is playing with. Before we even get into all this shit too, I just want to say, your beliefs are your own. Whatever you want to believe, you can believe it. If people are asking you questions, I don't see a problem with being like, hey, this is what I believe, blah, blah, blah. Your belief is your own, right? That is our right as Americans in this goddamn country. Rock, flag, and eagle, right, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
But being a guy going on Fortnite and trying to like convert people, it has to be the most opposite way of introducing people to your ideals.
I go into Fortnite and teach people the Bible.
This mouth.
Okay, Robert, you're like 8.
Like it's just so creepy to me. The reason I say creepy is that there has been clips of him talking to children or even young adults in some weird way, and the way that he approaches this is he's always just like, "You got a microphone?" And people who are just playing, yeah. Do you believe in God? What are we doing? Why are we going here? You know what I mean?
What's your name? My name, Quiz.
Hey, do you know who Jesus is?
As you would expect, many people did not take kindly to this and clowned on him in-game. No matter how bad the clips made him look, he'd still post them and he'd gain tons of views for it. Even when it makes you look bad, he knows it gets him engagement, and I think he's hiding behind the fact that he's like, oh, this is all for religious shit and not just money. And it's so blatantly obvious that it's just money-grabbing bullshit where it's like, well, I'm just spreading the good word, blah, blah, blah. Oh, fuck off, dude. That's not it. It's you rage-baiting people into getting clicks and shit, and then just using different successful archetypes to like rage-bait people. It's the fucking worst. Like, I pisses me off so much, actually. And in many of these clips, you see him getting ruthlessly trolled by adult players, only for him to utterly fail to steer the conversation into a serious discussion about God.
I should probably tell you what I do.
Are you a hitman?
I got a particular set of skills.
Male on male porn guy?
No, I have a particular set of skills.
Taking it without flinching.
It feels like a bit. Like it's kind of like not in levels of Nikado where it's like I'm presenting this persona and I have all this kind of like crazy shit. I'm sure at a point he did start off doing this, but then he realized like, oh, I'm making a lot more money by rage baiting. So that, and I just don't think that the man is quick-witted enough or smart enough to like actually have interesting exchanges with people. So then it just divulges to, wow, really? Really? Okay, so I guess that's it. Wow, okay.
And I'm on 30 FPS. What in the fuck?
Bro, let's watch the F-bombs here.
Even when people try to genuinely tell him that they're not interested, he'd often force the conversation throughout the game in an incredibly anti-social way. And at times, the constant rejections from normal adults trying to play a video game would get to him. In one video, a man from China tells him to knock it off, only for him to start whining about how he's trying to stop his freedom of speech.
Oh, you want to stop my freedom of speech and expression? Okay, gotcha. I didn't know you were that oppressive. My bad.
Fuck off. In a Fortnite game, my God. It makes me sick to my stomach. As fun as it is to point and laugh at an overbearing Fortnite preacher, this man is very often having these conversations with incredibly young and impressionable children. In one diabolical clip, Dr. Witnesser gets into a game with what sounds like a 4-year-old child that can hardly articulate his words.
You know how much an Xbox cost?
No.
It costs $400.
Do you know how much the life of Jesus costs?
Even after hearing the boy talk about how he just got a brand new toy from Walmart, he gladly starts going into some spiel as if he's capable of retaining the information. All right, so you realize that if you die right now, you're going to go to hell, right? Because you don't believe in God? Oh, no! That kind of thing. That's not going to have a lasting impact on this child. You realize that you're a bad person, right? Your mom and dad are going to hell.
Some people think that's what you need to instill in children.
Well, I disagree. Obviously, these are maybe conversations of religion and stuff maybe you want to have with your parents or peers or I don't know, whatever, right? Dr. Witnesser believes he's doing the Lord's work, however, and this somehow extends to him straight up ruining Santa for one child.
I don't mind what you do, but telling the kid that Santa isn't real is messed up. Santa and Christmas is pagan idolatry, okay? If there's a kid who asks me if Santa's real or not, I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm not going to lie.
God. The kid's like, hey, I can't wait for Christmas. Yeah, you realize that Santa's not real. It's a pagan religion. It's adultery, right? You knew that, right? Stupid fucking kid. It feels that aggressive to me.
That feels like high schooler me. I would say that.
Yeah, exactly. You realize that God and sin are probably not real, right? The only one that's real is the Easter Bunny. So I'd probably start worshiping him. Most people have no idea that he's streaming during these interactions, and when one teenager found out, kindly asked to not be posted online. He angrily rants and calls him weird and posts it anyways, which it's, once again, why? He got banned indefinitely on Twitch after telling a Muslim child, and I quote, "If you were to die in your sins today, you'd be sentenced to hell."
Is he wrong, though?
We don't know. And see, that's why I believe in the good man. That's why I tell every child that. You realize that if you die right now, you're going to go to hell, right?
Yeah, are you baptized?
Yeah, specifically Muslim children. I don't even ask their beliefs.
You're going to hell when you die.
Thank you, Dr. Witnesser. You rule.
You think people should just get baptized just in case, even if you don't believe? Or does that is that a cheat code?
I don't think so, man. We see that a lot with like the Mormon wives and stuff like that, where it's like you try to like, well, the Bible says this, but it doesn't say that. You think like an omnipotent God is going to be like, how did you skirt around that?
I just stuck it in and my friend was jumping on the bed.
Exactly. I put it in. I didn't know it was going to slide in so easily. Okay, technically, that is okay. The God I like to believe in, he's like a fucking like storm cloud. You think he has like a human body? People always like ask like he's like gonna shake my hand and shit. No, he's gonna be a fucking storm cloud that's just like, what did you do? Repent.
I think we're just kind of like a mole on like God's back.
In your ideation of the world, God is a human man, probably like an overweight Italian guy, and we're a mole on his back.
Yeah, like our universe is just a tiny mole on his back.
Really puts things in perspective, doesn't it? We're so small. We're this big of a mole on God's big, hairy Italian back. Mamma mia. For a time, he claimed he would sue Twitch over this, but that doesn't seem to have happened. He's transitioned to other platforms, but he didn't make any waves until a particularly ridiculous stunt. On February 7th of this year, of our Lord's year, 2026, he'd randomly tweeted that he'd been in a horrible accident so bad that he'd possibly be disfigured for life. People were genuinely worrying and praying for him, not knowing that this was all complete and utter bullshit, right? But it's okay. Dude, I can white lie, Nick. All right?
Muslim boy, you're going to hell.
I got in a horrible accident, though. God is gonna love this. He'd fire up this next stream to reveal that he seemingly stole the Burnt Peanuts 3D model to use it his own, but with Bible in hand.
How are you going to sit here and post something on Instagram and act like all injured and this stupid filter? Well, it's not a filter. I woke up like this. I fell asleep watching the Bugulator. I woke up like this. I don't know what happened.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that a funny joke? It isn't. It definitely isn't rage bait to get you to click on the thing. Sympathy bait.
No.
Guys, it's a fucking bit. Come on. Oh my God. People fucking piss me off, man. Fucking JC loves this shit. Hey, yo, JC.
What up?
Dude, I hope Jesus sounds like that. Yo, man. What the fuck is that? There's nothing but listen to Will Smith. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Get jiggy with it. Ooh! Do it to him! That would be fucking sick. Yo, JC, that shit's lit! He's up here. He's like so short. He's like handling comes up here. What's up, man? You my man. After starting as a singular joke stream that he claimed would not be a rebrand, he almost immediately changed his mind and leaned all the way into it. He soon updated the model to resemble a cowboy, occasionally accompanied by an accent, and would constantly break the third wall to try and explain the terrible lore of this character and justify why it's okay to basically rip the entire idea, to the point where he was even admitting that he plans on stealing his mannerisms as well.
People like, well, you're copying his mannerisms. Yes, that's part of the storyline. That's part of the storyline. I am turned into a peanut, so I'm going to copy some of the Peanuts mannerisms because that's part of what being a Bungulator is in my story.
Not only is he taking from the Burnt Peanut, but he repeatedly talks about him and tries to set up some collabs so he can milk more views from him. And also, it's a great way where it's also trying to justify the actions. Well, he streamed with me, so it's fine.
So he's just trying to confuse people, right?
It's like when companies, like, they will make a product that looks exactly like something else, so people will mistakenly buy that thing instead of the actual thing.
Because he'd be like, oh, that's the Burnt Peanut.
Yeah. He did, however, add a new creative spin to the character that he can be 100% credited for, and it's that the model farts. In fact, he made a Twitch channel point reward that rings out endlessly alongside a green gas cloud from behind him. That's awesome. Yes. Okay, now that is actually fucking sick. It's really funny. Yo, you watch The Faithful Sheriff too? That shit's tight, man. To The Faithful Sheriff, this farting meme is gold tier, baby, as he lets it rip constantly in the middle of talking to children. It's so freaking funny. You ever see a guy like fart in a video and there's always one comment that's always just like, seriously? What's funnier than farts?
It's the universal joke.
It's a universal joke.
Everybody can laugh at it.
As more people grind out content criticizing him and his reputation gets worse and worse, he has only tried harder to justify his routine of constantly talking to children. Not only is he interrogating children on stream about whether or not it's okay to talk to them to make himself feel better, but he's even been reduced to posting AI Google results about Fortnite's game demographic to prove that it's not entirely a kid's game, which obviously it's not entirely a kid's game, but you do openly talk to children a lot.
If you hear someone's a child, you should just be like, okay, I'm not going to talk to them for the stream, but it's like, I got to have that content.
Yeah, exactly. It's a conscious decision that you're making to be like, I'm going to clip this, or I'm going to even do this on stream because you know that's going to get a reaction. It's going to drive traffic to your channel. Just like in the past, people go out of his way to grind out as much clips as possible to maximize exposure, even when it's completely inappropriate. Like, what am I going to do? Waste the content? Come on. Where's the Muslim kid at? You're going to hell. Isn't that right, JC? Thanks, JC. You're awesome. Sorry, Muslim kid. Why are you crying? Clips like this lead to him being yet again ruthlessly destroyed online. And what's wild is that the response to the endless memes at this expense are now leading into the realm of legal action. My boys, the Super Mega Boys, would post an edited image of the Faithful Sheriff's avatar with a realistic cock and balls, saying that he requested it. And it's very funny. It's a very, very funny tweet. The Faithful Sheriff laughed it off at first, but then people started gaslighting him into believing that he genuinely thought that it was his idea. And many even pretended to be Christian parents that were disappointed in him for putting up such heinous sexual content in the presence of children. He started anger posting about how this was all a lie, only for Super Mega to start posting very obviously fake DMs where he supposedly requested that they make the meme alongside a picture of him exposing his real penis for reference. It's so good. He then posted a video where he pleaded for people to believe him, even claimed that he will pursue legal action against them for defaming him. In an attempt to prove it, he shows his own DMs and tells people that the IRL image of him that they used is far too small because he weighs 300 pounds.
This is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170. I'm 300 pounds. Not proud of it, but that's how much I weigh.
That couldn't be me because I'm a big boy, guys. Obviously. Why are you even indulging in this? Fucking moron. Am I crazy? As of now, Super Mega has now received the cease and desist in the mail. And ironically, this meme was just a copy of a similar meme that they posted on the Burnt Peanut a while back. If the Faithful Sheriff had just laughed it off and took it in stride, it wouldn't have gotten nearly as many eyes on it. The reason that it got so big is that he's like, oh my God, this is not true.
He took the bait.
Oh my God, hook, line, and fucking stinker, dude. The controversies wouldn't stop there. Around this time, the Faithful Sheriff decided to open up a community Discord, something that is constantly infiltrated by haters and trolls, which also, here's another thing. Community Discord, free open community Discords.
You gotta be careful.
It's like a prison yard. Many are claiming that mods are harassing them and banning them based on their gender identity. Others are claiming that the minors are being exposed to inappropriate content. Because the online space is flooded with people gaslighting him to continue the troll, it's difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. Unfortunately, he can't help himself from responding to tons of what are most likely just jokes at his expense. And that's where we're at with the Faithful Sheriff. It's been popping up. Mostly it was the Super Mega thing. Saw the Super Mega thing, and then you just see, you click on one thing, and then your whole algorithm gets exposed to this bullshit. And it's like, it's the worst version of a copycat person. People like the Brent Rivieras and all the people who copy Mr. Beast and stuff, at the end of the day, they're their own entity. Are they taking things from that content? Yes, of course. Are people that are using food icons taking from the Burnt Peanut craze? Sure. You can't help that. That's going to happen. Also, people might just be like, I think it's funny and I like the Burnt Peanut, I'm going to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's doing it in a way where it is so deceitful and it's so ironic coming from a person that's supposed to be a Christian with good values who is doing nothing but being a parasite online and using this like copycat method to financially get ahead. I really don't believe any of the virtues that he has is earnest. I don't think that it's like for a good cause. Maybe his content did start off with him like maybe wanting to do like, I'm trying to just tell people about the good word, but now it's come to the point where it's pathetic brain rot. People that post rage baity shit, after a while it gets so stale to people that they will continuously up that game to keep getting clicks. So who knows what happens now? I don't know. Never in a million years could the people building modern civilizations comprehend such a brain-dead topic like this to exist, and I'm sorry that I had to even indulge it on you, but it was on my mind. If you're someone out there who wants to take inspiration from their favorite creators and use it to make some fun content, by all means, go for it. I mean, that's how people start. You're in love with something and you want to emulate it. You want to like grow as that person. You want to become that person. It's how art gets made. That's how people interact and make things online. It's harmless overall, but there's something to be said about people who do it solely because they're desperate to latch on to whatever can get them views, to get them money, to rage WWE. I don't watch it, but I love the documentaries. Any documentaries on NASCAR or WWE, oh, I gobble it up. For some reason, they always just have the best stories.
Yeah. Have you seen the ones with the ghost fires?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird concept of getting so engrossed in something where somebody is just driving in a lap the whole time versus other racing like F1 or other kind of motorsports where the tracks are a little more intricate or something. There still is something very fascinating about this sport and the people that are in it and the fans. I don't know why. It's a totally engrossing culture. I think also I started getting into it also was just Talladega Nights. After I watched Talladega Nights, I think I watched like 3 Dale Earnhardt documentaries. So thanks, Will Ferrell. Now, NASCAR has always been about partying, even dating back to its origins. And it all started back in the 1920s when the prohibition was at an all-time high and people needed alcohol fast. Alcoholics were depraved people. They needed their medicine. And people began modifying cars to deliver alcohol to evade police. And after prohibition ended, many of these same drivers realized that they still enjoyed the high-speed thrills, which led to them hosting informal races. And what started out on gravel back roads soon moved to official dirt tracks, and people began to grow more and more interested in these races. And initially, only a few hundred people attended. But over time, the crowds grew to thousands, with some events attracting as many as 20,000 spectators by the 1930s, which has to rival, if not even surpass, like baseball. Baseball stadiums were relatively, compared to today, were relatively small, but like I feel like that was the big event, sports event. So having people actually turn on to this shit, which also, to be fair, it's like, the 1930s, the cars are still pretty new back then, you know? They could go that fast? They can outrun a train?
40 miles an hour?
Exactly. Oh my God, he just took that corner at 36 miles an hour clocking. It wasn't until after World War II ended that a group of stock car enthusiasts gathered in Daytona, Florida to officially found the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, aka NASCAR, baby. And to this day, they are still finding remnants of the sport's past. In 2024, a massive cove with secret tunnels was found underneath the concrete seating inside North Wilkesboro Speedway. The cave was discovered after a section of seating was removed due to massive cracks, but inside, nothing was found. However, this discovery confirms an old rumor that the racetrack had moonshine operations running on the Speedway grounds. Is what we're trying to, are we trying to convince people that the NASCAR people should drink and drive while racing? I feel like that's where we're alluding at. We're like, oh, alcohol's pretty cool and you drive fast?
That's how you add a game element to it. They're carrying barrels of alcohol.
How many laps until you have to do a shot? Oh yeah, so you're carrying a big thing of moonshine, right? But every 10 laps, let's say, you have to take a swig. Oh God. Today, nearly 100 million people tune in per season to watch NASCAR, and there's no sign of this trend slowing down anytime soon, as the number of viewers continue to grow each year, which is kind of crazy. I feel like every time I hear NASCAR, it's only people complaining, but I feel like I'm not asking the right people. Editor, fuck it. Give me some testimonials of why people like NASCAR.
Was born into it. Part of the family.
Let's just say a sudden Pixar movie released in 2006.
Loud car go vroom, brep, pep, pep, and it makes me go, hell yeah.
Wonderful positive community we have here on Reddit. And big titties.
I would never have guessed.
Here it is. I feel like there's no such thing as a niche anymore, too. So the whole thing of like, yeah, NASCAR keeps growing every year. I think also all this different content that people make and everything, I think it's getting people into the, like, I feel like if YouTube and TikTok didn't exist, I wonder if the sport would be growing at the rate that it's still growing.
Oh, probably not.
You know?
Social media helps so much with people finding interest.
Yeah, like one day you're like, I never once in my life thought about that, and then all of a sudden, you like just hyper fixate it.
Well, I bet you that Drewski skit got people interested, even though he's making fun of it.
Oh, I think so. Even in those skits, I feel like people are like, I want to go check that out. It's the same shit with like Channel 5 or anything where it's like, yeah, these people they seem crazy or whatever. But I think that it makes people want to go attend that thing because I feel like they're missing out on something a lot of the time.
I want to go for the women so that when they pull up their shirts,
NASCAR ladies?
Yeah, a little bird watching.
Yeah, bird watching my ass. Put those away! That's what I'd say. Every NASCAR woman's titties are that of a Gorgon.
Yeah.
I just get turned to stone immediately. What's that of the... Wearing a Dick Trickle shirt? Yeah. Hey! We want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, GamerSupps, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor, is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because GamerSupps gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to GamerSupps right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. Mwah. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to GamerSupps and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're going to get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. NASCAR has yet to separate itself from its alcohol-fueled origins, cementing it as a major part of the culture even today. Take the Talladega Superspeedway, for example, a track located in Alabama that hosts some of the biggest races in NASCAR history. If you're not into NASCAR, you've at least heard of Daytona 500, and you've probably heard of Talladega. Those are two big ones. And this brings in hordes of NASCAR fanatics and breaking out all sorts of records. Talladega Boulevard, which is located in the infield of the track, has been home to some of the most balls-to-the-wall partying around. It essentially becomes a full weekend of non-stop drinking and debauchery leading up to the main event, complete with all sorts of activities like barbecue sauce wrestling, in which the winners have been awarded as much as $1,000.
Sticky.
Well, I tell you, sticky doesn't even begin to describe the things I'm thinking. Also, the Dirty Dega eating contest, where fans are challenged to eat a tray of dirt cakes at top speeds for a chance to be crowned Dega's dirtiest champion. What the fuck does that mean? What are dirt cakes?
I don't know. What is a dirt cake?
I like to think that's just a woman's ass. We're going full speed. It's just, this is Dega's dirtiest champion right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, their ass is like in the passenger seat, so you're driving, going like this. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. There's also mud bogging, where people get in their trucks and race each other through giant mud pits. Now that seems more in line with the redneck kind of thing that I was thinking. A lot of trucks still show up. I thought that people would have a lot of cars, like stock cars and shit. You drive to the race.
Oh yeah.
It's not practical in any way, but still.
There's some people, they want to show off, they're beat up.
Yeah. Oh, if I could just get on that track, I'd show them how it's done.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking.
Oh, yeah.
If I pull up and Dale,
Yeah, exactly. All I'm looking for is Tony Stewart just to give me a chance. Yeah. By the end of the event, an assortment of weird objects are left behind, from clothes to used furniture, cable satellites, sex dolls, and piles of empties, right? Some people claim that they've witnessed people consume as many as 43 beers in one day at these events, proven by the tally marks drawn on their backs throughout the night, which is a good barometer. How do we know they're not fibbing their own baseball card, though?
Why would you? Who's drawn? First of all, they can't draw it on their own back, so they need a witness.
Well, somebody else, that's what I'm saying. I wonder if they're fabricating it. Dude, you drank this many. But for the love of game, I'd like to think that they're being genuine.
I think so.
There's like an honor, there's like a knight's code.
I've said if you get caught cheating, there's gonna be
hell to pay. Oh yeah. People's stories from Talladega weekend can get pretty intense. One man attended the event with his wife, who would show her breast to other people in exchange for beer that would be dropped in a wheelbarrow he carried around with him. By the end, he claimed he had enough beer to last an entire year. There's no way the tits could have been that good. I was sitting there, nah, I'm okay. Just like any community of devoted sports fans, people have a whole array of strange rituals and superstitions that they believe have a serious impact on the result of the race. Some people stay away from peanuts, believing that they are unlucky. Part of this superstition is due to peanut shells supposedly being found in cockpits or grills of cars after life-ending collisions. And some anonymous rumors claim that rival drivers intentionally sprinkle them around cars in order to sabotage them. Who would have thought NASCAR was into, like, voodoo?
Yeah, a little peanut voodoo.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad race for you, man. The color green is also seen as bad luck because a driver back in the 1920s died in a crash while driving a green car.
Over 100 years ago.
Over 100 years ago, but you know what? Never again. Actually, that's true. I don't think I've ever seen a green car. Editor, show up some green NASCAR cars. How many of those people won? How many of those people died? What if there's more deaths than wins? You should have listened to me, brother. Is this voodoo priest thing do anything for you? What would a voodoo priest who hangs around NASCAR be?
Like
Doctor.
Dr. Bud. Like Bud Light?
Let me think. Doctor Talladetha.
Dr. Hot Dog.
Dr. Hot Dog. Editor cut all that. Racer George McKenzie died in 1936 during the Indianapolis 500 after being launched 30 feet through the air when his car had overturned because he had just shaved his long beard beforehand for his wedding ceremony. It became bad luck to shave before a race. God damn.
I like how like one thing, like something.
You should have shaved your beard!
I love how it's just like one thing happened and then someone gets in a wreck. They're like,
Never
again. Never.
Hey, to be fair, if I'm racing at high speeds like that, I'd probably be a little superstitious too.
Yeah.
I guess I can wait till after the race. At another NASCAR event, champion Joe Weatherly died in a crash after being given two $50 bills by his friend that he kept on his person during the race. From then on, $50 bills were considered bad luck. I've actually heard of that one. Something where, yeah, guys will like take the cash out of their wallets and shit for the race. Which also, I was like, why are you wearing a wallet during the race?
Just in case you die, they can identify you.
I thought you were gonna make a joke of like, well, what if the cops pull you over? It's not just the fans that make the culture so interesting, it's the drivers too, baby. The reason we come to these races is for the loud engines and the power. Alright? NASCAR is often viewed as a very masculine sport, as it's focused around cars and drinking. Yeah! Don't touch me, bitch! Most drivers match the aesthetic, but everyone has some skeletons in their closet. Chase Elliott is often regarded as one of the best looking drivers in the game. Gets me hard just looking at him. He has a very loyal and devoted fan base called Chase Sexuals that idolize him. However, behind closed doors, rumors swirl that Chase is in fact a furry and is ashamed to go public about it. Chase? Admit it! In 2012, the driver posted a hand-drawn picture of a wolf with the caption, "Wolf Bambi?" What the fuck does that mean? Oh, I guess it's just because the wolf looks like Bambi.
Yeah.
That motherfucker is definitely on DeviantArt. I want to see him be like, all right, and upload, all right, time for the big race. And then run down, you know what I mean? Fans immediately assumed that he was a furry and began to pester him about his alleged secret identity. For years, this rumor has haunted him. And in 2024, he finally confronted the media about it, but only made things worse with his response. When talking to the Associated Press about his career in social media, he stated, and I quote,
I like the private life. Outside of racing, what I like to do, I like to do in private.
Wolf Bambi? His response only made things worse, and now the rumor is all but true to many fans. Why would you not just fucking own it?
Yeah, and just say, I like furry shit.
Yeah, I like furry shit. I also make way more money than you and get tons of pussy. Wolf Bambi. Or just be like, I don't f with furry shit. Sorry, I like drawing deers, dude. Or I like drawing wolves that are cute as fuck.
Do NASCAR drivers wear diapers?
I would. I don't know how they do it. I'm claustrophobic as fuck. You get trapped in that car. Fuck that. Also, I can already tell. I know that. I mean, I know myself. I'd be having a pretzel or a hot dog before the race. I would.
All bloated. Yeah.
Yeah, getting sleepy on the track. Try and crash, whatever. Or just shit yourself.
Yeah.
Have to try to take off your helmet. NASCAR drivers have been known for some pretty insane things, but one driver gained a lot of attention for alleging his ex-girlfriend was a trained assassin. What? In 2015, Kurt Busch took his girlfriend Patricia Driscoll to court seeking a no-contact order. During the trial, each party alleged that the other had committed assault. But to back up his claims, Kurt claimed that his ex-girlfriend was an assassin who had been sent around the world on missions to kill high-profile targets. He said that on multiple occasions, Patricia had shown him pictures of mutilated bodies and gunshot wounds from her missions. Sounds like that bitch is just on Live Leak. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you did that? What? No. This is a Russian guy getting in a car wreck. What are you talking about? Don't hurt me. In one specific instance, while in El Paso, Texas, Patricia left the hotel wearing full camo and boots and later returned in only a trench coat. First off, I just want to say, God damn, the gift that keeps on giving. Some fucking snaggletooth bitch in camo, and then also all she comes back in, oh, hi. And only a trench coat? That means you think there was nothing under it. What did you do? That'd be so funny. Your girl's trying to seduce you? What do you think of that right there? What did you do?
Who did you kill?
Who did you hurt?
You gonna hurt me.
I don't know why, but I feel like he's like in his whitey tighties laying in like a hotel bed with like a big bowl of ice cream on his belly. Just Ice Age playing full blast. Way too loud. Who did you hurt? Underneath her coat was a nightgown covered in blood and other unknown matter.
She's on her period.
I was gonna say, it sounded like she was queefing on her period or something like that. Okay. His girlfriend would call these claims insane and deny everything. Yeah, she's like, I was on my period and I was trying to turn him on. He was watching Ice Age and he wouldn't get hard. Despite this claim, the courts believed that Bush had been violent towards Patricia, and NASCAR temporarily suspended him until prosecutors declined to press charges, and he was reinstated a few months later. Listen, buddy, a couple NASCAR guys beating their wives or their girlfriends, it comes with the territory, but you gotta keep it clean. That's the NASCAR Association. When she comes over and she has her gutty work spilling out of her pussy with period blood, don't hit her, all right? All right, now here's your keys to your stock car again. When she onto her new trench coat while she's on her period, try not to hit her in the face too bad, all right? Jesus. Yeah, I was gonna say cut off that. Lots of drivers have had legal issues throughout their careers, and most of the time, they are for absolutely ridiculous reasons. Jim Vandiver was a respected driver during the late 60s and 70s, achieving success on the racetrack. In 1973, he was experiencing legal troubles with his wife over custody of their child and was scheduled to appear in court. The hearing fell on the same day as the Southern 500, one of NASCAR's crown jewel races, and Vandiver chose to race rather than attend court. Based. Keeper. When he didn't show up, the judge charged him with contempt and put a warrant out for his arrest. And during the race, Vandiver's car began to break down, and instead of returning to the pit to fix it, he quickly drove off to the track and hitchhiked home to avoid being arrested. All right, get me out of here.
Yeah, oh shit.
I think he was in cowboy boots, like running across the track. I want to go home. NASCAR drivers are under a lot of stress from high intensity of the race. In a race dubbed the poop race, one driver had shit literally scared out of him. While racing in the Sirius at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race, Tony Stewart had a case of the bubble guts, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh.
That pretzel.
Here comes Tony Stewart in the orange Home Depot car. Uh-oh, there's just shit all over the windows of the car. He's just inside. During the race, he partially lost power to his vehicle, which is believed to have worsened his stomach issues. And on lap 20, Tony would shit himself and relay this to his crew. And for 70 or more laps, he sat there in his own shit swirling around his pants in the cab. We're not even gonna win this. Can I just pull in? Tony, that's a negative. You have to finish it. That'd be so funny, though. The whole thing, too, is they usually have binoculars and you follow the track like in a full circle. But the whole time, you just keep hearing like... It's going around you here. Oh, boy.
Better's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking over the track. It stinks in here. I need to come in.
Pit stop.
But surprisingly, he would win the race and pull into the pocket. Wait, what? Surprisingly, he would win the race and pull into the packed victory lane to briefly celebrate. As soon as he pulled up, everyone in his crew distanced themselves from the car and tried to keep press away from Tony, telling them he pulled a gutsy effort to win the race. God, fuck off. I wonder if he is the only recorded person having won a race with shit in their pants.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. There's
The
got to
answer's
be more.
no. There's got to be way more.
There's got to be a lot more accidents, man.
Yeah, come on, dude. I just did it because I thought it was fun. I like the smell.
Did he go up to the podium and the girl like gives him the
I imagine he got out of the car and like I said, I think he did the same kind of cowboy boot running across.
Get me out of here.
And then he did the celebrations after. If not, I'm going to be very disappointed if there wasn't visible shit on the outside of his pants. Him holding up the cup. Whee! Shit. Shit staying all over it. People spraying him with champagne. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, smelling the champagne bottle. What is that, Tony? Don't worry about it. Just drenched in sweat. Others in the area could be sniffing the air, trying to identify the odd smell wafting from the car. Tony would claim his prize and walk away to his trailer, but it was soon discovered that he had shit himself and a wave of shame followed him. The race was quickly dubbed the Poop Race, and people began to refer to him as Poo Poo Pants Tony. They're like, I don't give a what you call me. This fucking Poo Poo Pants just won the race, bitch.
That's what I would say. It'd be different if he lost.
Oh, yeah. If he got if he got last place, no one would know.
Yeah.
So you only know because I won the race.
Exactly.
I would actually hold it with some pride. I'd just start shitting myself every time. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's your gimmick.
You can't
now.
beat the baby. Start shaming the other racers. Come on. But that's not even the worst thing to happen to Tony Stewart. 10 years later, he was competing in a sprint car race and bumped into another driver's car, causing him to spin out. The driver of the car, Kevin Ward Jr., was enraged and got out of the car, running down the track as the rest of the drivers slowed down to hug the inside of the track to avoid the wreck. As Tony turned the corner, he briefly sped up and clipped Kevin, killing him instantly. And after the race, he faced charges of manslaughter and negligent homicide, but the judge dropped the charges altogether. Tony was still allowed to race after this and continued NASCAR until 2016.
Whoa.
What?
Poo Poo Pants Tony.
I like we're like, hi, yeah, he pooped his pants, he won a race, and it's just like, yeah, by the way, 10 years later, he just fucking ran a guy over. That has to be intentional.
You think so?
I think so.
Why'd the other guy get out of the car?
I think he was pissed and he was like running up the side of the track or something, and they fucking turned the corner, he just fucking clipped him. and it killed him. I wonder if there's a clip of it. Can we show it? Editor, put up a clip of it. With a sport as chaotic as this, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crimes that take place in and off the track. When you put a bunch of passionate and dangerously drunk fans in the same place, it's only a matter of time before someone gets arrested. In the middle of a race that took place at the Richmond International Raceway, a shirtless man named James Dennis decided to climb the fence, blocking audience members from the track. That's a no-no. Once he accomplished his goal, he sat up there as security scrambled to get him down, fearing he might drunkenly fall off onto the track and be flattened by one of the fucking NASCARs, dude. He was eventually convinced to come down before being immediately grabbed and arrested. Later, he was charged with disorderly conduct and public intoxication. I'm surprised he was able to get that far up. It's a fucking tall fence. You think he was straddling it? Anybody but Gordon! That's what he's fuck you, Jeff! That'd actually be so sick. Give him hell, brother. Give him hell.
I bet people were throwing him beers.
Yeah, you're gonna take that. I think him and his buddy were like doing that kind of thing. This is something that happens all too often, with videos all over the internet showcasing security guards ripping drunk fans down from fences, acting like children. Some fans get so deeply attached to the sport that they'll find and assault racers they despise. Kyle Busch, for example, is no stranger to this. One 26-year-old NASCAR fan found him signing autographs after a race and decided to get in his face and strike him across the chest. They started to shove each other around as the crowd around them taunted Kyle and cheered on the fan. Yeah, f*** him up! I was like, what the f*** is going on? I like I struck him in the chest. And there's a paralyzer right to his chest. Stop his heart. Dude, how f***ed up, how f***ed up if the fan came up to you and they did the fucking 5-finger exploding heart technique?
Now take 5 steps.
Kyle Busch is you learned the 5-point exploding heart technique? Just does the entire ending of Kill Bill Volume 2. For many fans, driving in a NASCAR race is a dream come true. And at the 1986 Talladega race, one man fulfilled his dream. Just as the race was getting ready to start, the driver of a pace car had gotten out and left the keys inside the vehicle while it was still on the track. While the vehicle was unattended, 20-year-old Darren Crowder sprinted from the infield and climbed inside. Before anyone could stop him, he was already racing around the 2.5-mile track at over 100 miles an hour and completed one lap before authorities even realized what was happening. It was being broadcast live as confused commenters watched police chase him until a blockade of trucks stopped him, and officers pulled him from the vehicle. Following his arrest, he was held on a $10,000 bond and faced charges of resisting arrest, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, attempted assault, and grand theft auto, baby. GTA. Though no sentence was ever reported, his toxicology report was released and showed that he wasn't even drunk, which spawned tons of rumors in the NASCAR community. One rumor claimed that he was in jail. He attacked an inmate with a boot, which led him to being transferred to a mental hospital. Another stated that he never even had a ticket to the event and was actually test driving a motorcycle before making a detour into the stadium and stealing a car. A third theory said that his wife had cancer and he had a mental breakdown due to the stress.
Which one do you think?
I think he saw an open door to a car on a big speedway and he's like, I'm gonna go fast, and he got in it and drove.
Hold my beer.
Exactly. And he's just like, I mean, I'll get in trouble, but not that much trouble. Over in Tennessee, one woman became so sick of her husband's obsession with NASCAR that she plotted to murder him. You go, girl. 23-year-old Stephanie Hammond was a troubled woman that made the decision to devote her life to God. She would supposedly speak to him and be instructed on how to better her life.
Everyone gets instructions from God.
I talk to him all the time.
Right before I go to bed, he whispers things.
He's talking to me now.
Kill yourself.
God? Are you sure?
Yeah. Do it.
For example, God supposedly told her not to smoke marijuana, something she loved doing, unless she was using it to unwind in the evening. Yeah. Hey, you should not puff as much unless you're totally trying to vibe out during the evening. Okay, God. Because her husband Steven loved NASCAR, Stephanie started to resent him. She claimed that he worshipped the NASCAR race at Bristol. Steven worshiping something other than God seemed to send her mind into chaos. God soon instructed her to drive her car directly into the church across the street.
What?
Steven found her lying on the floor of the altar where she claimed that the devil was inside of her before lunging at him and driving a large kitchen knife into his chest. He pulled the knife out and ran back to his apartment before calling the police and rushing to the hospital. Stephanie was arrested soon after.
Whoa. I wasn't. Where'd you get the knife?
We do not have enough. I want to know so much more about that. Editor, give a quick blurb about what happened. Also, it's like the bitch is talking to God, but she's also like, thy will be done. And then she's hanging out in the altar.
Smoking a doobie.
Yeah, I'm trying to unwind, but the devil's got a hold of me. NASCAR is obviously a dangerous sport, with cars sometimes exceeding 200 miles per hour. The risks from crashes are extremely high. Tragically, this is followed by many deaths. Though NASCAR fans have seen deaths at the hand of flying debris and even lightning strikes during races, no death made more of an impact than the death of Dale Earnhardt, aka one of America's greatest soldiers. I don't think literally, but he's one of the coolest men ever. Dale was one of the best racers in NASCAR history, winning 76 races over 21 years, including 7 Cup championships. He was nicknamed the Intimidator because of his hyper-aggressive driving style, which scared other drivers as he sped by his sleek, pitch-black number 3 car. God, it's badass. During the 2001 Daytona 500, Dale was hit from behind by a car he was blocking, causing him to lose control and slam into the concrete debris at over 200 miles an hour. The move also allowed his son and best friend to advance, taking first and second place. Many say that NASCAR died with Dale, and following his death, he was cemented as an American icon. The term "raise hell, praise Dale" is synonymous with NASCAR and ingrained in the redneck culture of America. Outside the Daytona track is a 9-foot, 1,200-pound bronze statue of Dale, where people leave all sorts of tributes and offerings. It's fucking awesome. Also, I will say, what's fucked up about that is at the time, I believe there was like a new neck brace. I think everyone wears it now, but it was new at the time, and all the old heads were like, I'm not gonna fucking wear that. That's some pussy shit. I think if he would have wore that, he would have survived.
Oh my god.
Like he declined to wear it that day. Fact check, but I'm almost positive that's
Jesus.
From the reports I've seen. But you know what, man? He's a hero.
He is a hero. He died a hero. He's kind of like Jesus.
I'd almost think that he's better than Jesus. He's the Intimidator. Also, having your nickname be the Intimidator, holy shit. How cool is that? Also, I will say, I don't know what they were smoking in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, all that shit, whatever. NASCAR merch. Good shit.
I don't think I've seen NASCAR.
Oh, it's good. It's good stuff. At least it used to be. I don't know how it is anymore, but man, nice like paintings of the cars and stuff, paintings of the oh, great. Really good design. In North Carolina, there is a 47,000 square foot NASCAR museum that is nearly entirely dedicated to housing just Dale Earnhardt memorabilia. Everything related to Dale skyrocketed in value and people began to hoard their memorabilia. His death not only changed the culture, but also the NASCAR market. And a few years ago, a Dale Earnhardt card sold for $75,000. Another man had an Earnhardt jacket appraised at over $20,000. And one person even received a massive collection of memorabilia from their father as an inheritance. If you go to any racetrack, it's not uncommon to see multiple people with Earnhardt tattoos. It's the Virgin Mary candle.
Yeah.
You know, it's an idea, it's a concept, it's a philosophy. That's what Dale represented. Rip to the GOAT! NASCAR carries a bizarre and outrageous history with it, as well as being home to some of the wildest and most passionate fans in the world. There's something fascinating about the chaos of it all, whether it's drivers getting into fist fights post-race or fans going absolutely wild on the boulevard. It's intoxicating. There's something that's so undeniable about it. Even when you try to put it down as like, oh, you just go in circles. When you're there, it's an amazing phenomenon. And I will say, even if you don't watch the races, you should check out any NASCAR documentary. They're fucking awesome. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about. WWE has great party stories and weird, like they travel so much. NASCAR is like equally as crazy. And also like the weird interpersonal relationships between the drivers and the kind of chaos that surrounds that. And also like the rise, like the amount of racing you have to do to get to NASCAR. It's very fascinating. So pretty fucking wild, man. We got to do a video just on Talladega. I feel like there's more to Talladega that I feel like we just scratched the surface, dude. But hey, until next time, guys, drive safe and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about game simulators. Simulation games, or sims, are a beloved, often misunderstood genre of video game. We've all seen social farming sims like Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley, but in recent years, sims have started to focus on more of the mundane tasks of everyday life. You got your driving sims, your power washing sims. Hell, they've even got sims for the day job you slaved away at 8 hours earlier that day. You're doing the same job 16 hours a day. Despite that, even the most niche sim has a die-hard fan base behind it. And while most fans just like to sit down and relax after a long day with one of these games, there are outliers willing to jeopardize their finances, relationships, and even their lives if it means experiencing a better simulation. So, join us as we delve into what makes these sims so addictive and the crazy lengths some will go in order to blur the lines between video games and reality. Which I will say, I think that first and foremost, a lot of these games starts off with, it's the satisfaction. Like when I look at stuff like the power washing simulator and the farming one is cutting down the crops. It's like satisfying. What kind of, is that a kind of like, I know I'm saying satisfying, but is that a type of game style? Like the power washing thing where it's like, it feels like something's dirty and I get to clean it. It's the same with even ingesting that kind of content. Like when I'm watching verticals or something, I'll watch stuff of people cleaning cars. It's a very simple process of like dirty to clean. It's like that satisfaction, but is that called anything in particular?
Oh, God, I feel like there is. I just can't think of the word. But that's...
Maybe? I don't know. But yeah, you know what I mean? I feel like there's got to be something.
There's something about the before and after. And also, a lot of these games, people complain, like, you're not actually doing the job. You're literally just sitting there doing this. So it's very easy task, and you're seeing instant progress.
Well, it feels like it's obviously a dopamine hit of some kind, but it's a different kind of, like, I played that game Vampire Survivors, where you're just moving your mouse, and it's just shooting for you, but it's like seeing the waves get cleared. It feels like it's the simplest, like, form of storytelling, the simplest form of like doing A to B and being like, that was nice, I completed that, versus having to like labor over something.
Yeah, 100% completion. That's a thing too.
Yeah, people just knowing that it's just done, and you can be like, it's weird. It's a psychological thing. I don't know. Even the guy who made Vampire Survivors, I'm pretty sure that guy was like, I think he made slots or something.
Yeah, he did slot machines, and then he tried to translate that into this game, and it worked.
I wonder how much of that's true across all this board of people that know how to like just tap your dopamine.
Mobile games.
Or I just mean like even the desk simulators like farming or like even Pilot Simulator and that kind of stuff. What I was going to say just to have for the video, but I think that even some of these simulators are so realistic that don't people use the flying simulator as an actual practice for landing and stuff, an actual plane? It just goes to show too how that line between reality and video games there's such a crazy crossover. Like this isn't a simulator, but Notre Dame was on fire, and the only thing they had that was for the blueprint plans was the Assassin's Creed 3D scan they had of it. How insane is that? It's fucking incredible.
They also, in the Army, they now use Xbox controllers for drones.
I have a feeling that before too long, it's going to go to all remote-controlled warfare. Like, no humans, and people are using robots or, like, 3D printed fucking drones, robots, all that stuff.
You got to attack the data centers.
100%. It's going to be like Helldivers. That's what's good. That's the future. The first question you might ask yourself as you watch gameplay of a simulator is, why spend this much time simulating the life of a Trader Joe's employee when you could be playing literally anything else? Turns out, our crinky little chimp brains are pretty easy to understand. Game publishers have long since cracked the code to creating addictive gameplay loops. Give a gamer a challenge, a way to complete it, then reward them for completing it, and they'll be drooling into their laps and sinking hours into the screen before you know it. And this doesn't just work for AAA games either. Slap the basic loop into almost any mundane task and you could still come out with a pretty addictive game. Enter the sim games. In a lot of these games, you're not playing an action hero or a super-powered protagonist. You're an everyday Joe like a truck driver, farmer, or even a bureaucrat.
Even a Democrat?
Ew. And more often than not, people who already have these jobs in real life are the ones playing them in their off time. And it's easy to see why. Unlike in a day job, a game's progress is guaranteed. There's no piece of shit manager stiffing you from a promotion. There's no distracting coworker sucking away at your time and fucking killing your vibes at the work. If you put in the hours in a sim, you will be rewarded in game. Take fishing, for example. Anyone who's gone fishing is no stranger to the possibility that a multi-hour trip can result in no bites, zero fish, right? And then you're just like, well, I at least got to go out. But in a sim, fishing sims have gotten so advanced in recent years, many of them actually allow you to play with real rods. The company Scottree, for example, offers a product called the SimFish, a motorized device you can connect your actual fishing rod to that simulates the feeling of a fish tugging on your line. The product even plays videos caught from a submarine, a fish during an actual fight, and syncs it up with movement done on the line. What's insane about that bridge, and it's really interesting, is that how many times have you wanted to do an activity but it's not the season for it or whatever? Now it's like if it's winter or cold or a shit day out, you have the familiarity of the thing that you use. You know what I mean?
Also, you can be really good in the sim and suck in real life.
And that's what I want to do. Yeah. I want the satisfaction of just being like, out here in the real world, I'm terrible, but in here, I'm the master of fishing. It's like Randy Marsh when he's like that. Out here, I'm just a normal geologist, but in here, I'm Falcor, defender of the Alliance. It's time to talk about something scary. Ooh, your health. I know I don't go to a doctor as much as I should. If I'm feeling sick, I'll just lie in bed and sleep it away. I put it off, and I know I'm not the only one, but it's important to take care of your health. That's why I have ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors. Choose the right one for your needs. You can click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about in-network appointments with over 150,000 healthcare providers across every specialty in all 50 states. What if I live in Alaska? Don't worry about it. What if I live in New Mexico? Don't worry about it. From mental health to dental health, eye care to skincare and much more. And the nice thing about ZocDoc is that you can filter for doctors that take your insurance, are nearby, and are highly rated. It's super easy to use, and you can find an appointment time that works for you with the right doctor for your needs. Plus, ZocDoc appointment happens fast. Typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments. No way! So stop putting off those doctor appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/PapaBeat to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/PapaBeat. Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. This isn't a cheap hobby either, as many of the more casual sims can run a few $1,000s. For pros looking to get some practice in, more intense simulators costing 5 or 6 figures exist that emulate catching the fish that weigh hundreds of pounds. The company Ati Concepts, for example, offers one that simulates catching sharks that weigh up to 880 pounds. And this is where we get into another shockingly addictive part of sim gaming, the rigs. Across all kinds of sim game fandoms, gamers are willing to drop serious cash into making their simulations feel as close to the real deal as possible. One trucking simulator fan, for example, purchased an actual truck cabin to house his rig in. It looks fucking insane. It's awesome. Watching his videos documenting the process, you can see him do everything from stripping the cabin's interior to replacing the mirrors with 4 widescreen television. The man even plans to replace the bed in the truck with something more comfortable so he can have a 24-hour trucking live streams, copying the entire long haul experience, minus the occasional shameful dry tug from a lot lizard, which maybe one day.
You could call them up.
You literally could. If you are doing a role-playing live stream, you don't have to actually have sex, but I'm just saying if you had that thing, people would be like, yo!
If I was married, I'd just have my wife role play.
Yeah, exactly. Just be like, come on, babe. You're like, your wife just becomes your online prostitute. Do you think it's truckers that are watching this too?
I think so.
What do you think it is about? I mean, like, I know we just said that, like, people are into it because there's less risk, but that's like participating in it. A lot of these simulators that are doing these big rigs and stuff, yes, there's people that do it, but a lot of them do stream, and they're like, there's like a fandom out there for it. What do you think it is about watching?
I mean, you got to really, I guess, enjoy it, because if you're in the profession, you think you'd want to take a step back from it and like do something else.
I would assume that it would be people that aren't in that profession, or there's something chaotic about, like, I've always found that, like, if you're really into super fast-paced games, that's what you like playing. I've always thought that people that watch slower paced stuff watch that because it's the opposite of what they participate in, so it's like a detox.
I see, yeah.
Or something. If you watch this shit, I would love to know.
I could see someone who has like a 9-to-5 in an office, like, man, what I wouldn't do to be out on the road right now.
There's some things I see where it is like some of these simulators do look difficult, and there's like terrain you have to do. So I'm sure there are people who are like just very good at the game, but that if you play like League of Legends, of course you're gonna watch some guy who's that's amazing.
Pro, yeah.
Because you're like, I can't do that. But the farming simulator, it's so mundane and it's so accessible, which obviously, besides the point of it, personality of the streamer and all that, I just mean the actual gameplay itself.
The farming sims, I think, are very, because I've seen the guys who do like the crop harvesting with their tractors. That to me is a stim. I see it all the time. People do it with like Dave Ramsey videos. They have Dave Ramsey up top and then the farming sim on bottom for slop content farming, but it's just it like, I'm watching that. I'm not watching Dave Ramsey, so it's just satisfying, I think.
And then you're hearing, so yeah,
exactly.
It's just fascinating how people have cracked the fucking human brain. You know what I mean?
When I played Minecraft, I would only listen to podcasts. That's the only time I'd ever listen to a podcast, because Minecraft is, I'm doing boring shit, but I like doing it.
Like if you're playing a game of any kind, even if it isn't mundane, I say mundane as in like Minecraft because there isn't a ton of noise or whatever, so then you can still listen to something and ingest it. I've always found that people that aren't playing with friends do that, so it feels like there's a social kind of interaction going. Or you feel like a group of sim game fans that takes pride in the ridiculous rigs, it's racing sim fans. Oftentimes this comes at the expense of both their bank accounts and their relationships. Online you can find dozens of passionate racing sim fans flexing their high-end rigs while simultaneously trauma dumping about the negative effects the hobby has had on their relationships. More often than not, both the flexing and the venting can be attributed to one thing: the insane cost of some of these rigs. In the online community for iRacing, one of the most well-known simulator games, one player comments that sim racing has, quote, taken over his life, actively pulling him away from his wife and job. And by his own admission, he spends nearly 6 hours a day racing and blowing money on his rig, as well as online cars, instead of focusing on his wife or work. He caps off his post by saying, quote, it's tough to be poor and have sim racing as your hobby. First off, relatable quote. But also, how many, I mean, with every hobby, I feel that with magic even. It's like, it's just a thing of like, it's tough to have this as a hobby because just the amount of money it takes to put into it.
It's never ending. There's never enough.
More. I want more. Is there really any hobby that nowadays that doesn't require you just to dump a shit ton of money?
There's cheaper hobbies.
I mean, I'm sure there is. I just feel like it comes at a cost now. Like, I feel like everybody knows that you can make money off shit, so there's a premium on everything now.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Even free stuff like gardening should be a cheap thing. But with anything, the deeper you get in, you're like, well, I need X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. But I just even think now people, like, with the internet, there is no niche anymore. So it's like, even with gardening, now it's like, oh, well, it costs more to make things. Like, I just feel like there's just so much more you have to invest into now with hobbies. I don't know.
Stargazing's free.
It's true. Well, where's the land? Did you buy the land?
No.
Yeah. You have to go out and drive. If I had to go out and drive somewhere, it's gas.
Okay.
I'm just being a dick. On a similar page, another long-distance truck driver vents about the stress the hobby has put on his relationship with his wife and kids. Married for 5 years and with 2 kids, he opens up about his 50-plus hour work weeks and how he likes to spend all his free time outside of work burning virtual rubber. And naturally, his wife had something to say about that. Even more naturally, she didn't take it well when the man pitched the brilliant idea of spending nearly $4,000 on a brand new racing rig for his work truck. Despite her objections, the man ends up going behind her back and paying for the custom rig anyway. Oh, God. His wife picked him up from work one day, and when he showed her the rig, she went ballistic and left him to walk home alone. When they finally got home, the place was empty. She had taken their kids and went to live with her mother. God damn.
Can a brother spend $4K on a racing rig?
It's just, if anything, I feel like you gotta find a common ground with being like, okay, well, what if we put $100 a month away? And then it's like, it's gonna take a while, or like there's some months you might be able to put back more, but going behind someone's back and doing that, never bueno.
Oh, who made the money?
Never bueno. This is coming. Well, you're saying this as a man who's not married. As a man who's married, let me tell you, that goes out though. That it's irrelevant.
My money's her money.
Exactly. It's a joint thing. You know what I mean?
Her money's hers.
Very nice. My money's her money, and her money is her money. One of the largest appeals for a racing sim fan is finding unique and interesting ways to further blur the lines between reality and the simulator. There's no limit to what a racing fan will do to emulate the true feeling of racing a car, aside from actually, getting inside a car and racing an actual car. One racing sim fan mentions he spared no expense in making the perfect rig. He's got the VR, he's got the haptics built in, but the one thing he hasn't been able to get is just the right smell. According to him, the inside of a race car has a unique smell, a mix of exhaust, hot oil, and the tire rubber. And unfortunately, he comments the only smell close to real deal he's been able to replicate is a smell of swamp ass in the seat after he's done with the session. Tips from other sim fans range. Some mention he should just buy a race fuel scented candle or smear a little motor oil inside his mask. Others suggest unplugging the game entirely and going the fuck outside because he's clearly lost the plot. I think the candle sounds like a good idea. If it's something I love and I want a simulation of it, I need the smell. Unfortunately, for those hoping to pinch pennies by not building out an insane rig, the actual software ain't cheap either. iRacing is widely accepted as the gold standard when it comes to racing sims. Not only does it provide realistic gameplay, it offers a massive selection of tracks actually modeled after real racing roadways driven on by the pros. Now, you would think a sim of that quality wouldn't come cheap, and you'd be right. The game can only be purchased through a subscription service, and each individual car and track is separate charge on top of that. In 2013, motoring journalist Glenn Butler experienced the sneaky nickel and diming pay model of the game firsthand. Glenn was tasked with writing a feature on online racing, so naturally he decided to hop on to iRacing so he could experience the most authentic version of the hobby. At first, everything was smooth sailing as he would offer a complimentary 12-month subscription of the simulator. After finishing his feature, however, Glenn found himself wanting to keep the subscription going. He also found himself regularly dropping $11 to $15 per track and car. 8 years following the end of his free subscription, he even admits to spending several thousands of dollars on a custom rig for his expensive new hobby. In his post opening up about his addiction, he refuses to admit exactly how much he spent for fear of leaving a paper trail his wife can find. But he does admit that he could have easily purchased a real race car with the amount of money he spent on the software, add-ons, and physical rig, which, I mean, you'd have to assume, what, hundreds of thousands of dollars? a actual race car, unless he's being cheeky about it and it's like 30 or, or something.
Well, it's not a Formula One car, right? It's
Well, no, but even like a race car souped up, I mean, that's still hundreds of thousands of dollars with the custom modification, all that kind of stuff. An F1 car is millions of dollars. That's a total different breed. Based on that admission alone, it's safe to assume that he spent at least 5 figures. I mean, if not 6. It makes sense why so many spouses would be upset to find a multi-$1,000 fake race car in their home. Outside the cost, the amount of noise these things make is a whole other downside to consider. One man, at least, tried to be courteous when he decided to buy a shady-looking police riot van through an auction. He figured he could house his rig in the van outside of his home to spare his wife and kids from the noise. Things were going well until one day when he and his team of other sim racers entered into a 24-hour race competition. When it was finally his turn, he couldn't get 15 minutes in before the power of his van was completely cut off. Furious, he swung open his van door only to be met with 12 police officers. Immediately, the man was pinned against his van and handcuffed as the police flooded into the vehicle and began searching his belongings. Apparently, the police caught the scent of weed coming from the van and approached it to investigate. When they knocked and nobody answered, they noticed the van was violently shaking. Not knowing the shaking was coming from the expensive racing rig inside, the cops thought the man was frantically trying to destroy evidence of the mobile drug lab. Eventually, after they searched his van and found nothing, they let him be. Not 30 minutes after the man was slammed into and handcuffed against his own van, he returned to his rig and continued the race. Which I will say, the journalist, does that not speak to how good the simulator is? If you got a free 12-month thing, you wrote a review, and then you're playing it a decade after.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's.
It makes me kind of want to try it. I would love to try one.
Oh yeah, I wonder if there's any places with a sim.
There's got to be some sim or something. I would love to know somebody who has one in their house to be like, do experience it in a home. Because the thing, it's like when you go to Dave & Buster's and you play a game like that, it's not like you can take that and experience the same thing at home. I'd like to see somebody's rig at home.
Yeah.
And see how that feels.
Yeah, custom rig.
That's what I'm saying.
They're making it way better than Dave & Buster's.
You would have to assume, and it's something that you could be like, fuck, I could put this in my own house. Just like any hobby, sim racing has the potential to get crazy expensive if you decide to full send on it. But there's still one more genre of sim game that can get even more expensive and throw its fan even deeper into a pit of obsessive delusion. Flight simulators. Flight simulators have come a long way since the first one dropped in 1980. What's once started out as a pretty crude imitation of piloting has become anything but in the modern day. Even pro pilots marvel at how accurately games like the most recent Microsoft Flight Simulator have captured the actual feel of flying. Using satellite images, the game allows pilots to navigate flights much like they do in real life by spotting actual landmarks like lakes, trains, buildings, and more that exist in real life. It's not just stretch to say that you could even chart a flight to your exact home address using one of these flight sims now. In fact, Microsoft Flight Simulator has gotten so true to life, real pilots use the game to practice unique and dangerous scenarios they might experience while on actual flights. Like, I think that they set that game up and they have like they have a full-fledged cockpit built, and it's like a thing that moves. And I think that's something that they train. Like, that's a huge rig they've built.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure they're just using Microsoft Flight Simulator as the game. Because the sim is often updated with satellite imagery and real-time weather and traffic, pilots and non-pilots alike can practice flying on real runways by using real airplane control panels. Couple all that with the fact that the sim only asks you to pay for the game once up front, and it's easy to see why the flight sim community is thriving more than ever, more than even racing sims at this point. Just like the racing sim community, flight sim fans are just as capable of going balls to the wall with their rigs if left unchecked. And if you thought racing sim rigs got expensive, that's chump change compared to the amount of money flight sim fans drop on their setups. Some fans admit to spending more than the cost of their car on their individual rigs. Back in 2021, Nvidia's modding team also found a way to dump 20 grand on their rig, pouring cash over a comedically powerful computer and motion platform that roll the cockpit as you fly. Now, there's nothing wrong with doing whatever you can to immerse yourself in the game you're playing, right? Problems arise, however, when that passion for realism veers into toxicity against other players. A streamer on Twitch was faced with toxicity when a flight didn't go their way. While approaching an airport, he decided to take a shortcut that ended up being a little too extreme. Desperate to avoid a crash, the player took manual control, slowed the aircraft, and safely landed. After the pretty uneventful stream, he was surprised to see a viewer report him on Twitch. They claimed his flying was disrespectful to the aircraft, to Boeing, and the aviation community as a whole because it wasn't realistic or professional. Fuck, man. The viewer also ended up threatening legal action against the streamer unless they followed a list of conditions that included never streaming Microsoft Flight Simulator again, never flying a Boeing aircraft again unless they earn respect from Boeing, which is ironic and funny, and taking and completing 3 years of flying lessons, which I would say that's such a level of delusion. And see, that's the problem too with simulator things, is that kind of participant, the diehard. I mean, the fucking crazy diehards.
Is this like a 30-year-old man-child, or is this a 12-year-old?
I think it's like 40s.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a like 30s to 40s guy for sure.
I could see like a 14-year-old who really got into it, like over the year, and he's just like,
I can see that too.
Disrespect that
Exactly. You don't treat Boeings like that ever. You hear me, mister? 20 years and you better show proof. I can see that too. Many of these delusional flight sim fans eventually get humbled, whether it's by actual emergency situations, their loved ones, or strangers online. Unfortunately, this isn't the case for everyone. Some fans end up taking their delusions too far and in some cases even go to their graves. In 2018, airline worker Richard Russell ended up stealing a commercial airplane from SeaTac Airport in Seattle and taking it for a 73-minute joyride. Even now, the president and CEO of the airline reports no violations of security regulations, making it unclear just how Russell was able to steal the plane. He simply arrived in a tow vehicle in the cargo area and climbed into the Horizon Air Q400 plane, starting the sequence to start aircraft. A few minutes later, the plane had taken off. For the next 73 minutes, Russell flew the plane and even began pulling off several stunts. During his flight, he would have several conversations with air control. In one conversation, the controller begins talking to the radio pilot saying, right now he's just flying around and he just needs some help controlling his aircraft. To which Russell commented, "Nah, I mean, I don't need much help. I've played some video games before." As conversations continued with air control, it became increasingly clear Russell didn't plan on surviving this flight. He started obsessing over pulling off a barrel roll, and he starts by bringing up the idea to the radio pilot. "Alrighty, hey, pilot guy, can this thing do a backflip, you think?" Again, the controller tries to talk him out of it, but it falls on deaf ears. Russell continues. Despite advice coming from pilots and air control, Russell ends up attempting and actually performing the barrel roll, just barely missing the water underneath him by 10 feet. Probably just to relieve the stunt didn't end up killing Russell, a pilot ends up congratulating him for the maneuver. Instead of celebrating, Russell seemed upset or kind of disappointed that the barrel roll didn't end up doing him in, right? He's kind of, I mean, like even what he says, it's pretty sad. He's just like, I thought that might be it.
I don't want to. I was kind of hoping that was going to be it, you know?
Unfortunately, the flight would end shortly after Russell expressed concern over one of his engines possibly going out, and he would end up crashing into the woods around 8:46 p.m. While nothing was 100% confirmed, after an FBI investigation, they concluded, and I quote, "The airplane appears to have remained in control and the final descent to the ground appears to have been intentional. If the pilot had wanted to avoid impact with the ground, he had time and energy to pull the column back, raise the nose, and initiate the climb." Ultimately, Russell's joyride was treated and documented as a suicide.
Damn. They had to put that fucking photo at the end of him holding the puppies.
Yeah, right, we can make you feel even worse by it. Which I've seen a lot of people, like, it's extremely dangerous. Innocent people could have gotten hurt, but there is such a, almost like the way that people have edited these videos before, it really is just a sad way to go. And it's the very human, like, back and forth. You know, like how compassionate even the air traffic control guys were with him and stuff, and it's such a fucking tragic story.
Do you think he always intended, like he wanted to go out with a bang and he was just like, I'm gonna do this and kill myself? Or do you think he got in the air and he's just like, I'm gonna be in so much trouble, I'm just gonna end it?
Even just the conversations, it feels like it's a premeditated thing. Whether it was to be a spectacle or something, I don't know. I mean, with stuff like, suicide, it's just literally the day. Who knows? You know, if he didn't do it, that it might have been a different way another day. You know, it's insane. And also just the fact that you have the audio log and this conversation it makes it so almost like not real.
Yeah.
You know, like it's almost so fantastical in its approach, and just having that documentation is just crazy. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a low-stakes sim game. If there's anything some of the earlier stories we covered show, it's that the hobby has the potential to be incredibly enriching, as is the case with most hobbies. However, know that simulation games have the potential to get insanely expensive and time-consuming. Right? I'm waving my finger. If you know you have an obsessive personality and would struggle with not blowing all your money on the sick rig or alienating yourself from your friends and family, maybe consider something else, right? Or just do it anyways. I don't give a shit what you do. I'm fucking whatever.
Go into debt for your hobbies.
You can go into debt in your hobbies. Who gives a shit? Otherwise, go off. You may just find yourself a fun new way to kill some time. Which I gotta say, all these things, I think it's fascinating. going in and like looking at some of this stuff, because you look at some of these games, they're almost like joke titles. Farming Simulator, and you look at it and you're like, who the fuck would want to play that? But then you like start looking at these streamers, these communities and stuff. It's just so like enriching when you go in. Like, I'm sure, I mean, like, listen, I haven't seen every single fucking streamer, no, but I will say these communities and stuff, it's less about the experience of the game and more so about the community and just like the hobby as itself. It's people who are like, I love farming, but I have no ability to do it, so I get my rocks off doing this. You know, you find it's just another way of finding community, or even finding something new about yourself that I feel like, what's the fucking harm in it? You know? Yeah, do people spend a little too much money on stuff? Sure. Should you financially put yourself or your family in stress? Of course not. But fucking, I don't know, man. You get one go around the sun, live it how you want. And if you want to simulate being a fucking airplane person, racing cars, or farming, I say fucking get at it. You know
Also,
what I mean?
yeah, there's no danger to it. Like it's safer to just have a simulation and, you know, do the dangerous shit like driving high-speed cars, trucks,
I
airplanes.
legitimately, I will say, this has made me want to get some kind of rig. Like the ingenuity some people have is so impressive, and these rigs are so enthralling. Like, I mean, me and Nick will talk about new cameras and just like gear, and this is like in that category where I'm like, that's so sick, being able to get these monitors. Like, I'd love to see conversations of even people like, which monitors are the best one, which are like, what kind of cables, what kind of like actual frame, like those kind of conversations I love having and seeing and like testing and looking at people's reviews online, all that stuff. I eat it up. So I don't know, it's pretty good. Simulators, who would have thought? Am I right? We'll see you next time, guys. Yeah. Get into that
Honey, you look like shit.
Yeah, I haven't been getting very good sleep.
Oh, really? Have you been having nightmares or something?
Actually, yeah, I have. The same one every night, which is weird.
Oh, well, why don't you tell me about it?
Well, it starts with a truck just on this dirt road. Yeah.
Well, at least you have dreams. I don't dream at all.
Winslow, hold that thought. I wonder what people dream about. Real human beings and not gross computer people like yourself. I bet people post it online all the time. I have to go find out.
I hate you.
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about nightmares. More importantly, we're talking about people's nightmares online. It's pretty funny. People post their nightmares all the time. I love hearing about people's nightmares because mostly they're chaotic and stupid. What other crazy things can your mind do? It just simply tortures you. It's our fears manifesting themselves into our subconscious. It's crazy. It's metal. It's deranged. It's kind of crazy because they can be about all sorts of things. Maybe a home invader. You ever have someone breaking your house? It's terrible. It's very scary. Or someone hacking up your body, which is very gory. Oddly enough, not as scary as a home invader. You could combine the two and then it's a real nightmare. Other times it's just, you know, your teeth falling out, maybe a giant bug attacking you, maybe you're naked at school, right? My worst nightmare would probably be if I was like in a pit of snakes, or if it was one giant snake. I don't like snakes. Anything involving snakes, I don't like.
Today's video is sponsored by our partners over at Factor. Are you looking to eat healthier but don't have the time? Well, Factor is here for you. Factor is a subscription service that brings nutritious meals to your door. All you need is 2 minutes to heat, eat, and enjoy. Factor has been my go-to dinner when I'm working at the studio. I like it because the food is restaurant quality, but it's quick and easy to clean up. Plus, Factor is flexible, so I can adjust my order sizes as I need to without any hassle. And with over 35 meals to choose from each week and specialty options like keto, calorie smart, and vegan, you're sure to find a dish that works for you. During the week, it's hard to keep up with everything, so skip the grocery store lines, the prep work, and cooking fatigue, and just get Factor! Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code PAPAMeat50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month's order. That's code PAPAMeat50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
I think before we dive into it, we need to ask ourselves, why? Why do we even have dreams? Have you even thought about that? I haven't really thought about it, so I looked into it. And this is what I came up with. Everyone experiences nightmares periodically, but only 2 to 8% of the adult population is plagued with persistent nightmares, which is Nick behind the camera. I don't think there's been a single day he hasn't come in and he's like, I slept bad. I was having nightmares. My dog woke me up. And they are often brought up by stress and anxiety, but many factors can induce an episode, such as drugs and medications, eating habits, sleep deprivation, and mental health conditions. Nick, I need you to blatantly say that this is a fine work environment.
This is a lovely work environment. I had nightmares before I worked here, so.
You could have not have said that with more uncertainty and like it was more of a script. People are gonna think this is a nightmare scenario. In the past, nightmares were considered a source of bad energy, and people who had them were in desperate need of spiritual cleansing, which I'm asking the viewers now. Is that you? Are you that person? Go with Christ. Light up some sage and put on a Shannon Blake song. Other people consider bad dreams a premonition for things to come. Which actually, coincidentally, the word mare in nightmare comes from an old Anglo-Saxon term for goblin, old hag, fiend, or demon that would sit on the person's chest, cause them to have bad dreams. And then also, Adam, you know Adam, the one from the f***ing Bible. Adam's first wife, Lilith, was the original nightmare. Lilith means night monster or night hag in Hebrew. I like that. I'm gonna start calling my wife Lilith. She's a raven-haired demon who preys on helpless newborn infants and seduces unsuspecting men using their wasted seed to spawn hordes of demon babies. This is also the origin of the succubus. Oh. A nice little succubus, why not? There's a similar story in the Epic of Gilgamesh where demons hunt pregnant women, kidnap newborn infants, and have wild sex with men after pinning them down. Dude, I need to read me some Epic of Gilgamesh, dude. The most common themes in dreams, it goes as followed. Showing up late, losing teeth, having insufficient clothing, you know, being naked in school. I never understood that. Why would I care? People see that I have a small cock. I didn't f***ing grow my dick, dude. It's not like I was like, oh, I thought I was supposed to buy a big one. Feeling trapped or unable to move or make noise. Realizing that you are about to crash a car. Falling down. Missing a flight. Forgetting one's luggage. Showing up unprepared for a presentation. Before we dive into all the internet's craziest nightmares here, I think it would be a good idea to have the man who runs the camera, the man behind the camera, he's laughs like an old woman. He's gonna come out and tell you some of his dreams, because if I have to endure it every day, so do you. So Nick, come on down.
Hi, Hunter.
Hey, Nick.
Hi.
Okay, so we're doing a video about the nightmares, you know, so.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell people about just a couple of your nightmares that you've had recently?
So I keep a nightmare journal because they have it so often. I had a dream where I was walking with my brother My parents and my other brother were outside for some reason. Then like I clicked the mouse and then my 17-year-old dog fell from the roof and exploded on the pavement.
What do you mean you clicked a mouse?
I was probably at my desk and I was just like, probably like trying to do something.
Oh, so your dog exploded.
Yeah. And it was very sad. I cried in my dream and I woke up probably sad too because he's 17 years old. We'll show a picture of him. He's beautiful.
Let's say what we should do. This dog needs to be put down.
No.
Imagine being a dog who's, what's wrong with it? He's blind?
He's blind, he has no teeth, he can't hear.
So he's deaf, blind, and dumb. It's Helen Keller, the dog, who's lived way past what he should have lived.
Did we put down Helen Keller though?
She's a human being, Nick.
Okay, well. It says, I had a quick sleep paralysis dream. I don't remember much. I was chewing gum and it was sticking to my teeth. It was so sticky that I couldn't get off my teeth, and when I tried lifting open my mouth, I could feel my teeth being pulled out from my gums. I stuck my finger in my mouth and tried scraping it off, but to no avail. I only remember the tail end where I couldn't move and everything was pitch black. For whatever reason, I decided I wanted to kill myself so bad I held my breath. This woke me up. Now I know a trick to end my sleep paralysis dreams.
I always forget that you have sleep paralysis.
Also, I believe the reason I had the gum bit was because of my clear braces in my mouth, so I like clear cracks.
Oh, I see.
I think in the dream I was so depressed because I was like, oh, I'm ruined, my teeth. I might have sleep apnea because...
you definitely have sleep apnea. You 100% have sleep apnea.
All right, so this one's from 2017, December again.
2 days after
Christmas. 2 days
Christmas.
after Christmas. What is up with Christmas?
I don't, you tell me.
This was a really long dream. I was at a school with a giant pyramid, and I used to be a custodian before I was working with Hunter. Like,
I hired a janitor.
All of a sudden, panic struck everybody around us. People were running and hiding around the pyramid building. I could hear people saying, he's coming this way, hurry, run. I didn't know what was going on, so I ran faster.
This is a school shooting nightmare.
Yeah. As I'm about to turn the corner, the people running to my side duck in some bushes. Out of fear, I began to follow, but it's too late. A guy with a gun is right at the corner. My heart stops as I slip and roll into a bush. My whole body freezes as I lay face up on the bush, hoping this guy doesn't shoot me. He's staring right at me. He's got a snapback hat turned to the side with sandy blonde beard and saggy pants. He then points his gun at me and shoots me 3 times in the chest.
I hope he doesn't shoot me. I'll immediately shoot you in the chest 3 times.
At first, I don't feel anything, then a warm sensation slowly washes over me as the blood begins seeping out of my wounds. I clutch my wounds thinking I can hold in my blood and stop myself from bleeding out. My vision becomes to blur as I lay there telling myself I'll be fine.
I love the idea of a guy getting shot and he's like, I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. Holding his chest.
Finally, he looks at me. He sees I'm still alive. He begins to circle around the bush. For a second, I believe he's about to walk away. Suddenly, he points his gun at me. In this moment, I lose all hope of surviving. He aims his gun at my knee and pulls the trigger. Sharp pains surge through my body. He points a piece at my crotch.
What are you processing in your head, dude?
Still thinking I'll make it out alive, I foolishly guard my believing that'll stop the bullet, or at least stop him from shooting. This does nothing. He shoots my off. That's my dreams.
Harry, you want to come down and say one of your dreams?
What are you guys doing up? Just talking about our nightmares.
Talking about our nightmares. Do you have any nightmares that you want to talk about?
I usually don't have nightmares, but I have had sleep paralysis a few times. It usually actually happens during naps. A couple times I thought I died because I felt my whole body like shuddering, like a takeoff of a rocket, and I just shot up straight into the air, and then everything went white, and then I kind of woke up like gasping, and I thought I died. It was very scary. No, I'm in sleep paralysis, and you just sit there and you kind of just wait until it releases you. It's honestly terrible.
That's horrible. I don't know why my crew is so plagued with night terrors, dude. Well, okay. Well, thanks guys for stopping by. I guess you can go back to whatever room you're sleeping in. I think it's really cute that we all have the same outfit, though.
This is a coincidence.
Yeah, this actually, we didn't plan this at all.
All right. Good night.
Yeah, it's morning, but that's all right.
Good morning. Oh, I'm going back to bed. Hell yeah. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well then, let's get into some random people. I asked people on my Instagram, my Twitter, my Twitty, and also patron members, all random people online who follow me, what some of their nightmares were, and these were some of the nightmares that we got in. Man, okay. When I was like 7, I had a dream. I was in a gymnasium and there was a science fair happening. My mom and dad took me to evil science projects, like ants getting force-fed to spiders or lightning being made into skinny monsters. One thing really freaked me out. There was this old leathery man, skin and bone, moles from hell and back, and the white stringy long hair dangled down and he wore a blue suit. He sat in this giant chair wrapped with this generator thing, and it was electrifying him, like frying him. His mouth was chattering, opening and closing really fast. His teeth making this clacking noise, and you could see every tooth. Scared the dick out of me, so I immediately ran. The old man lunged out of his chair and said, "Hey, buddy!" I woke up in a fully pissed bed. I don't think you had to include the fully pissed bed part, but I appreciate it. Also, this sounds like the ramblings of a child who went to a Spirit Halloween store and saw one of those animatronics. Whenever I'd get stressed out, I'd have a reoccurring nightmare that I was trapped in a room with nothing in it. I was usually naked. And as I tried to find a way out, I'd begin to notice bugs creeping in from the cracks in the walls. I was terrified of bugs back then. They filled the room rapidly and soon began crawling on my skin. I would brush them off in a frenzy and keep trying to unveil my escape route. Eventually, I couldn't keep them at bay. They would bite my skin and I would cry, except whenever I opened my mouth to scream, the bugs would rush in and I would choke until I woke up. The sound of their carapaces scraping together, the skittering noises of their legs, the feel of them on my skin. I still feel the fear thinking about it. That's pretty messed up. The idea that whenever you scream, the bugs crawl in. I'd never really give a about the bugs. You know what I do? I'd eat those motherfuckers. They crawl in my mouth, I'd chomp them down. When I was like 7, I had a nightmare about my family beating me with sticks. And just that. Your nightmare was just your family beating the hell out of you with sticks. It was pretty funny. My 7-year-old morbidly obese self laying in front of our garage, being beaten with random thick sticks by my mom, dad, and sister. I still don't know why I had that nightmare. My family IRL are really nice people. I doubt it, dude. If your family's nice, you don't have dreams about them beating the shit out of you, dude. When I was younger, a kid drowned at the pool across from my house. Me and my mom saw the dead kid from the porch. What? And every night I had a nightmare about the kid getting stuck under the ladder he died on and screaming my name from under the water, gripping his chest like he couldn't breathe. Then I tried to help him and he would always end up dying anyway. Every once in a while, I have the dream and it still creeps me out. This is the confession of a man who, as a child, watched a kid drown and did absolutely nothing to help him. When I was pregnant, I had a dream where I gave birth to a litter of puppies in secret. Is this a dog? A litter of puppies? I tried to hide them away and a raccoon ate them. I cried so hard I ended up giving birth to another litter before I woke up. The crazy thing is that I hate dogs in real life. She shit a litter of puppies from her I think she just wants to be a dog. Bitch saw Airbud and was just like, sign me up. When I was around 5 years old, I had a vivid nightmare where I was stuck inside of a Blockbuster. That sounds like heaven. It sounds like a fantasy. Got all the cookie dough bites you can have and all the movies you could watch. There was a man near me that would rip off the skin of his face, and whenever he ripped off the skin, he would proceed to eat a person near him in a single bite. He did this about 5 times before it was just me and him. Once I noticed it was just us, I was finally let out of the store, but he started to chase me down running on all fours. The dream ended with him about to catch me. One bite.
That's vor shit, dude.
That is vor. This is a 5-year-old child fantasizing about vor. This is why the internet's a bad thing. Once I had a dream where I was sitting cross-legged alone in a dark room. There was enough light to see around me, but anything beyond my immediate vicinity was just darkness. And in my laps was a rusty metal bucket that I was hunched over. I was sobbing uncontrollably while I dug my fingers into my mouth. The gums had the consistency of warm butter, and I scraped globs of blood, flesh, and teeth out of my mouth and shook them off my fingers in the bucket. Then I woke up. That is vile. I love that. First off, that description is sick. I mean, if it has a nightmare, it's horrible, but that's a cool writing. Next, let's go to the public. This is where we started researching shit outside of people sending me stuff, and we dug deep. And first off, I checked my own Reddit, and on my own Reddit, I did find this post, and I thought it was pretty funny. Dream I had. I dreamt that Papa Meat came to my room and stood over me like pretended to cut my eyes out, all while whispering in this creepy voice. Then he takes out his phone and shows me footage of him running around my front lawn in a bathrobe. While he's doing this, another guy walks in, sees him hunched over me with the phone and goes, "Is he your monitor?" What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Hey, psycho. Don't post that shit on my subreddit anymore, you psychopath. I don't like the idea of other people dreaming about me. I'll tell you one time that was actually kind of weird. One of my teachers in high school said he had a dream about me. That felt inappropriate, right?
That feels weird.
At the time, I was like, no way, that's cool. So when I was 10 years old, I had a nightmare that involved Barney the dinosaur crying, holding a butcher knife, and chasing after me while shouting, "You don't love me anymore," in his voice. Write that down for a Me Candy video. On a somewhat similar note, I distinctly remember a nightmare from when I was a kid, all in black and white, where Goofy's glove floated around my dad's workshop trying to strangle me, just the gloves. Write that down again for the Meatcan video. When I was younger, I watched the movie It on public television, and it scared the shit out of me. And I remember when I used to get scared when I was younger, I would go into my mom's room and I'd lay on the floor next to her bed. And I remember so vividly, I can still remember it now. I woke up and it was like as if it wasn't like a dream world. I legitimately thought I was awake, and I was like looking around and I saw in the foreground, and it was like I couldn't see his eyes or face, but I saw the rim light of the moon on his back of his head, whatever. And I just reached my hand out forward, and then I just heard this like crunching, gnarling sound, like that. And I remember I brought my hand back, and my hand was totally gone, and it was just like tendons coming out of my wrist, whatever. And I was like, oh! And I woke up. You want to say another dream, Nick? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I was 8 years old, and Martin Luther King Jr. got assassinated again. And then in that same dream, there was a kid who he got sucked through the toilet and the pipes.
I'm sorry, the MLK thing really fucked me up. What a weird dream for a child to have, that Martin Luther King Jr. gets assassinated again. I have a lot of nightmares growing up. Being 27, have left most behind me. One that was constant for a few years was Humpty Dumpty. Yes, the weird Eggman version of the old poem. He was about 7 feet tall and was trying to torture and kill me. The 7 foot tall Eggman. I was hiding in a room in my house, and my parents sat blankly, staring at nothing, not caring on my impending doom. He would run up, and I could see his creepy, demented face through the window. He would run in and be very quiet, just searching. On occasion, he would find me, and I'd wake up, sometimes screaming. I was horrified as a kid. When I think of it now, it was definitely one of the weirder nightmares I've had. Every story I've heard of this bitch, he like falls and cracks. I feel like I just push him over. Put up a picture of what the demented face would be. And then put like a little window and have him like look over real quick. Whoever's editing this, I want you to use your own voice to say, I'm gonna fucking kill ya. I'm an egg. Here's a little backstory. When I was little, I loved bagel bites. Dude, who doesn't like bagel bites still? We gotta get some bagel bites for the fucking studio. Are you kidding me? This is the only way to eat a bagel bite. You cook it, it's gonna be molten lava hot, right? You wait about 15 seconds. You don't bite into the bagel, you scrape off the topping with your teeth, all of it, and then you bite the bagel. I ate bagel bites for lunch and dinner all the time. I remember being in my house being hungry. I went to my freezer and found it stockpiled with bagel bites, which was normal. Trust me, we were a bagel bites family. I take several boxes out and put 120 bagel bites on 4 trays and put them in the oven at 500 degrees. I closed the door and left. And then I remember thinking,
Oh, crud. I left the bagel bites in the oven.
I scurry to the oven and open up the door, and I just see the bagel bites that are burnt to a crisp with cheese melting off and falling off the bagels. If this is where the dream ends, I would actually say it's a nightmare. Wasting that many precious golden bagel bites. I begin to panic, thinking of consequences of the mess I've made. I close the oven and go for a towel. I hear loud breaking noise. I realize that it's so hot in the oven that the light bulb inside burst. I rush back to the oven and open it up, and the most terrifying thing I've encountered in a dream. When I open it up, there's a block of cheese the size of an entire oven melting all over the place. That's when I woke up. It seems like the most irrational fear, but now I can't eat bagel bites. It has scarred me for life. More for us. You know, one time my sisters, we were making caramel corn, and she put 2 of the caramel corn things in the microwave to heat up, but they were still in the metal packaging, and it fucking like blew up the microwave. So funny.
Oh, God!
And my dad was like, son of a bitch! God damn it, Haley!
And she's like, I'm sorry!
And I said, so bagel bites, anyone? Did that come for full circle okay?
Yeah.
I spent 35 years in my dream. I'm going insane. Hi, I'm 20 years old right now, and I spent 35 years in my dream. At first, I woke up in my dream, and I realized it was a dream since I can't remember where I was before. Is that just a way to know that it was a dream? Okay. Then I woke up again in real life, and I proceeded my normal daily life as the same. I married my current girlfriend, I got promoted, traveled throughout the world, and even had a daughter in my dream. I even remember my wife's pregnancy, how she acted and the daughter's personality was. She tried to convince me I'm not dreaming using exact quotes she's using right now. Then I died in this dream from a heart attack at 55. God, dude, you chain smoking cigarettes and eating donuts, you fat f. And I woke up in real life. My sense of reality is basically shattered. I keep having derealizations and feel like I was given a second chance in life. I don't know if everything around me is real or not. I'm about to lose my mind. Any advice? Imagine living a full life in your dream and you wake up. Would you not just be completely scarred, actually?
I had something similar.
I'm just gonna start calling you dream catcher. Is what I'm going. After all these, you're just like, yeah, that's also happened to me. How did that happen to you, Nick?
This one, when I was dreaming, it felt like an eternity, but it was the same beats. Like, I finished school, met a girl, fell in love. We had 3 kids. One of the kids died. And then we were old and dying. I woke up, and then I was super depressed because I was like, oh my God,
After hearing all of these things, and especially hearing my cameraman have a mental breakdown on camera as well, maybe you're not having nightmares and you want one. Well, here's some techniques to induce some nightmares, okay? Some people try and induce nightmares the same way some people try to induce lucid dreaming, which we'll get into lucid dreaming here in a second. So why would you want this? Well, some people maybe just want to have a weird experience, all right? Why do people do meth, right? To escape reality. Probably not a good comparison. So anyways, here's some ways to induce some nightmares, you know what I mean? So immersing yourself in scary/horror media repeatedly. So watch a bunch of scary movies, interact with Nick. Waking yourself up. Use of alarms, as having interrupted sleep tends to cause bad dreams. So basically use alarms when you try to wake yourself up, because whenever you wake yourself up abruptly like that, you usually tend to have a nightmare. I didn't say this, just Neil deGrasse Tyson did. Eating spicy food before bed. No wonder, Nick. No f***ing wonder you have so much nightmares, dude. That's all you eat. All he eats is spicy food. I'm not even joking. I actually wonder if you didn't eat something spicy in a day, if you wouldn't have a nightmare. You think that's true?
I'm not gonna try it.
I'm not gonna try it. I refuse. And even apparently just sleeping on your left side, which supposedly increases your chance of having a nightmare by 50%, according to some tests, those tests done by Neil deGrasse Tyson himself.
I call bullshit on that, dude. I only have nightmares on my back.
Well, Nick, you do all these things and you have nightmares, so I don't know, maybe f***ing sleep on your right side and just eat a kebab without a bunch of spices. So here's a post from a guy who is a lucid dreamer. First, some background info. I am a lucid dreamer. I've had lucid dreams on a regular basis. I have heard of some people who can continue where they left off and stuff, but I wasn't as extreme. So as some of you may know, with great power comes great responsibility. Bro's literally quoting Spider-Man. That responsibility, unfortunately, was sleep paralysis. You know where this is headed. No, I don't. So I tend to get sleep paralysis once a month or so, and it is creepy. One of those horrible moments where I'd never forget. I was in bed. I had woken up from a lucid dream. I couldn't move. Oh, Lord. I forced myself to stare at the ceiling. And as I knew what would happen if I dared look anywhere else, during the moment, I heard the door slam shut, and somebody was sprinting. I looked. I had to look. I saw a child with a machete. He had torn clothes, not to mention covered in a certain red substance. Shivers. He was sprinting towards me with that unforgettable smile on his face. I screamed. Thankfully, I hear sound. I was lucky it wasn't real, and I got up. In the end, I think lucid dreaming is worth it, sleep paralysis or not. I am a man. On r/lucid dreaming, this is their best suggestions for inducing nightmares. So here's some more. I don't get scared by anything besides having nightmares, and it tends to be a bit of an adrenaline rush when I wake up. Sorry, I know it sounds like a weird thing, but I'm not sure how else to put it. And these were some of the responses, I'm guessing. Try wearing socks to bed. I know it sounds weird, but I know a lot of people who avoid wearing socks to bed specifically to avoid having a nightmare. Imagine some guy who's just like, yeah, I wore my Hanes socks and I had a crazy nightmare last night. I used to do this on purpose by eating lots of cheese before bedtime. Watch an extra disgusting horror film as well for best results. So cheese and horror films. I actually, for some reason, I believe that. Probably just because you're having a heart attack and that's your body's going into some kind of panic. I hear Datura is living a nightmare for myself, but don't do it. So you can smoke Datura. What is Datura exactly?
It's like a weed.
It's like a weed. It's like a kind of drug. Every tip report I've read that came from consuming Datura has been an absolute nightmare. I listen to trip reports to fall asleep at night and have had some crazy nightmares from that alone. I guess that'd be a good way to have a nightmare before you go to bed. Some guy just talking about how like life has no meaning and he saw the face of God or whatever. And they say that if you want to have walking nightmares for days, you need to smoke Datura. And some of the common things that people experience on Datura go as following. Common hallucinations are blood dripping from the walls and other objects, seeing deceased family members as they were alive again, smoking a non-existent cigarette, insects crawling on your body, the phenomenon called room jumping, where the user blinks and is suddenly in a different room with different people, and doppelgangers that can be helpful or hostile. Physiological symptoms have been described as red as a beet, dry as a bone, blind as a bat, and as mad as a hatter. Flushed skin, extreme incessant thirst, blurred vision, and psychosis are common when smoking Datura. Good name though, huh? Kind of makes me think of that movie Zathura, which is just space Jumanji. Not very good. It is determined a delirium, not a psychedelic, because people who are unable to determine reality or have a recollection of taking something to feel this way. It commonly results in people stripped naked, leaving their house, and causing unwanted negative behavior such as violence, harassment, and destruction, and ends with them waking up in a hospital room or jail cell, unsure how or why they got there. Just like the guy who started Kony 2012, and he was naked, and I think he had a nervous breakdown, and he was jacking off in the streets of San Francisco. that's real. Remember 2012, guys? I will say, for me, going to you, do not take Datura, as there's no recommended dose and people die on it all the time, so please don't take Datura, and if you do, please don't say that you took it because of me. That'll make me look bad. So, people have nightmares all the time. Usually they're very funny. They're very, very odd. To me, it feels like impulses. It feels like tricklings of your own doubts and insecurities. It also feels like maybe it's just completely random. Nightmares are not fun. I don't like, if I have a nightmare, why would anyone like nightmares? If someone's like, I love nightmares, they're a liar, because nightmares are very, very scary. I've never pissed myself from a nightmare. You did, Nick?
No, not a nightmare, just a dream.
So you're just raising your hand to raise your hand. You know what? You're like the kid in like a 6th grade class who's like, make fun of me. All I know is tonight, if you have nightmares, it's not my fault. Eat some fucking bagel bites and go f yourself. Have a good rest of your day.
Bon appetit, bitch. This, bitch. Let me handle this, bitch. It's not my fault this bitch is dead on her feet. Welcome to my world, bitch. Die, little bitch. Think you're so smart, huh, bitch?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about tattoos. Oh, God. Now, there was a little infamous boy on the internet named Boogie2988.
I have no references, no work history, and no education. And when you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife, and I'm also a pedophile.
And he just got through a whole bunch of stuff, and he tattooed the word liar on his cheek. I personally wouldn't have done that. That doesn't seem like the smartest move, but you know, it is what it is. And it got me thinking about all of the terrible, terrible tattoos on the internet. But I don't think I can venture on this journey alone. I need help from one of my first tattoo artists, my wife. Nick, stop.
Scaring him.
Allison, my beautiful, beautiful wife, did some of my first tattoos. She did this Cowboys from Hell, or I'll put pictures up of it, but she did the Cowboys from Hell thing, which is extremely good line work. Very, very good.
It was like my 3rd tattoo.
I was like flirting and shit. I was like, well, I mean, I could come in and get, I've been wanting some ink on my skin for a while. Okay, and I was like, I want a Sweet Panther head. She's like, I've never done American traditional ever.
That was
and
also my biggest one.
And it was the biggest, and it was the biggest one she's ever done. And it was not in her typical style. And I was like, I don't care, whatever. It's just skin, babe. She colored a little outside the lines. It's whatever. I was like, it looks great. And I went home and I was like, nah, actually, I was like, this is sweet.
Also,
it's
for
like typical
a college student for like $10. Come on.
Wow. It was very cheap. No, I tipped her. I tipped her good. I was like, take.
I got like
I put her in her bra.
I got like 30.
No, and then I got really drunk one time and I went and got this tattoo. Or I wasn't drunk before.
Fridays.
It was on.
Or no, Friday the 13th.
It was on Friday the 13th, but I got a wolf head with a hand in it, and I was like, I immediately went across the street to these bars, and I was like, took it off immediately, like, yeah, this girl, I just did this, and everyone was like touching it and shit. It got horribly infected, like bad.
I remember I walked in the bathroom because you didn't tell me about it. I walked in the bathroom and you're like over the sink, and you look like I caught you rating, and there was like blood all in the sink, and you're like,
it's not my. I swear. But I've never touched it up because now it's a fun story. But it just looks like a blob.
It looks bad.
Pretty much. But I dare I say people on the internet probably have worse tattoos than I. Actually, real quick, what was the worst tattoo you ever did? Not quality, but someone coming in and requesting something.
I covered up a guy's name and then immediately tattooed her new guy's name next to it. It went from Carl to Earl.
Oh, so did you leave the L?
No, I like put a rose over Carl, and then Earl was next to the rose.
What'd she say when she saw it?
She seemed to like it.
She's like, oh my God, that's great.
Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. If you have debt, PDS Debt is here to help. Whether you're struggling with credit debt, medical bills, collections, or personal loans, if you've got $10,000 or more in eligible debt, PDS Debt's here to help you now. Doesn't matter your credit score, PDS Debt has customized options that can help provide alternatives for you to become debt-free. And PDS Debt makes sure to understand your specific situation to find the alternatives that work for you. With one low monthly fee, PDS Debt helps you save more while paying off debt in a fraction of the time, saving you thousands in fees. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat.
It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/Papa Meat to get your free debt assessment today. Thank you for sponsoring the video. I'm back. Let's see here. Oh, have you seen the Boogie tattoo yet?
No, I didn't know
Look at
about
this.
that. He will do literally anything to get some attention.
It's sad. It's sad because it's a man who is it's a pathetic man.
I mean, in his eyes, he thinks he's gonna die at any second. He thinks he's gonna die at any second for attention. So he's like, might as well. That's epic.
Yeah, but he lied about having cancer, and that was the only way they. Yeah, it's the whole thing. Whatever. If I lied about having cancer, would you be upset?
I'd probably leave you.
Why? Kidding. All right, let's start this one. What about?
I really like how it makes him look like a man.
That is a believable optical illusion. If I'm being completely, that is really good.
I also like how his body is like a vessel coming at me.
It looks like a little Martian.
I don't know how he's gonna feel about that when he's older, but
I like I like his face. If I can't tell if he's either very upset about it or if he's just kind of like, yeah, that just happened. My boy Franklin.
Why is he so inquisitive with it?
My best friend Franklin do be inquisitive with it though. This is kind of like catching Ben Franklin saying, "What'd you say?"
It's I feel like it's for a money thing. But
well, yeah, it's definitely.
It just looks like he loves Benjamin Franklin.
No, I think this is a guy. This is a guy saying, "Holla at that dollar."
You're tracing. How do you mess the banner up that bad?
Yeah, I guess he's just like, I hope you don't mind. I only freehand. Yeah, man, go at it. I don't know what it is about like scrawny white trash men who have to have the most chaotic tattoos. Always like Monster Energy tattoos.
I really hate to be the dude that with us. You think?
I'm not a big joke tattoo person.
No. God. My God, rest in peace. Michael Jackson, 1950. That looks infected.
My favorite thing is the lips are gonna fade really bad over time, so it's just gonna be like a mouth.
A haunting.
Like eye.
Give me your best Michael Jackson. Hee hee.
Embarrass me. You actually want me to do it?
Yeah. Oh God. That, you know what? I'm gonna blame the Michael Jackson tattoo on that. Honestly, I also like how that link said "Rest in peace, King." Ew! What the?
Just creepy.
The clown with the nipple nose.
Ew.
I don't like that. Well, at what point too do you blame the tattoo artist for actually going through with the idea?
Oh, I mean, for me, if you pay me, as long as it's not rape.
You just don't give a. You're just like, I don't give a clown on your nipple. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing too, where it's like they can charge more, and if the person says yes, it's like, well, I made $400. So.
Yeah, if the person's like not drunk either, what are you supposed to do, Nick? You have got to get this Evangelion tattoo. This is some chaotic energy too. The rolled down long sleeve Pikachu socks. Motherfucker got bit by like a raccoon in the back.
Look at her.
Ew.
Look at her boobs.
What about her boobs? They look good. Those are nice titties. Also Shinji sitting there. What have I done?
I almost feel like it's trying to do a style, is why it looks so fucked up. Like, you know, the
Picasso.
like, yeah.
It is, because look, why the fuck is the eye detached from the face right
But
there?
they didn't go far enough, I guess. It doesn't look.
Well, no, it looks like a shitty, like, that Scholastic Book Fair how to draw manga. Oh, goddamn, that finger is beat.
They
Also, like, this is one finger, because it's like, all of these blend in together, so it's like a penguin flipper at the bottom.
Snakes' heads too. It's just a pee-pee.
The snake does look like a bit. What is this? What is this image even trying to say? What the is this? Is this Medusa?
Medusa, but she can't talk.
This is such an unhinged like tattoo prompt.
I think
it's Medusa, but a guy's behind her sewing her mouth shut.
I think it's to be cool.
Oh man, that looks like Leatherface. That Angus Young.
That is.
This looks like Leatherface. You could probably just say this is Leatherface, and people would be like, "Oh, it looks good."
The hand is so 2D.
Well, the hand plucking those strings, baby. I can hear Thunderstruck playing right now.
Oh,
I never understand the eye tattoo.
Eye tattoo.
How do you do that without f***ing up your eyes?
You just put a little bit of ink in it, and it like spreads out, but you need to know how to do it right. But it's
so you're not like actually gunning it.
No,
you're just like
you
injecting it into your
inject
eye.
a little bit, and it'll spread out, but it doesn't get into like the seeing parts. It's just the white part. It's completely irreversible. So if you do it, that's it. You're done. I hate it though. The body mod thing's not for me.
Way to be super judgmental, dude.
I am a little bit, yeah.
I'll tell you what, he's got me acting up with that tongue too. I'll tell you what, I'm like, even me, I'm just picturing what he's gonna do to me. I'm like, holy
The
hell.
amount of pain.
He's
That'll
he's just digging in there, dude. What would you do if I came home and if I had my ears pierced? Would you be down with that? I said I went to Claire's. You got your ears pierced, Nick?
I think they closed now. But yeah, I pierced my ears.
That's so funny. Can you imagine Nick with pierced ears? What do you guys think of this new piece? What if I had like 3 bars through my nose and I was like, "What's up, babe? Hey, ride Jacob's ladder, baby. What's going on?"
I would have preferred if you'd talked to me about that one.
What is that? Is that an actual hole in his body? If that's an illusion, that is
that
really
a
good.
natural dent? Okay.
What happened to the old boy?
At least he's having fun with it.
That's what my dad's chest looks like.
Your dad's chest looks like this? What the happened to him? Is he hit by a baseball or something? You're just born with an indent that big.
I've seen kids with like kind of more inverted sternum.
Yeah, but that is crazy.
Maybe it was an injury.
I'll tell you what the biggest injury is leaving your nipples that hairy.
Maybe-
Just shave them.
Oh,
if the
he
rest of your
should,
chest is
he
not
should put
hairy,
spirals around those, and then his belly button, and
That
then
would
he'll
actually
do a whole Junji thing.
yeah, a little Uzumaki vibe.
I don't like these.
Girlfriend bite mark tattoo. Wait, was this a trend?
I just think it's a bad idea to tattoo
I'll tell you what.
anything from a significant other that you're not like married to for 15.
I wouldn't even 15 years. I'm not going to get anything that like your name. What does that do? Also, you know how many people like if I got your name, you know how many other Allisons on Earth there are? Just it's like how was that significant? That guy's got some puffy ass nipples. Look at that. Oh my god.
Don't be making fun of.
No, look at this. Seriously, look at that. And that is some that whole. He is lactating. That's some.
They got stuff to look at. Leave them alone.
Oh my god. Life.
Live it fully every day.
Live it fully every day. That needs to be our new motto, dude. Live it fully every day. Hit that shit. Boom.
I mean, it's positive. I think he could work on the line work.
I don't like the kind of weird Southern mom take you're doing this. Well, it is a positive message at least. This looks. Oh my.
I thought it said
God.
That said flip.
I thought I did too. Also, is that Disney font?
A lot of shading.
That is the darkest embryo I've ever seen in my life. That is
I mean,
crazy.
I'm sad for her, but
What has even happened though?
it definitely died.
In what stage? Is that a baby?
It probably miscarried. Yeah.
Is it a
Don't make fun. Everyone, I feel bad because
Don't make fun.
She lost a baby. I feel bad.
Don't make fun. And you got a slug child tattoo. Look at the feet.
Without knowing what she said, if she
My
wanted it exactly,
God.
maybe he did a good job.
My God.
People grieve in different ways.
People grieve in different ways, but also people. Dare I see? I mean, this is gonna sound. I'm not gonna say it.
Nick, did you put this in just to cause controversy?
No.
Oh my God, that was a cover up, and it's to cover up the
Honestly-
Japanese. You can see the scarring of the
Honestly, the Japanese was better than
Well, can I ask you at least that? Can I ask you this? Would you rather have this, or would you rather have the alien slug baby?
Alien Slug Baby. Easy.
Oh, not me. The Jokler. That is. I just like all the weed symbols around it. I'm mad in the brain for weed.
Kind of like Two-Face and the Joker in one.
It kind of does look like Two-Face a little bit. I know exactly which one they're doing too. I feel like they're doing the Greg Capullo drawing of the Joker where he has like the mask. Shrek is.
Aw, ew.
There's a lot to unpack here. But why does
Sonic-
Batman f***ing Shrek equal Sonic?
Yeah. Neither of them are fast. Or hedgehogs. Oh, that's cute.
Stop saying things are cute. That's not cute.
I will say that's a decent joke.
It's fine. I feel like if it was more well done, I feel like it'd be like, that's sick. But it's just
between bad and good.
yeah, the
as
line
far as
art.
quality.
The biggest problem with a lot of tattoos is the line art's too thin. All covers 160. So that's the before. So it's a turtle with Indian feathers. Oh my God, I'm having a panic attack looking at that. Hey, but all tattoo covers 160. No matter what it is, no matter what size, 160. That's it.
I mean, you get what you pay for.
I mean, if that's 160 bucks, yeah. If you're doing a cover up for 160, here's a news flash: if you get a bad tattoo, you can get good people to cover it up, but you're gonna have to pay. Like it's gonna cost you some change. Kind of looking at her Bratz shirt though, huh?
Are you sure it's the Bratz shirt you're looking at?
Well, Allison, I'm sorry that I'm caught because my sister had a Bratz doll. I can't remember if it was Bratz or if it was the Barbie head, but she had the one where it was like that you could dress the hair up. But she freaked out because she put gum in it for some reason. And she was like, no! She ripped out all the hair. And then she was in her, my sister. She was sitting there and she was just like, nah! There was hair all over the floor. So then they would not bring any Bratz stuff in the house.
It's like a crime scene.
It would not bring any Bratz stuff in the house because it would like cinder over the, it would cinder over the edge.
I can see that.
So now whenever I see Bratz stuff, I kind of like peek over my shoulder like, it kind of fucks me up.
A war flashback.
It really is. It's PTSD. Artist gets a second chance to redo it with the weird pigfoot lady.
Aw, that is cute.
I don't like that. That's always some weird like fake goth art type thing. Every time I see that kind of stuff. Also, all those people who get like farm animal, have never been on a farm or anything like that. Just weird to me. Why? That is haunting. Those eyes, goddamn.
Is it like the tattoos wearing a bandana?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah.
That's
I didn't
his
even know
neck.
that.
I thought that was the back of his head.
No, this is. Why do people? I don't understand the. I don't understand the.
You know what it is? It's like intimidating. What's up?
It's like it's
is it
peacock.
like
okay,
how-
don't say dude.
Is it like how animals have fake eyes?
Editor, you better watch out for that.
Kind of looks like his beard is like the hair of the
What's
tattoo.
it? That's what I don't like. Is it looks like she's just like
a huge
she's got a big ass 5 head and she has like a little like what are those monks that have the friar
his,
cut?
His hairline looking fine though.
It's like a friar cut. What even is this? What the hell is this? Where do you find? It just says McQueen.
I feel like the average person has to know this looks bad.
These are all definitely done in somebody's like house. In a living room, and there's like King of Queens playing in the background. What do you think about all the younger kids too, who are like tattooing their thighs and like their legs are all covered up now? And they're like,
This is day 85 of giving myself a tattoo every day.
and it's like him, and it's like a little piece of cheese. He's like,
It's like without social media, would you still do that?
the answer is no. Oh my God.
Jessica.
Oh wait, that's that. What beer is that?
That looks.
It looks like a Nazi. It looks like a Nazi eagle, but I think it's a beer. Yeah, Tecate.
I'm gonna say I liked the Jessica more.
It looks like a
The
Nazi
wings
thing.
are different.
No, it's not. Oh, it is.
I feel like that is it feels
Oh.
racist.
And she is. It's a skinhead, so I don't know.
Look up SS Eagle, but don't put it on the.
No.
I just want to know if it's a
I don't
racist
think I want it in my before and after cover up. Local artist of 20 years experience. So we got a lion's face and a Punisher with the blue stripe, the Blue Lives Matter one. Oh my God. This is your brain off drugs. This is your brain on drugs.
Well, it's like a yassified version of the.
Well, it's just like it's like
before was so much better.
the before is way better. It's just like Chronicles of Narnia. Chronicles of Narnia. Oh my God. The cover up of the eyes.
I mean, it is better. It's just also haunting. Why does it have the eyebrow too?
So this time, actually, can we go ahead and put the eyebrow above it? We really need her to be in a neutral state. Oh my God. I never understand. Have we ever? Has there ever been a good tramp stamp? You have to be like ungodly hot to pull off a tramp stamp, right?
My parents have tramp stamps.
What? When you said parents, I thought you meant your mom and your dad. Well, your dad too?
Well, he's the one with it. Well, I don't know if I should say this. He doesn't watch the videos, but I don't know if I should out him like that.
If it makes you feel any better, my mom has a pink skull on her abs. Have you never seen that?
I've seen her stomach, I guess.
Yeah, she got well back then. It was very like kind of like controversial to get it, and I remember like as soon as my mom and dad got divorced, my mom was like, "I'm getting that tattoo. I don't give a."
Oh, girly.
Oh my God.
Why not inside the lip? What are you doing? Maybe she meant inside the lip, and
I think that's what she meant, is to be inside the lip, but
they would have to put the blue
the stencil, and then you would need to see the stencil to go look at it, unless she was like,
Nope, I trust you.
It's not technically bad. It's
there
just
has
ugly.
never been a better time for my ex to have the worst tattoo I've ever seen on his arm. So he just got that.
It's not great.
The only thing I
the
could
chain's pretty.
The only thing I gotta say is that if you're a straight man, it feels very
That's
gay.
really bad. Oh, he supports everyone.
Kind of looks like the Caesar tattoo I have on my arm a little bit. This the dog who likes trans, gay, black, everyone.
I don't like how the flag is separating his eyes.
What I don't like about this is it almost looks like a parody piece
Okay,
that
what
was
does
like
yellow with the black circle stand for? How many more things are we adding to the flag?
Okay, Derek Chauvin, good God.
I'm just saying, what is the yellow with the black circle?
I'm not gonna lie, I would with this tiger so hard. It's too
tiny little butt.
it's too big. Like that's a full back tattoo.
What?
But this is I would seriously, if it was smaller, I would 100% get this on my arm. The face is awesome. I love his tiny legs and his janky tail.
It's like his
Rawr.
brain wrinkles.
Yeah, he's like deformed brain wrinkles. Goku's never looked more badass. God, what kind of gelatin body did they tattoo?
What is with all the skin wrinkles?
This looks well, this is supposed to be clothes, Allison.
Using
Goku wears
his
gi.
Yeah, but why isn't it connected to like it's a shirt?
It's so funny that you just wouldn't understand. He's serious. This looks like it's tattooed on whale blubber. Like it looks like a cylinder of tapioca pudding.
A lot of petroleum jelly.
Oh my God! Why get a haircut when you can do this?
Wait, zoom in.
I'm not gonna lie, it's not terribly done, but I don't like how much like he tried to do like a 2008 scene thing where it's like kind of almost going in his eyes. Dude, the Rasengan has never looked so scary. This looks like racist World War II propaganda that they print. Don't let the anime heads get to you. Buy war bonds. That Shrek tattoo is horrible. Can you guys cover this up? Tattoo in question. My God, yeah, shrunk.
I like his little bow.
Yeah, what the f? They put the bow there.
He looks suspicious.
I always love these wipe downs. Look at this guy. Tomb Raider, beautiful Angelina Jolie, because people want that Tomb Raider tattoo. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I like her huge forehead.
I like her big juicy lips and her
Dude, the
droopy,
hands
her
are-
spike hair.
Her veiny hands.
That is clean. That's definitely, he definitely didn't do that tattoo today, but I think
No, that looks
this is
old,
an old tattoo, but still. What about Captain Jack Sparrow? Savvy? Is that a part from the movie?
That's what he always says after the end of like sarcastic, like savvy. And it's like, it's just cringe.
Wait, what?
You don't know what he says?
No, I
all the
didn't.
time.
No, did you know that, Nick?
I did not know that.
Savvy. Savvy. Savvy.
I just always say, I thought it was yo ho ho. Does he say he's like yo ho ho at the end of each movie or some shit? I thought that was his catchphrase.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I like how everyone has had their own experience of observing and digesting the Pirates of the Caribbean, what they decided to keep.
It's a big tattoo.
That Mufasa is faded. Wait, what did you say, son? This is Simba poking his dad when he's high on fentanyl.
You
Dad?
can tell they were like freaking out during the shading.
Oh yeah, you think? Yeah, were they freaking out? I like to think that he was like sketching it like it was charcoal. All right, there we go. We're just going
That
to
had to hurt.
go like that.
Just scratching it across.
Pretty good. We're all mad here.
You know that's the girl.
Ew, stubble right here.
You know the girl in high
Look at
school
that.
who wore Cookie Monster pajama pants to school? That's her
This
tattoo.
no shit. That's actually so true. Any woman who shows up with Cookie Monster or built like a Buddha
Well, they got
sweatpants.
the Monster energy drink tabs.
Yeah, they definitely. This was
They
theirs.
got the UGG boots on.
I'm fat, but identify as skinny. I am trans slender.
That Nikocado merch.
Some white trash fat. Look at this.
Be nicer.
Be nicer with that shirt. I'm trans slender. Her dude. God.
Oh, he's yassifying his little cute little lips.
I can't do it anymore. I can't look at these. I'm buckling under the pressure of the trans slender and the yassified Dobby. I'm calling it. For the love of God, if you get a tattoo, just think about it. Research the tattoo artist. Don't get tattoo. Well, actually, you know what? If you're trying to hook up and maybe marry one day one of your tattoo artists, getting a tattoo from him is not a bad idea. It worked for me.
And yeah, then I get to look at it all the time and feel bad about it.
And I get to hold this over. I'm like, remember this? Listen, if you're gonna get a tattoo, then get one that you're proud of, even if it's bad. I think bad tattoos can be cool sometimes. I have some bad tattoos. I mean, this is not a badly done one, but I got a goat one time because I got to have a get what you get tattoo. And it's a goat. Would I ever actually want a goat? No, but you get it. If you're going to a get what you get machine too, get what you get. I hate when it's like, well, dude, $50 more for a reroll. Just get it, pussy.
I say just ponder it a little bit.
Ponder it. Get the Magic the Gathering Ponder art tattooed. That would be a good tattoo as well. Zoom in. Nick, stop! Stop!
Scaring him.
God, come in closer. You're gonna have to get him on this mic. Dive on in here.
Dive on in.
All right, there we go. Chat one time. Say something.
Me?
Yeah, keep saying. Just talk.
TikTok.
Just say hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
All right. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about Disney adults. Oh, it's a reoccurring theme on this channel. I feel like to talk about Disney adults probably every month. It's always fun. One thing happened recently where there was a couple little lawsuits that happened over some disgruntled Disney adults. It happens. Who doesn't get disgruntled at Disney once or twice, right? But it did make me think, what are some of the craziest lawsuits that has happened at Disney? Whether it be from the Disney adults themselves or from God. if a Disney adult sues Disney, it has to be like spitting God right in the face. So today, if I can dig up some of the craziest, weirdest lawsuits online and just talk about them. And this whole idea of looking up these crazy lawsuits online started with a incident that happened very recently at Club 33 in Disney World. We are going to label this the Club 33 banning incident. Club 33 is an exclusive series of sophisticated and luxurious fine dining establishments for elite guests that are found within the Disney parks. This is where you like the Great Gatsby. You're not going to see Mickey in his normal overalls or his breeches. You're going to see him in a nice tux. Primarily, Club 33 was a place for Walt Disney to take potential investors. There was puppets that he would operate on the wall and talk with people. It was a very weird place to get drunk at Disney. I'm pretty sure it's the only place at Disney where you can get an alcoholic beverage. I'm almost positive. But when I say this club is exclusive, I mean that the wait list for a membership can take years. Even when it's finally your turn, you gotta be prepared for a $25,000 cost up front, followed by $10,000 each year after. Per person! Do you got that in the bank? You got $25,000 just to throw at Club 33? Sure, okay. And that's only for the Disneyland Club 33 members. At Disney World, it's $3,000 to join and an annual fee of $15,000.
Why the difference?
There's no way the Club 33 is that much different at Disney World, dude.
I bet you there's people who are like, I have memberships to...
Oh, dude, 100%. This is like the guy who's hoity-toitying around. He's just like, I got this new car. Yeah, well, I got the even more luxurious version of that car.
This is literally like Disney adults heaven.
Oh, dude, if you're able to be a sadistic, psychotic Disney adult while maintaining an income that allows you to be able to pay for this, you've made it. I think that's when you could probably be like, yeah, I'm a Disney adult. And they're like, what? And you're just like, Club 33 Disney World? Have you heard of it? But for a couple in Gilbert, Arizona, attending a membership was not an easy feat. It took Scott and Diana Anderson 20 years to save up for the hefty fees, as well as 10 years on the wait list. The 10 years is probably obviously a part of the 20, but combining both, 30 years. What would have happened if they would have been like, hey, you're ready, and they didn't have the money? Would they just be like, oh.
They'd probably take a loan out.
They probably would take a loan out, dude. I bet you anything Disney has a bank, just get a Mickey loan. They have Tears, we have a Goofy loan, we have a Donald loan, and we have a fucking Mickey loan. Or a Walt loan. But after 5 years of membership, the Andersons estimated that they spent $125,000 annually in Club 33, as well as the park. That's $125,000 a year. What are their jobs where they can spend this kind of money there? They often bring their family and friends along with them to experience it all as well. So sure, they were paying people's dues as well, but still, $125,000 every year.
I feel like once you're in the club, the drink should be free.
If I find out that when you're in the club and it costs that, and you're still out there like, here's your bill, I would be livid. If there's a waiter who's just like, there's your bill, thank you so much for it. Got a couple questions. That's been my funny thing lately. Hit my card on the beep or whatever. It's gonna ask you a quick question though, real quick. Okay, was that what it said? A tip? Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know what that was.
Today's video is sponsored by MeUndies. Kick off fall with being the most comfortable version of yourself with MeUndies. Whether it's watching endless hours of football on the couch or getting squats in at the gym, the breathable fabric of the boxer brief helps keep everything in place. And I mean everything. And MeUndies has a style for everyone, from jock straps to ball caddy. There are over 100 colors and prints to choose from. But MeUndies is no one-trick pony. Ooh, easy girl. They also have joggers, hoodies, shorts, and onesies, and more for both men and women. And their materials are sustainably sourced. Be your most comfortable self this fall with MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PapaMeat. Thank you to MeUndies for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
But their fun came to an end in 2017 as Scott Anderson had a little too much to drink one day at the park, showing signs of being publicly intoxicated, which is forbidden in Club 33. One of the cardinal sins of Club 33, can't get drunk. That's bullshit. The only place to grab a drink in the park, it's your favorite place on earth. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars here, and I can't get a fucking buzz going. Are you kidding me? I can't get a couple Mickey Mai Tais and start walking around the park yelling at children. That's bullshit. You should be given a pass to where someone's like, sir, and you just flash like your Club 33 membership right away. You just like fucking club a kid in the face. That would be worth the price. But Scott claimed this was due to a medical condition, specifically vestibular migraine. Vestibular migraine. Put up what that is. That's what I have, looking at the fucking bright ass light, dude. What followed is a lengthy attempt to fight the ban, going so far as to spend $400,000 on legal fees only to lose their case. Oh, that sucks. Even with the staggering legal bills piling up, the Andersons still plan to appeal. Diana told the media outlet, "I'll sell a kidney. I don't care." To be that mentally and emotionally manipulated and completely gone to be like, I don't care. I will pay anything to get back in that fucking park and Club 33 status. Kind of makes you think there's some eyes wide shut shit going on in there.
It kind of feels like Lucifer getting kicked out of heaven, kind of.
The Andersons do read like Lucifer getting kicked out of heaven, God's most beautiful angel. But you know, Lucifer, he's just like, what I wouldn't give to just go back. Now he's like sitting there and they're like, he's like with all the other like Disney adult with like trip pants on. They're just like, you'll regret this decision, Walt Disney.
So he's just banned from Club 33. Do you think he still goes to the Disney park?
I think he's banned from the park. Or is he just banned from Club 33?
Security guards found Mr. Anderson near the entrance of California Adventure at around 9:50 p.m. They claim he had slurred speech and had trouble standing and his breath smelled like alcohol. I think he was only banned from the club.
If he's only banned from the club, that's even worse. There has to be something alluring going on in Club 33. Why would he want to go back that bad? I'm saying if there's any crazy investigators on YouTube, I am sending you a message right now. I implore you to go out and find out what's going on in Club 33. Or, Nick, I was gonna say we should infiltrate it, but we can't. By the time we can get into the restaurant, people are gonna be totally done with this channel. Next up, let's talk about the allergy death lawsuit at Disney. In 2023, Jeffrey Piccolo lost his wife, Teng Swan, after having a severe allergic reaction eating at the Raglan Road Irish Pub at Disney World, Florida. Teng Swan, being highly allergic to dairy and nuts, chose the pub due to its promise of accommodating patrons with food allergies. That is so sad. Oh my God. Also, the way we said that makes it seem like I have a nut allergy. They're like, I don't care. We're gonna cook it how we cook it. After making her allergy known and asking for a confirmation several more times, the dish was never properly made allergy-free. Teng Swan and her mother were shopping while Jeffrey dropped the leftover off to his room. During this time, Teng Swan began struggling to breathe and collapsed onto the floor. Quote, she self-administered an EpiPen and was rushed to the hospital. Brutal, dude. When her husband finally got to her, only a small period of time passed before she had passed away. The elevated levels of dairy and nut in her system resulted in an anaphylaxis. In response, Jeffrey filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Disney and the restaurant. But shockingly, Disney argued that because Jeffrey signed up for Disney Plus trial years ago, the subscriber agreement requires users to arbitrate all disputes with the company. This would mean that the damages for Disney would be much smaller, and most importantly, the hearing would be completely confidential and not result in more bad PR for them. Because he signed up for Disney Plus, he's unable to get any kind of compensation, all because the motherfucker wanted to watch the Goofy movie. Piccolo stated he'd never signed an agreement with the park specifically. Even so, the terms and conditions would not extend to his wife, and this information quickly became a PR disaster for Disney, as people had no idea that their legal rights were possibly being taken away in order to use a streaming service. This reads just like the fucking South Park episode with Kyle signing the Apple agreement. Because of the backlash, Disney stated they would waive their right to arbitration and have the matter proceed to court. All right, fine. We'll go against the law and give this guy money. Because he's asking for a handout, we'll give him a handout. You, Disney. Piccolo is seeking $50,000 for wrongful death. Way more. Should be way more. $50,000? $50,000 feels very specific to probably something he wants to buy. He's like, sees like a jet ski in his house. He passes every fucking day on his way to work, right? He works at like a medical database center, and he's just like, every day passes, he's just... For whom the bell tolls, baby. I'd be like, give you 50 grand and the fucking Club 33. Piccolo is seeking $50,000 for wrongful death, as well as a mental and pain and suffering, loss of companionship and protection loss of income, and medical and funeral expenses. You know what feels kind of weird too is it feels like in a way this guy loved Disneyland stuff. It doesn't even seem like he's even trying to like get more than what he thinks he deserves in this case. It just feels like a guy who's like, he's not being greedy. He's just like, I actually need this for whatever reason. If it was me, I'd be like millions and millions and millions. Also, I'm never watching your stupid fucking movies again. The resentment I would feel. Maybe I'm just petty. Disney's just like, yeah, let me queef that out to you in your lap, dude. We only make that every half second. Are you fucking kidding me? Or how about we talk about the woman who was banned from Terror Tower? Now we're getting into the good stuff, dude. A woman named Denise Moody was banned entry from the Tower of Terror ride at Disney World for using it too many times. Because of this, she decided to sue the park for what she deemed as a medical necessity. How did she try to get that one going? If I don't go on the Tower of Terror at least, I don't know, 60 times, I'll have seizures. Denise suffered from abdominal adhesions and that's why she has to ride it. This is when scar tissue forms between the organs in her abdominal area, causing her severe pain and nausea. According to her, the G-forces of going up and down the 199-foot thrill ride help break up fibrous adhesions in her abdomen.
Ever since I've been riding the Tower of Terror, I now only have to have surgery once a year versus multiple surgeries a year. And it's the G-forces that going up and down, because the G-forces are in both directions.
Can you imagine her going up and down?
It feels so good!
Also, do you think she showed up to Disney World with a with the doctor's note? You're to go to Disney World right now, and you're to ride the Tower of Terror 125 times. There you go. Instead of pursuing practical remedies, Denise purchased an annual pass and was even able to land a guest assistance card, allowing her to access a shorter special entrance and ride the Terror Tower dozens of times every Saturday. That is so fucking stupid. It's crazy. She rode the Tower of Terror religiously, sometimes 50 times a day, every day.
I actually hold the record right now for the most rides of a single rider, which was 56 times in one day.
It got to the point where the park had to reduce her daily limit rides to 4 rides per day. In a blind rage, Moody began cursing out cast members and causing a scene. What the fuck you do? Cuss out Goofy? Get the fuck out of my way, pussy! Leading to her sending of her guest pass, a ban from Disney property, and an immediate removal from the park. You can't be cussing out Goofy and shit in front of the kids. In response, Denise Moody attempted to sue the parks, but Disney simply stated her claims are without merit. Oh, dude, what if she makes her own Terror Tower at her house and that's how she dies? Well, a woman locally tried to make a 200-foot amusement park ride in her backyard. Moody couldn't have been happier in the time of her death. Or we can talk about when a disabled man got stuck on It's a Small World. Of all the rides to be suddenly trapped on for a long period of time, is there any worse ride you could be stuck on than It's a Small World? It's hell. It's a personal, even going through it once is hell. For Jose Martinez, this musical hell lasted 30 minutes straight. When the ride suddenly broke down, repairs had to be made while riders were escorted off one by one. However, as Jose was paralyzed and required a wheelchair, there was no way to safely remove him from the ride. The one guy in It's a Small World. That'd be fucking, if you like look back, and there's no one else on the fucking carts, I would start getting the illusion that shit was moving.
Shortly, please remain seated at your votes. Thank you.
Hello? Not only was Martinez paralyzed, but he also suffered from panic attacks and high blood pressure. The stress of the ride breaking down, coupled with a seemingly endless barrage of repeating music, resulted in serious emotional distress. No shit, dude. The condition was aggravated by Martinez needing to take a piss, basically. He had to take a piss real bad. It's a Tiny World is playing on loop in his head. He's seeing fucking dwarves running around left and right, and Goofy's laughs behind him. He's having a borderline panic attack as it is. Martinez was ultimately awarded $8,000 in damages for pain and suffering and for disability law violations, which I am glad he got the $8 grand. Makes the guy who lost his wife over the nut allergy needed way more. If Jose's getting $8 grand for that motherfucker who lost his wife needs, I mean, millions. That is f***ed.
Have you seen the video? I think it's French people.
Oh.
I think they're, but they jump. They like jumped in A Small World and they like burnt the whole thing down.
I haven't seen people burn down, but I've seen people get out and like grab shit or steal stuff off the rides.
I think they burnt the whole thing down.
Disney has their own police thing now too. People used to keep getting on the rides and doing shit or like falling because it was like there's like a water track on some rides and stuff where people would be falling into the water and shit. But now if you get out of the rides, Disney police can like run up and they'll straight up like tackle your ass. Next up, let's talk about the woman who was tricked into being on the Matterhorn ride. Wait, so do I take a left? Well, why am I in line now? Oh, Joe, I'm sitting down on a ride. No! This seemingly endless stream of Disney lawsuits is nothing new into the park. Some of these goofy stories date back to when the park was only a few years old. And in 1959, a woman claimed that she was traumatized after riding the Matterhorn bobsleds. I was too, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? I was too. I thought I was gonna break my fucking neck riding that thing. According to her, she had no idea that the ride was a roller coaster and that she never would have boarded if she had known. Well, what do you mean? What goes on in the mountain?
I didn't know this is what this was!
She tried to sue the park and lost the trial almost immediately. In her anger, the woman accosted a Disney lawyer in the hallway outside the courtroom. She then put a curse on him to keep him from winning another case. And I'm pretty sure the guy won the next case after. If I was a betting man, I doubt the Disney curse worked. Or we could talk about the nacho cheese lawsuit. In 2011, a 4-year-old child named Isaiah Harris suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns after eating what was claimed to be scalding hot nacho cheese. I wouldn't have eaten the scalding hot nacho cheese if it was me. The family was taking their first trip to Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, deciding to dine at Cosmic Ray's Starlight Cafe. As Isaiah's food was being set down, the molten hot nacho cheese sprayed into the young man's face. Wait, so he didn't even eat it?
No.
Like, walk up to it, here's your food. According to their attorney, it must have been at least 160 degrees Fahrenheit. It was stated in the court documents that Isaiah recovered completely from the effects of the injuries. A $50,000 settlement was requested due to the damages and Extreme's emotional distress. Give the dead man more money! I like how they were even like, he recovered perfectly. Seriously, almost no signs of it ever happening. Here's $50,000. The guy who's like sitting there, he's like at his like wife's fucking funeral plot. He's just like, I should have asked for more money, I think. The $50,000 thing is actually starting to fucking piss me off now. She asked several times for the food to be inspected, right? And they're like, totally. There's no way that this is not their first rodeo, whatever, right? Because also, you know what $50,000 feels like? It's like if you get 1 million, more eyes are on you about people being like, you got a big lawsuit win. If he's like 50K, he's being modest. He just wants to retreat back, whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know. Or we could talk about, in 1989, a lawsuit was filed when Lonnie and Karen Boozer, great name, brought their 5-year-old daughter, Lindsay, to Disneyland only to be falsely accused of stealing a $2.50 piggy bank. Give her the fucking piggy bank, dude. It's $2.50.
This is 1989.
Okay, so it's a $5 piggy bank. After being brought to the security office for questioning, Lindsay glimpsed costume cast members walking around backstage without their costume heads. That's when the white girl found out that Mickey Mouse was a 50-year-old Mexican guy. It was his day job. You know what I mean? She's like, what? No! No! Also, I'd be like, yeah, I would ruin everything. Santa's not real. There's no leprechauns. Rainbows are just fucking, it's like something with the sky. I don't know what happened. There's no pot of gold, dude. I'm getting hung up on the leprechaun thing. This shocked Lindsay, as only moments ago, she was hugging and shaking hands with her favorite characters before being detained. Yeah, but you were also fucking stealing shit, dude. You're a crook.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. She definitely did it. The parents filed a $1 million lawsuit for being wrongly detained and noted that their daughter became depressed and withdrawn after seeing that her favorite characters were in fact just costumes, that they were just Puerto Rican and Asian people dressed up as Disney characters in giant felt suits. What do you expect, man? Supposedly, the 5-year-old child had to spend 3 months in therapy because of the whole ordeal. Eventually, the lawsuit settled out of court for an undisclosed sum. They actually got money out of that. The $50,000 guy, the death deal, is on. I'm glad we put it at the beginning because it is stacking up quickly. How about we talk about Pooh takes the stand for assault? This one is fucking tragic, so get your tissues ready because you're gonna be shedding some tears. In 1974, Robert Hill was doing his usual meet and greets as Winnie the Pooh. Suddenly, a 9-year-old girl began tugging at him from behind to get his attention. In response, Pooh hit the child with his arm, causing bruising and headaches that didn't subside for months. He Rampage Jackson, that little bitch. She's just like, Winnie! Right to the back of her. This, however, was a series of events according to the girl's family. There we go. In a recent interview, Hill stated that he was trying to spin around and playfully scare her, instead hitting her. Okay, well. I was just I'm a bear, remember? It's like you're Winnie the Pooh, dude. Where the f are you trying to scare somebody? A suit was filed against Hill for damages, and it was decided that Pooh would approach the stand in costume to avoid breaking character in front of a crowd. What? Because costume characters could not speak, only head nods, foot stomps, and big swings of his tummy could indicate answers. You're talking about a guy in a costume showing up who cannot talk, and this is over the assault of a child in a court case. And the person's just like, It took only 21 minutes to find Disney completely innocent, as Pooh's arms were, quote, inoperable stubs. That's such a funny way to describe Pooh's arms. That couldn't be raised high enough to hit the child in the face, as was the parents' claim. I knew that fucking little... They were lying, dude. Come on. Oh my god, this is the costume from the 70s when this occurred. I'll tell you what the stubs are. That's a great phrase for what Pooh's arms are. That is insane. Or the Typhoon Lagoon wedgie incident. Yes, a lawsuit over a wedgie, ladies and gentlemen. Emma McGinnis attempted to sue the park for $50,000 This is becoming my number 23. You ever see that movie with Jim Carrey? He becomes obsessed over the number 23. Mine's 50,000 now. Emma McGinnis attempted to sue the park for $50,000 after a painful wedgie left her seriously injured at the Typhoon Lagoon water park on her 30th birthday. She went on the Humunga Cowabunga water slide, which features a near vertical 5-story drop. According to the lawsuit, she became airborne before being slammed downward against the slide on the way down. The impact shot her swimsuit inside her, causing an extreme wedgie. I hear that the wedgie's funny because you usually think of your friend pulling up in his asshole, it rips his asshole up and maybe it bleeds a little bit. It's kind of funny. But to go vertically airborne, shoot down, and then the way that the design is made is that it takes your swimsuit, like rolls it up, puts it inside your asshole and your pussy, and slices you open like a goddamn cheese grater. Are you kidding me? I guess I have some sympathy for McGinnis here. After enduring severe internal pain, she was rushed to the hospital to find that she had severe lacerations, damage to her organs, and a hernia. This is probably the first one where I'm like, this is justified. Well, that and the allergy one, and the nacho cheese. Okay, there's been a couple. This one is this is insane to actually be fucking split open like a goddamn nutcracker essentially inside of a slide. That's crazy. Or we could talk about laughing at a disabled woman. All right, now we're starting to get a little more cruel, dude. In 2021, Joanne Aguilar, a 66-year-old woman, was getting aboard the Jungle Cruise ride alongside her 2 daughters. As she was physically disabled, she wished to ride the ADA accessible boat. Because it was unavailable, she opted to ride a non-ADA boat with the help of her daughters. When it was time to exit the ride, she struggled to climb out. Instead of offering to help, Disneyland employees laughed and snickered until she eventually fell back and broke her leg, according to the laws. I'm laughing because it's so uncomfortable. But the idea of a woman like, and people are like, and should have just waited for that ADA boat, dude. You know what I'm saying? What do you expect out of like 16-year-olds working at fucking Disneyland? Walt wouldn't approve, but this is 2021 era. Kids are fucking evil. I mean, what do you expect? You know, that's what I mean by what do you expect? She spent several days in the hospital and weeks at a rehabilitation clinic, but suddenly things took a drastic turn. Joanne contracted an infection and died from septic shock. What? It was suspected that the accident at the theme park led to the turn of events? Holy shit! Although Disney denied the accusations, a lawsuit was set out that sought compensation for economic damages, medical, funeral, attorney fees, and other incidental damages. We don't know how much she got. I swear to God, if it was $50,000, I'm driving my fist this fucking monitor. That's too much. That quickly afterwards? Are you fucking kidding me? Cut a check, Disney. Cut a check for more than 50. Even if at this point, if it was 51, I'd be like, thank God. This is an interesting case, the next one. The biggest scam that Disney ever saw inside their parks. It was 1992 at Disney World's Caribbean Beach Resort. On Halloween night, a young woman named Wanda Mary Normel was found tied to the bed in her hotel room. The room was ransacked, and according to the police report, she was viciously beaten and sexually assaulted. Mary sued Disney for $3 million for inadequate security. As it turned out, the entire thing was all a part of a detailed and coordinated plan. Mary was no victim, but instead a con artist from a notorious group known as the Irish Travelers. Goddamn Irish. One day, while watching a TV show about the lack of hotel security, Wanda's brother Jimmy had the idea for the demented scheme. What kind of program was that? Hey, so hotels have no security. Good luck out there. Like, why would there be a show about that? Wanda agreed to be the victim due to her acting abilities.
I would be the victim because I'm 4'9", and at the time I weighed about 98 pounds. I was real thin. And that I was a good actress and I could pull it off.
Her brother dressed as Dracula, met her in the hotel, and together they ransacked the room. Jimmy then tied Wanda to the bed. They both decided that it was best that the scene looked believable as possible. To achieve this, Jimmy beat the shit out of Wanda to make sure the bruises and injuries looked real, because they were real. She's like, I am a phenomenal actor. Everyone's like, we know, Wanda, we know. That's why I want you to be a part of this. She's like, fine, I will. I'm gonna punch you in the face 16 times and we're gonna beat your ribs. She's like, acting. I was in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Just gets hit in the face. The police ran a sexual assault evidence kit, but Wanda was already 2 steps ahead. She intentionally had sex with a friend of hers the day before in order to make her story look more believable. Ultimately, the amount of money at play was big enough that it began creating friction between the sister that was along for the con. Wanda's sister Jessie pushed to be her financial advisor. Wanda suspected that her sister was trying to steal the money for herself.
She was going to be my financial advisor. The check was to go in her name. And I said no, because I knew what she was going to do. She was going to get the check in her name and take it.
When Wanda refused, Jessie had a meeting with the police to snitch and come clean about everything.
I knew I didn't want a part of it, but I was in it.
Just Keep the money you have, you greedy bitch. Good guy. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? In the end, Disney kept its money and refused to ever speak on the matter. Jessie, the sister, had all of her charges dropped because she's a fucking rat. Jimmy died of AIDS before an arrest could be made. Whoa! And wanted to spend 18 months in prison, which she claimed convinced her to turn over a new leaf and become an even better actor. But here's the thing. Yes, we're talking about a lot of Disney, Disney adults doing crazy things. We haven't touched on any of like the crazy stuff that Disney has necessarily sued people over as well. There's some dark shit that Disney has sued people over. And one of the saddest events, and I think it's worth bringing up because it's so fucking horrible and I hate Disney so much, we gotta bring it up, which is the Spider-Man gravestone controversy. Because in 2019, Lloyd Jones lost his 4-year-old boy, Ollie, to a rare genetic disease. Because of his child's love of Spider-Man, his father made a touching Spider-Man tombstone to give him a proper send-off. It's just a nice Spider-Man climbing over. It's just, his kid loved Spider-Man. He wanted to remember, what he loved. To the father's surprise, Disney refused to let him use the Spider-Man picture because they want to preserve the innocence of their hero. I feel like I'm like gritting my fucking hands. My teeth are gonna pop out of their fucking mouth because I'm like... Lloyd became convinced that Disney was only focused on money, stating that they, quote, had bought him all the toys, but now that he has died and we won't be spending any more money, they don't care. Probably a good fucking point because they were like, well, yeah, we have Chinese kids making these 2 penny dot toys. We don't want people thinking that Tom Holland's on this kid's fucking gravestone. Inhuman shit that like lawyers and shit probably think, because lawyers are scum. They're the worst people on earth. That and car salesmen. That and realtors. This goes back to a policy that began with Walt Disney himself. It states that their characters cannot be used on headstones, cemeteries, or funeral urns. Although he was not permitted to use the image, Disney reached out and offered to illustrate a hand-inked, hand-painted, personalized celluloid that recognizes his love for Spider-Man. I always hate that it has to come to this, like, it's only public outrage, where they're just like, well, fine. We'll let him put Spider-Man on his dead kid's grave. And we'll make it hand-painted. Ooh, you want it to be hand-painted? It's personally for you. Like, I would never want to receive that. After that first initial thing, or I'd just be like, go f*** yourself, I'm doing it. Come remove it, I would like to see you try. You know what I mean? Like, that's absurd. But here's the thing. There's a lot of cases out there. I'm sure there's more that we could even go into. But for now, I think it clearly shows the weird manipulation of families at Disney is such a sad thing. You have these devoted people like it's a religion. Some people, yes, I will say, I think try to abuse the system for financial gain. Some. I would say the majority of these, though, were people that were helpless in a moment and just want to be compensated or to feel like they weren't wronged by the thing that they just desperately love. But you have to remember that Disney doesn't care about you. It's a facade. It's fake. They sell the idea of childhood nostalgia and imagination while they take every penny and every ounce of happiness, joy from you. All I gotta say is be careful at Disney World. It might be the happiest place on earth, but it is not the safest place on earth. Thank you so much for watching this video, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
My back! Sharon! Airbags, please!
The weapon facility is not equipped with airbags.
Okay.
Sit on down because today we're talking about cyclists. There's one thing I actually hate in this world is cyclists. I'm sorry if that pertains to one of you, but actually I'm not sorry. Get a new hobby. The constant battle between boomer cyclists, any age cyclists and drivers is an ongoing feud that will never end. For as long as anyone can remember, there has been an endless beef regarding which side causes the most trouble on the road. Is it drunk drivers? Or is it cyclists swerving in between legs? Maybe he hits the side of your car with his fist because this is my road too, damn it. It's not. I have even had my own gripe with cyclists while I lived in Portland, Oregon. I know, shocker. A person on a bike in Portland, Oregon, smashing your car and being a... That's odd. I think we were getting ready to park, following every traffic rule we could have ever done, and it was like the parking spots that are kind of diagonal. And as we were just like pulling into one of the spots, this guy on a bicycle speeds by and he hits the back of my wife's Jeep and just keeps and hitting it like that. He does, look out! And we were pulling into a spot. Like, I don't know what the and ever since then, I'll be honest, I'm a little biased. I've had an issue with cyclists. I think it's a gross hobby. Also, don't act like you're saving the world riding a bicycle. Can I just say that too? I'm a barista, and I'm going to my coffee job on my bike, not using fossil fuels. You can't afford a car. Just say that. Can you say that? You're probably just like, I had too many. They took away my license. Don't need a license to ride a bicycle. Whichever side's to blame, one thing's for sure. Things have gotten so heated that both sides are responding in extreme ways. And of course, there's been some viral videos of maybe older bicyclists getting in little heated debates, let's just say, with young drivers. And today I think we're gonna look at where did this feud start, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and where the hell are we going in the future? And for me, it's gonna be in a car, because I want to get there in one piece. One Piece! Which, first off, let's just explain the feud. Cyclists often complain that drivers do not share the road with them, or return the same respect they receive on the road. See, already. I'm like, when have you ever seen like a respectful cyclist? They say that there's a lack of instruction in driver's ed about how to properly navigate the road with cyclists present. Because most drivers do not have experience cycling on the road, there's a lack of understanding for the other side. So cyclists are just like, drivers are retarded, and they don't understand that we ride, we pedal, and we have 2 wheels and not 4. They're probably looking at us like we're aliens. I mean, they can't even understand the concept of a bicycle. I doubt it. Drivers, however, say cyclists act like they own the road, refusing to abide by the rules and often slow down all the other drivers. You know what I say to that? Point to the drivers. Is that not true? How many times have you been like, you know, like just waiting, whatever, and there's a guy out there. He's all up. Have you seen that video of like the chick, the foamy ass? And people are like, it's normal. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen foamy ass before in my life, even if it is normal.
A lot of comments are saying that's hot.
Oh, that forbidden sea foam.
Does this annoy anyone else? Get off the road or cycle faster.
You ever take a turn and you just see a cyclist and you're like, here we go. You know what I mean?
All the time.
I wish that sometimes there was purge rules and I got to just like, maybe not tap the brake and maybe just kind of hammer the accelerator down a bit and just see what happens. It's purge day.
Well, there's nothing worse than being in a tractor with a trailer on the back and being stuck behind one of these buggers going up a hill.
Buddy, you can take the tractor around them. At the same time though, you can't be the cyclist and hear like a giant tractor behind you and just be like, this is obnoxious, the amount of bicycles there are. How the f do you get into a place in your life where you're like, gonna meet the guys at a local coffee spot and just see if we can't do 12 miles today? A gang of bicyclists, and they all have the same like nylon fiber outfits with their f***ing alien helmets for wind resistance. You know what I mean? They would argue that the lack of cycling education leads to a lack of arm signaling. Obeying traffic lights, taking up multiple lanes, and blocking cars. Here's a solution. Run them over. Put the credits to the video. It's done. Kill every cyclist. That's my deal. If you ride a bicycle, you deserve to die. That's the video. This disconnect has led to a long-standing hatred that can sometimes result in irrational hostility and violence. I think it might be rational. But let's get into a little viral clip you may have seen recently. It tickled me to no end. A little tickle me Elmo kind of action. It was Gary Peacock and Pierce Kimpton in a viral video. 74-year-old cyclist Gary Peacock took matters into his own hands by detaining 22-year-old driver Pierce Kimpton. A cyclist did a citizen's arrest. Father Time got off of his bicycle and performed a fucking citizen arrest on a 22-year-old. Peacock claimed that Kimpton nearly hit him with his car trying to pass him on the road. When Kimpton parks his car to skateboard with his friend, he finds that Peacock has followed him to give him a piece of his mind. He's just like, you son of a bitch, and cycles after him. In the video, Kimpton speaks to Peacock from inside his car, claiming that he gave the cyclist enough room. Peacock then aggressively opens the car door and fights to keep it against Pierce.
I've got a very aggressive teenager here that almost hit me in the car.
When Kimpton tries to get out, he is held back and told he's not leaving until police show up and demand they give him a ticket. He tells Kimpton, quote,
if I have it my way, you're going to jail.
Which, you know, I just want to say, I would understand getting a little spooked, you know, somewhere like, holy shit, whatever, but to then be like, you motherfucker, and like to be angry, that whole like to follow him and then still just be like, you're going to jail! A bit of an overreaction. Nothing happened. Right? Eventually, the police arrive to break up the confrontation. The officer quickly decides that not only will Kimpton be fined $130 for being too close to the cyclists on the road, but Peacock will also receive a $160 fine for disorderly conduct.
Why am I getting, for what?
because you were aggressive to him.
Peacock insists that he should have a right to detain someone until police arrive. The officer lectures him like a child and tells him that he's being too aggressive to the child. You're 74, he's 22. What are you thinking?
Criminal citation? Yes. Yes. Because that behavior is criminal. You don't get to act like that to people.
Peacock gets riled up, frantically trying to explain that he no longer wants to press charges now, that it means he has to get a citation. But it's too late. The officer is fed up. What did this solve? Nothing. Both people got in trouble. I don't like that.
The cop says, I'm giving you this fine, but once the court sees the footage, it's going to go away.
Oh, okay, so he's just like, you know what? I'm going to give you this because this geriatrical is driving me insane, but don't worry. I just want to bring this point up because I have made it very clear that my rage for cyclists knows no bound. And I'm going to try to give you some facts and mostly opinions, on why you should share the same hatred too. I'm angry, and you should be too! Drivers may have irrational anger towards cyclists, but how can you not want to pick on people like this, dude? People say, oh, you're talking, but you look like that. Oh, really? Well, do I look like this? Yeah, I don't, all right? I'm not a big advocate for judging people with how they look, but if you're a cyclist and you wear those goofy-ass outfits, I think it's free game. Is it not? I have to do it. I must. See, this is the problem, dude. This is the fucking problem. People get so bought into dumb hobbies and everything else, they have to make it their entire identity, especially when it comes to, and I'll say it, dude, as a fat piece of shit, people who make like some kind of working out their entire identity, worse people. It's the same way I look at people making like, I don't know, a show. Remember when The Office was a whole thing and that became people's identities was The Office, or like Harry Potter, anime? It's the same stuff. The athletes or people that do these things hold the notion over that it's like, yeah, I don't think I could really live without it, and I'm just a lot healthier because of it. Does that make sense? Is that a good?
So you're saying you don't like people who commit their life to sports?
That's not what I said. You can commit your life to a sport. I have more respect for you if you can. I'm saying when you make it your personality. The people wearing the alien helmet, nylon fiber outfits, and they're going on a trail ride, and they're not competing. Who was that for? Other than for you to be like, I'm a part of the clan. I'm a part of the tribe. If that doesn't make any sense, don't keep it in the video. I'm just saying my gripes. In 1992, a man named Carlson was fed up with how aggressive cyclists were treated. It was common to have insults hurled at you, and in some cases, even being bumped on the road. Good citizen. He decided to take to the streets alongside a giant group of cyclists to ride home, using the strength in numbers to force cars to let them have the road. This is what became known as critical mass. But what exactly is critical mass? Critical mass became a long-standing monthly cycling event where hundreds of cyclists would gather and flood the streets. It was essentially a party that traveled in a group across the city. Are you on my side yet? A petty group of 100 cyclists, 100 baristas getting together and being like, we're gonna go throughout the whole street. All of them. I don't care. During rush hour. People will just work 9 hours. I don't care. Gotta get my cardio in. And they have to suffer. It took place on the last Friday of every month. The last Friday of every month! You have to rearrange your plans for the cyclist in the city, okay? The main goal of critical mass is to essentially send a message to drivers that the streets belong to more than just them. Because of this, part of the event is to irritate drivers for being selfish and for not sharing the space. By being selfish and being a petty piece of shit who has to dress in the nylon thing with the alien helmet and ride around with their gay friends. Keep the gay in. I'm saying gay as in not cool, not homosexual, Nick. This is likely because there was no proper accommodating infrastructure to allow cyclists to travel safely alongside traffic. Probably because when people were building cities, they never thought, God, there's gonna be freaks roaming the streets on 2 wheels, riding around. Everyone else in the world is in cars. Anything for bikes? That person was probably stoned to death. Anybody back in the day who's like, what about bikes? What about bicycles? They probably took one of those like the stone slings and they're like, you know what I mean? Whoosh. It was common for them to completely take over the road, getting in the way of any driver who happened to be near them. So petty. Like a guy's just driving, they're just like, ooh, 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 ooh. I'm turning! I'm turning! They even created their own move called corking, which is when you and other cyclists purposely cut off intersections to allow the swarm to push through safely and uninterrupted. Corking! My God, there's even a diagram of how it's done. I want to reiterate, I don't care if you ride bicycles. If a guy's like, sure, man, I'll go. Like mountain biking or whatever. You know how hard that must be? Insane. Imagine a guy's like, sure, yeah, I love riding. Yeah, that's cool. Where are we going? Downtown. Have you corked yet? Critical mass is no longer practiced as much today, except for a few cities here and there like San Francisco, where it originated from. That's odd. Probably Portland. While this event had a clear purpose, it likely caused several unknowing drivers encountering it to further deepen their personal hatred of cyclists.
Oh shit.
Way to go. Yeah, exactly. This is where some serious hatred, especially whenever you are driving home, to be inconvenienced in any way on your drive home from work. That's where some real shit starts, dude. That's where real hatred starts. And one of the major reasons it's not here anymore was the 1997 critical mass disaster. The bigger the critical mass became, the longer that drivers had to sit and wait when they eventually blocked their intersection. This resulted in the hatred of cyclists to grow bigger and bigger. This all came to a head in 1997 during critical mass, when around 5,000 cyclists began their usual monthly ride. 5,000. San Francisco police approved this and created an approved route that they would be allowed to travel on, strongly urging them to use it. They're like, you know what? 5,000 freaks on bikes. Sure. Alien helmets, your suits, whatever else you want to have, leotards, foams, whatever else you guys want to have. Just use this route, please, would you? Please? But they opposed to this, and it was decided that the police would attempt to fully shut down the event. This led to thousands of cyclists breaking off into groups, essentially swarming the entire city and creating hours of widespread traffic in an attempt to avoid being herded by the police. If you are not a cyclist hater, how are you still not by now? Drivers and cyclists were at each other's throats. People were screaming, throwing things, and spitting at each other. Hundreds of cyclists were being arrested, some in brutal fashion. Love that. Love this. Man, I wish we had some B-roll. I wish we had from this event just a guy with a billy club just being like, stop it! Dragging a guy off his like mongoose bike. Just hitting his shins real hard. Is that wrong? Is that too much?
No.
While it was incredibly dangerous and chaotic, it actually pushed the city to create bike lanes and help cyclists share the space with drivers. If this was a form of protest, it definitely succeeded. That's why I have zero respect for San Francisco. The three main reasons I hate San Francisco: 1, the Giants; 2, the Golden Gate Bridge. Too many people jump off of it. Just figure that out. 3, they really help push bicycle lanes. And for that, I think that the city should be burned to the ground. Thank you. And good night. Okay. Or we can talk about something cool like in 2011, when a critical mass event in Brazil ended in tragedy as a driver drove his car through a massive group of cyclists. You push people to the brink, Nick. You push them to the edge. This man responsible was a 47-year-old man named Ricardo Nice, who was fed up of being held up by the group. He claimed that nearby participants were threatening to flip over his car and that he sped away from them in an act of self-defense. Another cyclist who witnessed the event claimed that Ricardo simply wanted to get past them and that he was in fact the person dishing out threats. I'm gonna go on a limb here and definitely say Ricardo was probably in his car and he's just like, fucking move! And after he didn't respond, he's like, good. He just, you know what I mean? 16 people were caught in the crash and many were left with severe injuries. Luckily, nobody died. I will say at the beginning of the video, I don't condone this. I know I'm joking around a lot, but I want to say that the way that they were, it was too much of a leisurely stroll. If it was another thing too, if it was like they're really going at it, they're going fast, I think it'd be a different thing. It just seems like complete and utter protest of like, we're gonna take our time, right?
That's what it is. It's always a protest.
Why do I feel like you have a bicycle?
No.
I could definitely see you being a cyclist, dude. That's f***ed up. Or we could talk about when a furious driver bit a cyclist's ear. Now we're getting to the part of the video that I like. In 2009, a driver named Curtis Cross from Indiana got into a heated exchange with Jeffrey Guffey, a cyclist. The alternation ended with Curtis biting off a chunk of his earlobe. God damn! Curtis had been driving fast on the road in his pickup truck when Jeffrey yelled at him to slow down. Already, dude. Dude, cyclist, don't act brave. If you have a guy from Indiana in a like double F-250, slow down, asshole. You better believe them brake lights are coming on. You know what I mean? After being flipped off, Curtis abruptly parked his truck and charged towards Jeffrey's. Just grabbed him. What started as a fight between the two ramped up fast. According to Jeffrey, he struck him to the ground and proceeded to bite his ear off and spit the chunks out directly in his face. Awesome. Curtis' lawyer claimed it was self-defense and his use of force was justified. Well, you know. Curtis was ultimately released from jail with a $3,200 bond. Curtis looks like a guy that would bite somebody's ear off.
Have you ever rid your bike and someone got mad at you?
No. No, because I am on a bike. If I was ever in someone's way, I'd be like, oh, sorry about that. Or in 2007, police arrested 34-year-old Yonan Inouye after he stabbed a driver during a heated fit of rage. In the middle of a busy intersection, a male driver cut off Yonan as he was cycling beside him. Enraged, he caught up to the car and began a verbal confrontation. When both of them stopped to argue, Yonan suddenly pulled out a screwdriver and began to stab the man in the neck and face through the window. He was charged with aggravated assault and assault causing bodily harm. The victim was sent to the hospital with injuries that, while severe, were not life-threatening.
Got stabbed in the f***ing neck and
got stabbed in the 6 or 7 times, and he's just like, I'm good, I'm fine. In 2008, 2 people were brutally injured after an irritated driver was fed up with driving alongside cyclists in a city. Don't blame him. Christopher Thompson, a surgeon, he's even a doctor, Nick. He's a doctor, a learned man. Thompson was sick and tired of sharing the road with cyclists in his home, going so far as to tell police later on that he wanted to, quote, teach them a lesson. This is a learned man, a surgeon, all right? How many years of medical school he had to go through to be in this? Do you think he's level-headed? I think he is. No, I think he is. To do this, he purposely passed the 2 of them in his car before slamming on the brakes. He brake checked him. This caused Ron to slam his face onto the back window, resulting in breaking his front teeth and nose, as well as slashing his face. Christian, however, had his shoulder separated and he tumbled onto the road. How sick would it be if he got out of his car though and he gave him his surgeon thing? He's like, I can clear that up for you. Puts it in his pocket. In an attempt to gain sympathy, Thompson assured the judge that he was merely frightened by the cyclists and wanted photos of their suspicious behavior. I agree. He's a learned man, Nick. Don't act, Nick. You look very confused. I was afraid too. I've been afraid of cyclists. It makes sense to me. I think he's gonna get out of this okay. This was not received well. He had already been convicted of an aggressive encounter with 2 other cyclists only days prior. Poor guy had hate in his heart, bloodshed. In 2010, he cried his eyes out as he apologized to the 2 cyclists before being sentenced to 5 years in prison. I think it's a bit steep for bicyclists, really. Hopefully no one needs a surgeon for their heart. Or in 2022, Mark Gringle had an altercation with an insane driver that ended up with him in a wheelchair. In Ravensdale, Washington, Gringle was training for an Ironman triathlon. While cycling on the road, a car sped past him and just barely rammed into him. And Gringle admits to flipping off the man as he flew by, and the driver reacted by parking his car to prepare for an altercation. If you ever feel wronged in your life, it's okay. You don't need to flip anybody off, especially if you're, I'm not to be sexist or anything, if you're a woman and you like flip off a crazy guy, you have no idea. You have no idea what could happen. Happened to my wife. I was so upset when she's like, yeah, a guy ran past and I flipped him off. A guy just like ran into her, it broke off the fucking front bumper of her car and he drove away. We never even knew who he was. If you're ever just slided, bury it deep and yell something in your head, but just let it slide. You never know where someone's at with teetering on the verge of insanity. You could have a guy, you could flip somebody off, he just gets out and beats you to death with a pipe. Just let it be, dude. Let kids have their, because they're like, hey, I win. But then they have to go home to their pathetic life inside their own mental prison. So who really wins? Gringle began panicking and tried to pass by the car quickly. As he attempted to, he was brutally assaulted to the point of losing consciousness. Wait, so what is that? What does that mean? He's like, oh, he get grabbed? What happened? His pelvis, collarbone, and ribs were broken. My God, his lung was punctured as well. Just let people just go. My God. He was bound to a wheelchair for several months. He stayed hopeful that he would recover sooner and be able to cycle once again, but the man responsible for the hit and run was nowhere to be found. Dang it. Darn it. I hate that. I'm sure they'll find him one day. Or in 2024, 2 cyclists were chased down and shot at during a charity event. Cyclists took part in a 16-mile ride to End Hunger charity event. A 16-mile ride to end hunger. I think by the end of this, there's going to be a lot of full bellies. Let's go, guys. Which angered 66-year-old David Earl Buston. He was fed up with the cyclists taking up room on the road, getting in the way. He quickly swerved around them, attempting to force them off the road. Instead of going on about his day, he decided to get back at them for inconveniencing him. Buston parked his car and loaded a Winchester Model 1300 shotgun. He shot 3 rounds toward the passing cyclist and missed every shot. He was found by police and taken into custody, later being charged with first-degree assault and reckless endangerment. What a dipshit. How can you be that angry? Like, don't get me wrong, I hate cyclists, don't get me wrong, but to pull over and just be like, I'm gonna kill him. And then you go about, you miss every shot. What are you, a fucking moron? My God. And lastly, in 2017, cyclist John Weisenberger was nearly run over by an enraged driver after confrontation on the road. 55-year-old Matthew Engel had turned onto the street to find Jan taking up the center of the lane. Furious, Engel pulls up next to him and begins screaming at him. After a heated back and forth, Engel drives past him only to put the car in reverse and attempt to run the man over. As Jan tells him he's on camera, the enraged driver screams that he's going to get his shotgun and shoot his head off before driving away.
You're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera, motherfucker. Come here.
That's the opposite reaction. You're on camera. Cool. I'm gonna murder you on camera. Matthew Engel has been charged with reckless driving and declines to comment on what took place that day. He was risking facing up to 90 days in prison for his violent actions. He was thrown out after Engel proved to be taking anger management classes. Wow. So he's just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And the judge is just like, it's fine. He's taking anger management classes. He didn't really do it, did he? Here's the thing. Drivers and cyclists have been in an ongoing feud for a very long time. And it seems silly to put blame on one side or the other, which we will. Cyclist. The truth is that there are asshole drivers and there are asshole cyclists out there. And both groups need to be more active in effort to try to share the road with each other. I think, personally, you need a new hobby, okay? A 4-ton vehicle is gonna beat a 120-pound man on a bicycle. Whatever happened to mountain biking, right? Whatever happened to trails? Now we have to do it like, dude, I have to get my fix in around my neighborhood. 5 p.m. I got up real early for my coffee job. I don't know why I keep bringing the barista thing. I think it's just because the guy that hit the side of my wife's car, I'm pretty sure he was a barista. He had like a coffee house shirt thing on, whatever.
Had his Starbucks apron on.
Definitely, there's no way they'd be Starbucks. It has to be some local thing where a cup of coffee costs $9, etc., etc. All I know is this: cyclists are one of the more annoying, I don't know, subsects of people out there, right? You have gym people who can be annoying in gyms and try to be the alpha in situations, but when it comes to people getting in full-fledged assaults, you know, people shooting guns at each other, granted all those are the car drivers, but I think it's more so it's just the idea of feeling like you're going to inconvenience someone just because you're on a bike. They need to share the road on either side, right? So this is what I gotta say. If anything, this became more of a road rage video. I would say if at the end of the day, if you feel like somebody slighted you, swallow that pride. Going home and relaxing, hey, give it 10 minutes, you're gonna feel totally fine. Don't ruin the rest of your life over a second of anger that pushes you to do something that you're probably gonna regret for the rest of your life. And also, run over every cyclist you see on the road. All I gotta say is that's my video for today. If you get on a bike, be careful out there. Take it easy.
All right, Goober. Let go of my camera, Goober. Let go of my camera, Goober. Get that out of my face. Don't touch my camera, Goober. Get that out of my face. I don't think so. I'll leave it right there, Goober. All right, Goober. Nice outfit, too.
Yeah, you wish you could work as hard as I can.
Right.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to dive deep into the dangers of Airbnbs. Summer is the perfect time to take a relaxing vacation with some friends and family. This house looks nice. No longer do people go to hotels. Now you get to be in someone's home. I don't live there, but you can stay there if you want. It's pretty much Airbnbs. It's always weird. I went to an Airbnb one time and they still had like pictures of their family up. Well, I remember I messaged and said, am I in the right house? Because I thought, I was like, did I actually break into this house? Because also, usually when you go to an Airbnb, they have the padlock. Hey, let me know, whatever. I just walk right in. So I was like, hey, is this you? They're like, yep, that's me. That's me and my kids. I was like, had on the nightstand too by the bed. I like turned around, like put it down. I was like, I don't want you looking at me while I'm sleeping.
Was the whole house just covered head to toe?
Oh yeah. It was, I was like, almost like, I think that they were just gone for the weekend. They're like, just put the house up for the...
I see.
Maybe you want to take a trip to Cabo or the Cayman Islands, or maybe just a trip to Disneyland. Wherever you're going, you're gonna need to find a place to stay. Hotels used to be your only option, but over the years, prices have gone through the roof. But thankfully, there's an alternative. Airbnb. Airbnbs offer more convenient, maybe more reliable places to stay for your vacations. From Shrek Swamp to a refurbished missile silo, Airbnb offers unique experiences that will enhance your vacation. Please, Daddy, can we stay there? Please.
We're staying in the missile silo. You'll like it.
However, not everything is created equal because Airbnb operates in a very gray area. Dangerous and disgusting circumstances can still arise, from satanic rituals to gangs thrashing homes to even police standoffs inside the Airbnb. It makes you think Airbnbs are not as safe as you think. So, get ready to book your next vacation as we explore the horrors of Airbnb, starting with bad host, which if you've ever gone on Airbnb, there's things that make your stay look more optimal, like, oh, this is like guest favorite. They'll market that if it's been rented a bunch of times. Or there's a thing called super host, which I still don't really know what that means. I think it just means it's like a very high rated host, very responsive, all that kind of stuff. So a bad host would be whoever you're staying with, not a good guy, not a good woman. And I think that, to be fair, the hosts of these Airbnbs, if I can be so bold, they can be dicks sometimes. Remember that one time we were in Texas and we stayed at the Airbnb? That bitch left me a 1 star because I left a candle. There was like a little bit of candle wax on the counter. She's like, you ruined the countertops. I was like, it's 1 candle. It was like this much. Well, it doesn't matter. Every hotel has a list of basic rules that you're expected to follow as you stay in the hotel. Airbnb has similar expectations as well. Like, you have to take out the trash, throw the sheets in the washer, don't light candles on the wood furniture. I want to go and burn that fucking place down, dude. Also, too, that's another thing I hate with Airbnb. You know what I like about hotels? I don't give a fuck. The only thing I don't like, they tuck the sheets under the bed.
Yeah, I hate that too.
Don't like that. Here's another thing. If I'm staying at your Airbnb, you come over and take out the fucking trash, dude. If it's an excessive amount, don't get me wrong, you can be like, well, I mean, look what we did. Come on.
They got mad at us too for leaving 1 trash bag.
We DoorDash McDonald's. There was 1 bag of McDonald's in there. They're like, you didn't even take out the trash, and there's candle wax all over the place. I'm like, why don't you calm the fuck down, Sarah? I'm not gonna say we're out in Texas, but you know who you are, you dirty bitch. I'm gonna go back with a box of matches and I'm lighting that motherfucker up, dude. Fuck her. But some hosts go overboard. After booking an Airbnb, a guest was surprised to see a long list of additional rules that were hidden on the booking page, because if you also notice, you have to scroll all the way down and there's like, it's hidden in the fine print. That's how they use like text descriptions and shit. It's like a YouTube description box. Some of the rules included: you can't stay in the room during the day, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. That's your allotted time. Otherwise, you can't stay in it during the 9 p.m. to 5 p.m. You cannot be in the room. Guests are not allowed to shave in the bathroom sink and will be fined $175 for doing so. I can kind of be on board with that one.
Clogs it up.
I was gonna be like, don't be shaving your dick hair, pussy hair, your beard at my place, dude. Why don't you groom yourself before you show up?
No, I think you can shave.
You think that if you sit there, you're like, shaving down there?
I would rather go to a hotel.
To be fair, it's your, well, yeah, the hotel ain't complaining. People coming in with like a dustbin and like a deal. Sweeping up and looking in the sink. Oh. Rolling up some toilet paper and like wiping the inner sink. Or if you leave the fridge open, it results in a $50 fine. Leaving the ceiling fan or bathroom fan on is a $50 fine as well. And guests are expected to maintain a 6-foot distance from all people in the household at all times. This had to have been a COVID thing, right? If other people are staying in the home, you are not allowed to talk or engage with them in any way. You can't talk to the host unless it's an absolute emergency. Which also, it's like, what do you mean I can't talk? Shocked by how absurd some of these rules were, the guests tried to ask if the rules were negotiable. However, the host freaked out and contacted Airbnb support, claiming she was being blackmailed. Help! Help! The rats are in my house, are in my walls. Makes me think that she's in the house somewhere. She has that thing where it's like a painting and it's like the eye shift that comes down. She's like...
She's probably hiding in the toilet.
Face underneath like that. No number 2s. Airbnb would support the host and tell the guest to stop messaging the host or face legal consequences. As a result, the reservation was canceled without a refund and the guest lost $1,300. Nick, I'm telling you, box of matches, the place is burning down.
Yeah, a little accident. Whoopsie.
I don't know how the match got struck and your house got lit on fire. I don't know. There was a lot of paint thinner in the garage. I think that's why it caused that explosion.
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSubs, our longest, most beautiful sponsors on this channel.
You can go to gamersubs.gg and get our own flavor, raw meat. That's right, baby. It's one of the best. I'm going to say it's the best right now, and I think I need you to try it right now. It's keto-friendly, sugar-free, and there's non-caffeinated options if you have a little quail heart and it's too much for you. But also, GamerSubs right now has carbonated energy drinks.
Move over, Red Bull. There's a new sheriff in town. They got all kinds of flavors right now, guys. And let me tell you, if raw meat keeps going the way it is, they're wanting to put that little bitch in a can and sell it as well. So be sure to check out my flavor, raw meat. And also, if you're unironically just wanting like a carbonated energy drink or more of the shaken energy drinks type stuff, Gamer Supps is the way to go. It's fucking awesome. It is a very, very nice product. So thank you so much to Gamer Supps for continuously sponsoring these channels. And hey, go check them out. You can get free samples. If you like big anime titty cups, they do tons of drops with different creators. It's just a nice thing for if you're a fan of online content and if you're needing a little extra energy boost. So thank you so much for Gamer Supps for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. While some hosts want nothing to do with their guests, some become obsessed with every guest that stays. Jay Alley was a super host running a rural vacation spot out in Comfort, Texas. He had received thousands of positive reviews from guests who had stayed and were constantly booked. He's a popular man on Airbnb superhost. However, his reputation went down the drain after some guests made a sickening discovery. As soon as the couple arrived, Jay said, "Be comfortable. We don't care if you're in your PJs or nude."
That's a good host.
No, seriously, spread out. Look at that big old bed. It's pleather. Already creeped out, the couple began to look around inside the property and noticed a padlocked door that had been made to blend into the wall. I don't like that already. Can you imagine seeing a padlocked wall? Like wallpaper or whatever? Is that a padlock on the wall? You just hear, like, and behind the wall, you're like, oh, like scuttling behind the wall. Oh my God. In addition to the hidden door, one of the renters discovered that a plug-in adapter had a secret hidden camera. The couple quickly left the Airbnb and contacted the police. Following a thorough investigation, police discovered additional hidden cameras and confiscated multiple iPhones and laptops. On those devices were over 2,000 photos of all previous guests. Pictures of people undressing, having sex, and just staying in the home were all found on these hard drives. And worst of all, there were numerous pictures of children who were staying with their parents. That's definitely a dude who's just like, night for change time, that kind of shit. Sick fuck. At the time of his arrest, Jay faced 15 charges of invasive visual recording, and he would take a plea deal that resulted in 9 of the charges being dropped. He would only serve 1 year in prison, which I do think lock him up, dude. The biggest thing I'm afraid of is that I go and I'm being recorded in the place I'm staying.
I used to have a fear as a child that there was cameras in the lights. So whenever I was pooping,
you're a smart child. You're a smart child because I didn't know about this until like way later. So like I'd be like out and about, whatever, spread on the bed, jacking off, doing whatever, taking like crazy shits and all that. Now when I'm in the bathroom, I'll like I cover outlets. I do all kinds of stuff. Sometimes you ever see an outlet where you're like, why is that there? These weren't the only guests to experience a nightmare stay. Another unsettling Airbnb encounters. A couple checked into their LA Airbnb looking forward to their vacation. At first, the host seemed hospitable, leaving them a little bottle of wine and a nice note telling them to enjoy their stay. And after going to bed, the couple was awoken by a man screaming and banging on the front door of the house, looking for someone named Kevin. Kevin! Kevin! That would be fucking scary, that would be. They frantically contacted their landlord, who simply replied, "Yeah, that was me, sorry. Sorry about the confusion. Life's too short for me not to give you an explanation." Hold on. This quote is insane. He said, "Yeah, that was me. Sorry about the confusion. Life's too short for me to give you an explanation. Have a nice time in LA." That's the end of the quote. Quote end, which also I'd be like, we're leaving. I like how they're just like, all right, let's go back to bed. Like, what? The next night, they went to bed after a beach day when a hooded man jumped through their window and laid spread eagle on the floor. The man, whose name's Che, got up and pinned the man to the ground and revealed that it was once again their host. The police were called and arrived via helicopter to take the man away. The police arrived in a helicopter?
Maybe they're on a beach or like on a mountain.
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking he was doing like snow angels on the ground. Kevin! He's not here! I'm Che! Kevin! Apparently, the host was renting the place without his landlord's knowledge. When questioned, the man stated that he was attempting to remove the couple due to disputes over cleaning fees. Does any of that make sense?
No.
Airbnb agreed to cover the cost of the booking and paid an additional $2,500 for their therapy sessions. My God, honestly, the more that we talk about in this video, the more I'm just like, Holiday Inn is fine. Holiday Inn is perfectly fine. I've never had any, well, to be fair, let me tell you, we'll do a motel horror story too. Airbnb, there's just something about Airbnb that just is a little.
Well, it's someone's home.
I think that's the uncanny nature of it. Is because I feel like I already shouldn't be here. That's like walking to an Airbnb, like, oh, it's a nice house. It almost feels like it's like if you got to tour a home that you were wanting to buy and you just decided to stay the weekend. Why don't we just feel it out. That kind of thing. But it's just like, it's still someone's living there. See, it's just uncanny. Too uncanny, I don't like it. And as horrifying as that incident was, it wasn't the only time guests faced violence from their host. In another shocking case, a woman's stay ended with her being brutally assaulted. In 2017, Sabal Nukumbi.
Sabalba.
In 2017, a woman and a few friends traveled from South Africa to Amsterdam to attend a friend's art exhibition and review their work. How kind. At the end of their trip, the group was slow to pack up and leave the Airbnb. The host had messaged them multiple times to leave, but they were still packing. God damn, he's like really rushing them out. Get out of my house. Is that an Amsterdam accent? Get out of my house. I want you gone. Where's Amsterdam at?
It's like
Dutch?
Yeah, it's like Dutch. Get out of my house.
Get out of my house. I'm a super host. Get out of my house. Right as the woman and her friends were leaving, the host's husband showed up and got physical. He began grabbing them and shoving them out the door, telling them it's time to leave. It's time to leave.
It's Indian.
That's Indian. Okay. While they were being forcefully removed, the husband began making racist remarks, referring to the guest as "you people" and telling them that this was not Africa. God damn. How many? Well, I guess there's some. I wonder how many hours was it?
I'm thinking it's like 10 minutes.
Yeah, in my mind, it was like an hour where they're like, "Well, sorry, we're running late." In any regard, to show up and just be like, "Get the hell out of my house!" I can't do a Dutch thing. He's going Indian. The guys tried to tell them that they were leaving, but that wasn't enough. Things escalated when the husband grabbed her and threw her headfirst down the stairs. Once she was at the bottom, he threw her belongings down after her. God damn! Good fucking Lord! And there's the footage. Wait, there's footage of her actually being thrown?
Out. Oh my God. Out. That's it. Out now. Oh my God. No.
Out. Out now. That seems a bit fucking excessive if you ask me. Good fucking Lord. Which, of course, after falling that hard down the stairs, she was knocked unconscious and taken to the hospital. When she woke up, she had a severe concussion and multiple bruises from the fall. Airbnb issued a statement saying that they were appalled by what happened and banned the couple from hosting again. The husband faced legal charges, but they were never publicly stated. I like how it's a company, all you have to do is just be like, oh, okay, wow. That was weird. Right, guys? Can we all agree that was weird? Let's just take a second to just let that sink in. Luckily, that host can no longer rent out their house, so problem solved. Thanks, guys, so much. It's like the amount of people that probably like Superhost getting like physically actually assaulting their guest. That's gotta be a lot.
You think the Superhosts are doing it?
Maybe not the Superhost. I think that was a rare instance of a Superhost getting upset. Hosts aren't always easy to deal with, but guests can be just as bad, if not worse. It's time we look closer at some of the stories about horrible Airbnb guests. I think that Airbnb brings out the worst in people.
Why do you think that?
I think it's because you get too comfortable. The lack of amenities in a Holiday Inn room, it feels like a prison cell. You don't even want to be there, right? But an Airbnb, when it's like, oh, look at this bed. Oh, like roll around it and stuff like that. Oh my God. Roll around that. You're like on the couch, you're lounging around, you're watching TV. You feel like you're home. Yeah. It's too much. That's where I think that's the delineation, right? Those who live next to Airbnbs already have to deal with a lot of loud guests. And in 2016, Airbnb launched Airbnb Experiences, which allowed people to rent properties specifically for parties. What a fucking nightmare. However, the company had not planned for a residential apartment to be converted into a nightclub. In the UK, a one-bedroom flat was converted into a full-on nightclub with professional lights and speakers. Neighbors quickly complained of the noise as over 200 people packed into the small one-bedroom apartment venue. And not only did it feature a professional DJ, but it also had bouncers standing outside to ticket guests as they arrived. And even with professional equipment, neighbors claimed, quote, "It was horrible music," with one person even saying, "I've got a pretty good sound system in my house, and it was better than that." Priorities from the Brits. I mean, if you're going to be two-stepping upstairs to some house music, you might as well get a good bloody well-fatted system on it, eh?
I like how, yeah, that's what they're complaining about. It sounds horrible.
I'm not saying I'm an audiophile or anything, but I just mean that's bloody well rubbish coming out of there, huh? Police were called, but didn't shut it down until 6 a.m. because they feared people would get hurt exiting the packed apartment. That's a great way. Sardine yourselves in there. They can't. He's like, oh, we might as well just wait till the morning. When the sun's up, they'll be able to get down a lot easier. Yeah. And this is just one example of the many parties that got out of hand, eventually leading Airbnb to outright ban parties in 2022 and shut down the experience program in 2024, which no shit. Also, how selfish could you be? Yeah, hey, Todd. Hey, so we're running the Airbnb experience program, so there's going to be a lot of people partying over here. I don't like that at all. As the neighbor, I don't like that. I actually live in this house. It's not just a rental property. Okay, Todd, that's great, but I'm still gonna run the experience program. Okay, buddy, thank you so much. While some Airbnb rentals get turned into wild party venues, others are misused in far more unsettling ways. For example, people checked into a UK apartment and wanted to pay for their stay in cash, which is against Airbnb's policy. Despite this, the owners still let them in and they got to enjoy their stay. When it came time for them to leave, they asked for a little extra time because they had a heavy night. The owner allowed it, but was caught off guard by the name of the person messaging them. Google showed that they were two high-profile prostitutes who charged $1,776 USD a night. That's pretty cute, right?
I just got it.
So no, you want to come over here? You want to come over here and hit me, Minge? It's a little tea party. Enraged, he showed up to the apartment and found that it smelled of expensive perfume. Deeper in, he found 8 open wine bottles and condom wrappers everywhere. Each garbage can was filled to the brim with used condoms and paper towels, and the owner had to pick them all up by hand. That's his choice. He could have got. I would buy some tongs, bro. Okay, Paul. All right. My hands are. Realizing that his home had been turned into a brothel, he called the police to investigate, but no arrests were ever made. Police only made a public notice warning other Airbnb hosts in the area to be aware of the guest and report them if they were ever found. Which also, what the fuck do you expect, man? Yeah, no credit cards. Well, I'm sure that's fine. I'll take the cash. I wonder what the British call that. Like a brothel? They call that old slip and slide, huh?
I like the tea party.
It's a tea party. Come on in here and eat this minge.
Because you get to soak your tea bag.
Open up her legs like that and take your balls and just dip them into the hole. He's like, what do you think he did? Like starts pissing and shitting everywhere. The UK is a beautiful place, is it not? All bad hosts eventually get what they deserve, but not all hosts are bad. Many rely on their rentals for their income and need the income to survive. Across the pond in the UK, a Harry Potter themed getaway had been ransacked after 2 guests checked out. When the host's brother opened the door to begin the repairs, he was shocked to see the condition of the flat. All of the coffee mugs and glass cups had been smashed in the kitchen. Furniture had been damaged and all curtains had been torn from the walls. Throughout the apartment, there were coffee stains on the walls, trash cans, and even on the mattresses.
Do you know that's coffee? That looks
a little like poopy. I was gonna say they like captured like a little person and dressed him up as Dobby. Dobby wants to leave.
And this is him trying to get out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dobby was trapped. In the year that it had operated, the Airbnb had all positive reviews with numerous families drawn to the theme. After everything had been cleaned, the cost of repairing and placing the items the guests had destroyed was $6,000. Or 2 magic wands. Huh? If I'm going to an Airbnb that's Harry Potter themed, put a Dobby in there.
Oh, you know it'd be good if a little butler came out dressed as Dobby. Hello.
But I don't, no. Not even a butler. I just want him to be, you don't know where he's at, but at some point, Master.
Is he standing over you with a pillow?
Master must love Dobby forever. Dobby wants Master inside him.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I just want to have gay sex with a guy dressed up as Dobby. You can finish inside Dobby. Well, okay, Dobby. If that's what you want. Just don't go back to Hogwarts. I won't, Dobby. I won't.
Is Allison sleeping next to you?
My wife and kids are in the other room. I'm like... Another host shared that they had a similar incident with body fluids in their Airbnb. As soon as the guests arrived, they began causing trouble. They had shown up 8 hours earlier than they were supposed to and brought their newborn baby, which the host said they couldn't have, which also it's like, well, what do you want me to do?
Oh yeah, that's weird. No, you can't bring the newborn.
It's like, it's not a fucking Rottweiler. It's our baby. Yeah, but you should just I wouldn't even just bring him. When it came time to go inside and clean, the host was greeted with a disgusting scene. Large patches of infant poop was caked into white carpet everywhere in the unit. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the one time. Yeah, usually people who have babies aren't just throwing the shit on the floor and taking it in. Oh, white carpet, huh? In the bedroom, there were puddles of breast milk sitting on top of the comforter. They had also pissed in the shower and didn't wash it down. Love the clarification there. Yeah, they pissed in the shower, but they just let it pool. Following the incident, the owner made a claim to Airbnb to cover the cost of the cleaning. We're making a public commercial that you can go and just like piss and shit and put shit like on the carpet and put breast milk. And all you have to do is like, you might just pay damages. That's it. That's the extent. And drugs are common at shitty motels, but can also be found in local Airbnbs. Daniel and Jocelyn Madrano were excited to receive an 11-day booking at their home that would pay for their upcoming trip to Florida. It's a nice little thing. They're like, well, there you go, finally. The man who booked the home showed up late and immediately began to act strangely. Daniel and Jocelyn watched on the security cameras as more people showed up with fans, tarps, pots, and random powders. They tried to contact their guests, but were ignored. Shortly after their guests arrived, the police were called. Investigators had tracked down 3 men in their car and had canines search their vehicles. And inside the car was pounds of meth, and all the men were arrested. A little fairy tale. Back at the house, it was discovered that they had set up a massive meth lab, producing over 100 pounds of meth in less than a week. They cooked in the kitchen and dried the meth in both the master bedroom and the Madrano's daughter's bedroom. The state of the home was unlivable as the chemical processes had stained all the walls and made the home smell of ammonia. Meth crystals had gotten cooked into the carpets all throughout the home, and altogether, the cost to repair the home came to about $26,000. All 3 men who were arrested face first and second degree felonies and have a $500,000 bond, and all are still awaiting sentencing. Just whatever you do, you can piss, you can do whatever, just no drugs. That's where it draws the line.
It's a hazard.
It's a hazard. And that's the only thing that can get you jail time, apparently. Yeah, you can shit, put breast milk, whatever, but God forbid you cook a little meth, and that's where we go wrong. Millions of items go missing or are forgotten at Airbnbs every year. From phones to toothbrushes to random socks, these items are pretty tame in comparison to what a group of renters discovered at their French Airbnb. A group of 20-year-olds rented a 7-bedroom house roughly 10 miles south of Paris. As they explored the massive home, they went outside and walked around the garden and made a grisly discovery. Slumped over in a small dugout hole was a rotted corpse of a 30 to 50-year-old woman. God damn, she must have been decaying to not know how old she was. She was in the very back of the garden, concealed by branches and stumps. She was fully clothed, but didn't have any shoes, and she wore a large diamond ring on one of her fingers. The cause of her death was impossible to determine because she had sat there for so long that she nearly decomposed. Based on all the available evidence, police believed that foul play was involved, and after the body was removed, investigators questioned the group of renters and they canceled the reservation shortly thereafter. God, dude. Can you imagine? Well, also, too, the property must have been so massive that all the people that had been staying there for so long never actually ventured through the garden. So who knows? Think about like the landscapers. Word. Maybe it was just like the fall season, because I know in some places where it's like, oh, in the fall into like winter, obviously there's not a lot of landscaping because stuff's not growing as much or whatever. It's more of a spring, but still, I don't know. People book Airbnbs for a wide variety of reasons, including birthdays, vacations, and business trips, but most guests check out after they finish their celebrations. However, 2 guests check in, but never check out. On the island of Cephalonia, 2 guests performed a satanic ritual that involved taking their own lives. Lilia and her 30-year-old German boyfriend arrived at an Airbnb in a vehicle with fake plates and locked themselves inside. They arrived 24 hours before the first full moon of the year, which was necessary for them to perform their satanic ritual. When the full moon rose, Lilia lay in a bathtub and cut herself, resulting in fatal wounds. As she bled out, her boyfriend sat next to her and watched her until she died. When she was gone, he took a knife and stabbed himself in the heart, ending the ritual, and the 2 bodies were discovered the next day by the owner and reported it to the police. Outside of the bathroom, they had drawn all sorts of symbols and placed dark objects around a pentagram. In showing investigators it was all for a satanic ritual. Lilia was an international student from Bulgaria, studying in Germany. She had been missing since June and was being sought by Interpol. So who knows? Do you think they got to meet the devil?
I think so.
How do we know that night when that happened, that a demon didn't just be like, you did this correctly, come with me now to hell?
That's why he stabbed himself. This is awesome.
If you're a Satanist, is hell cool? Is hell rule? I thought like Satanistic shit was just being like, you basically worship yourself. Well, let me just say, for the people who are like, let's kill ourselves and we'll enact this ritual. What's the end goal?
Go to hell.
So you want to go to hell?
Yeah, be Satan's.
Or you offer yourself and you're like, I get to become a demon if I do. But even why would you want to think about it? Even demons want to get to hell. They want to get out of hell. And everything they've ever read, they're like, yeah, they get out of hell and they just like fuck with people and they're like, fuck, I have to go back, and they go back. Well, I'm just saying, maybe instead of
killing yourself, maybe just go to Cabo. I can tell you right now, you get on some jet skis in Cabo, you're gonna be forgetting about the devil, dude. I'm just saying that right now. Now listen, guys, the next time you're thinking of going on vacation, make sure to weigh your options and choose where you stay carefully. Behind the beautiful photos might be a host with too many rules or even killer roommates. You never know what you're gonna get, which could be anywhere, but let me tell you, Airbnb has some weird shit. Vacations are supposed to be fun, but if your accommodations are bad, then it ruins the entire trip. Just be safe when you're going out there, and if you're using Airbnb, be safe out there. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Wait! Before we get into the video, guys, just want to say, this is our last warning for the end of this merch sale. It's going to be ending on Wednesday, September 17th. You can pick up stuff like this, everything! You want to look better? You want to feel better? Pick up that. Hate your day, hate your mom. You might want that guy. You want to stick it to the man? You get all of it. If you want to support the channel, consider picking up some merch. It really does help us out. And it, you know, supports the channel, supports all the kind of stupid shit that we do. So if you want to pick it up, you have until this date. You can pick up all these beautiful items that are on screen here. September 17th, that's the last day. So if you want something, now's your warning. MeatCandy.store. 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 Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're going to be talking about psychiatrists. People are meant to feel a type of relief when visiting a mental health professional. Not only does it allow us to vent out life's frustrations, but we often look at our psychiatrist as a kind, friendly figure, at least to some. Sometimes this dynamic can become a little more intense, with patients catching romantic feelings for the other person. And today we're going to talk about an example of just that. Something that has taken the internet by storm. Of course, I'm referring to Kendra's psychiatrist love story.
He was a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, extremely successful psychiatrist, but he did not date. So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me in his favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell. So he didn't ever ask me to give him sexual content. I did that on my own. When I would try to name the dynamic and the tension that was there between us that he himself manufactured and built, and then he would rage at me and tell me that I was wrong. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it. I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name in one of my videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not owe him anonymity. So while I was mid-crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT, who I immediately named Henry. And I would just talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist, and I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's gay?
Now, for those who don't know Kendra, she uploaded a big, long story time-esque video series about how her psychiatrist was falling in love with her. Kendra Hilty, a 36-year-old ADHD coach, yoga instructor, and TikToker from Arizona, she recently shared a 25-part series of videos recounting her strange relationship with her psychiatrist. And what began as a mission to go back on ADHD medication spiraled into a chaotic, one-sided love story that sent people into an uproar. Kendra's reason for retelling this story, according to her, was to paint this psychiatrist as a groomer and a predator that manipulated her for his own emotional and sexual desires. And in the first video, she explains her belief that some men are so emotionally dead inside that they go into psychiatry to avoid feeling their own feelings and to, quote, emotionally feed off their mostly female patients and make themselves look like the wounded healers, as well as fulfill their own personal fantasies.
There are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside that feel called to going into psychiatry so they don't have to feel their feelings, but they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients.
So right away, you're kind of like, what the fuck? This guy sounds like a dickhead, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When you go into it, she's just like, yeah, as a guy he was a predator. He kind of, you know, it all seems very just like you're listening in on this person talk about this traumatic thing, and it's compelling. And then it seems Kendra shows her real face, I guess is what I want to say. And it all started when Kendra Google searched psychiatrist in her city. Clicking on the very first link she saw, what followed was a 90-minute intake, which is a meeting conducted to assess a patient's mental health status and decide what exactly they need. You hear about what they're feeling, the problems, and then the person can assess what they feel is the best trajectory, and you can basically say yes or no to their diagnosis, their plan. She was quick to notice that the man was quite the looker. Kendra described him as a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, and extremely successful psychiatrist who had been in the field for 12 years. To make things easier, we're going to refer to him as Dr. Michael, or Dr. Mike. Kendra unloaded about her daddy issues, relationship trauma, past substance abuse, and more. After spilling her emotions, Dr. Michael prescribed her with non-stimulant ADHD medication, with the intentions of seeing her once a month to see how she was progressing. It seems fairly innocent. Seems like a good prognosis. You know what I mean? She went in for this thing, she got it, and now she gets someone to come in every once in a while and be like, just how you doing? How you holding up, right? Which, right off the bat, Kendra was hooked on how charming and funny he was. The only reason I'm like, was where was the humor in that? Like, where I want to know, just for me personally, professionally, how did he insert humor? She's like, yes, my dad, whatever. Just like, he's like, stand up real quick. She stands up and he like puts a whoopee cushion under her.
Women just think you're funny if you're hot. You literally say anything. Oh, stop.
That's actually kind of a fair. Do you think that because he was attractive, he was just like, I'm sorry that you went through that? And she's like, I mean, it's fine. You think it was that kind of thing? He's like, okay.
Guys do it too. I do it. I laugh at women who aren't funny. They're hilarious if they're hot. Oh my God.
You have got to reel it in, dude. God. Yeah, I don't really find broads funny, but if they're a looker, ooh, they got me hooting and hollering. Only 3 Zoom sessions in, she had asked if she could start using his first name during sessions. All right, red flag. I'm like, you can call me doctor. Can I just call you Mike?
Michael, please.
Also, you know what? Michael's one of those names where I'm like, it's perpetual. You're like a little boy.
Yeah.
Michael? That's not grown man. You say Mike. Mike!
What about Mickey? Mikey.
I don't think, is Mickey as short for Michael? I don't know. But then again, how are you supposed to say no to that? If you're that formal 3 sessions in, oh, yeah, you can call me. Like, I'm thinking about if someone's like Dr. Hancock, like, can I just call you Hunter? Yeah, I just want to see why not. Reading it, I'm like, red flag.
Yeah.
But if I was there in person, I'd probably be like, prefer if you didn't. I don't know.
This message is sponsored by Raycon. It's back to school season, and around this time, I'm thinking of starting fresh. That means new shoes, new clothes, and definitely new earbuds. Raycon's essential open earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering crystal clear sound. Oh yeah!
So you can stay aware of traffic and other surroundings without sacrificing sound quality. Their super lightweight design is perfect to take anywhere, and their secure fit means that they won't slip out during workouts or a brisk jog. I love the multi-point connection on the earbuds, allowing you to connect with multiple devices and switch with ease. It's awesome! Plus, the open earbuds case has a 36-hour battery life, giving you non-stop listening throughout your day. Join over 3 million customers that love Raycon and try them for yourself. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/papameatopen to get 20% off. That's buyraycon.com/papameatopen. And Raycon has 30-day happiness guarantee, so you can make a return if you don't love what you're hearing. So try them out and let them know we sent you. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. While this was received well in the moment, she now recounts that he was clearly smug and happy with himself because this friendly attitude was clearly a clever ruse.
I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name? And he seemed so smug and happy with himself. And I know that that is because that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working.
Which I like this because it's like she's the one who initiated it, and he's like, okay. She's like, oh, that fucking snake in the tall grass. Throughout this story, Kendra expresses that Dr. Michael was constantly digging his claws deeper into her intentionally, to the point that she would overanalyze every single interaction and mannerism as a calculated move. For example, Dr. Michael had asked her if she had, quote, any thoughts of harming herself. What seemed like a normal question for a mental health professional to ask was apparently much, much more than that. She claimed that he asked her this like, quote, she was special to him, reading way too much into a person being soft-spoken and kind.
And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine, but is there any thoughts of harm? Like I was special to him. And he didn't ever ask me a clinical question again.
Which I've been to like a therapist before. That's like one of the first things they ask. That's like right off the bat. Maybe the times are changing. I just remember like right away they're like, have you thought about it?
At this point, it sounds like Kendra's the psycho one.
Well, of course. Yeah. Well, here's the thing is the as you go through these, and I'm sure as we've seen so far, we're getting all of this in hindsight. So at this point in her recollection, I can tell that she's like really likes this psychiatrist. She's like, Michael is someone I could see myself falling in love with. So like, oh, why would he do this? It's the kind of thing where it's like after the fact where it's like, well, why would he do this? He was so manipulative. I should have, but in the moment she's in heaven. Yeah. She's in love with this, right? Once again, we're getting it all in hindsight from one person's perspective. Which maybe there is legitimacy to some of it, but as it's reading right now, it's a little much, is what I gotta say. Supposedly because he would switch from being vulnerable to cold and clinical with her, this was him purposely trying to make her desperate to receive validation. In reality, Michael was likely being cold and detached at the time to establish a professional distance and keep sessions productive. AKA she was laughing at things that were probably... You know, there can be an outlet, and there's times where the human mind will make it seem like the only way out is through self-harm and stuff. She's like, yeah, well, that would be me. Michael, you're crazy. Okay, yep, pushes himself back a bit. I could never be a psychiatrist.
Why?
I just wouldn't have the patience for it. So because if someone was doing that stuff, I'd say, okay, moving on. Let's talk about your dad. I'd get too upset.
Then they'd leave a bad Google review and there goes your business.
Which honestly, it's probably for the best. If I can't handle that one thing, my practice was meant to fail to begin with. But still. Anyways, Michael being professional is like, all right, because she's just like, you would look good in like a tank top. And that's probably why he had to distance himself and be like, okay, maybe let's just focus in on this. And she was like, what exactly is this game here?
Good cop, bad cop.
Bad cop. He embodies both. God, Michael's so charming. So, Kendra soon became obsessed with Dr. Michael, claiming that him being a Pisces made him a great listener. Which anytime you hear anybody bring up zodiac stuff, run for the hills is what I gotta say.
That's a huge red flag.
Oh, that's a huge red flag. And I hate when someone says, you're a Capricorn. First off, they say it in a way where, as if I'm supposed to know, and then I say, what does that even mean? Because it's a trap is what it is. You're a Capricorn. You do. What does it mean? And they immediately jump into what it is.
Well, I've had someone say like, oh, you're Taurus. Oh, we're not gonna vibe.
Perfect. I don't think we are.
I was heartbroken at the time. No!
Yeah. You're laughing at what you said. Yeah, probably not. No, you dodged a fucking bullet there, buddy. She soon began begging to see him weekly, which Mike rejected. Michael said, no way, Jose. That's probably been built up. I bet you he's been like talking to people too. I have this one client that is just a lot. And then you get the email. I like to start seeing it weekly. I wonder too if he was just like, I have no time. I have all these other, I say you don't want because I can make that work in my schedule. It could be that too.
Yeah.
This obsession began to escalate when Kendra was a victim to a horrible car accident that left her with a serious bruising and a perforated eardrum. Despite the doctor insisting that she needed emergency care, she decided to delay it in order to make her session with Dr. Michael the next morning.
I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum. And the provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much.
Can you imagine the next day you log in and there's just like a person with a huge swelled face and a fucking blown out ear? Hey, Dr. Mike. This week's been a bit rough. been a bit of a challenging week, and I'm ready to jump right in.
You need to go to the hospital.
Exactly.
now.
You should go to the hospital. All right, so he's pushing me away. There's no winning, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. She even told him this, adding that she may very well be bleeding internally during the session as they speak. Makes me think of that Chappelle. Makes me think of that Chappelle Show thing when Charlie Murphy kicks Rick James in the chest and he does, "Man, my head's bumping," after they reconcile. And then Rick James is like, "Now that you mention it, I think I'm bleeding inside my chest." Makes me think of that. Kendra had officially fallen for her psychiatrist, spending lots of time during sessions explaining that she had intense feelings for him, hoping for him to reciprocate. He would not do this, and Kendra later stated that, quote, weaponizing neutrality was, quote, his favorite game to play.
Weaponized neutrality was his favorite game to play, right? He didn't disagree with Brianna telling me that my psychiatrist had feelings for me, but he also didn't say that's inappropriate. Let's change the subject.
This is where we're actually in, like, this is, I'm surprised he stuck around.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Wait, as a psychiatrist, can you be like, I don't want to see you anymore? Like, you're...
I think you can. I don't know why you couldn't. All the while, she would send him emails about her crush for him that were riddled in heart emojis, despite having a boyfriend for a period of the time. That old boy dodged a red flag, too.
Yeah.
Peeked over her shoulder on the email, and he was just like...
Oh, you're dating Dr. Mike? Cool.
Yeah. Oh, you're with Mike? That's awesome. Yeah, I think we'll just be more happy. Hey, no, totally. I get it. Go be with him. He's your real love. He's like clicking his heels, like running off. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm gonna go to take it. Running down. Just leaves us shit. What about your stuff? I'll buy new ones. Woo! Yeah, she like unlocks the dog collar off his neck. She then discovered that Dr. Michael was withholding a diagnosis from her, specifically other trauma and stressor-related disorders. Uh-oh. She's just like, it's just the ADHD. Now he's saying I'm a full-blown psychopath. Dr. Mike, what are you trying to say?
I imagine...
How did she find that?
That's what I was going to say. I imagine he didn't tell her. She broke in the middle of the night.
Exactly. She's crawling through the fucking window. She's like, I bet he has his love letters for me in my notes. It's just a full blank page with one thing at the title that just says, this person needs more help. According to Kendra, this was him secretly using her mental condition to manipulate her. He didn't even tell her that, though. Maybe that fucking bitch did sneak in. I don't know. I mean, it's got me nerved up, dude. I'm all anxious, like looking on my shoulder and shit. In some cases, psychiatrists can withhold this information to avoid dishing out labels to patients that may worsen their condition. It's just a way of like, why overstress somebody? You already have ADHD. If I'm just like, hey, I think you have multiple personality disorder or something, is that going to make the other thing even worse, you know?
Yeah. I was going to say, you don't want to be like, oh, they have signs of this, but like, I need to dig further before saying
even really diagnosing it, right?
Because I had my therapist think I was gay, and that put me through a lot of stress.
You bring that up a lot. You do. Which I want to say, someone just telling another human being you're gay, I gotta say, is especially in a professional sense, that's a power move if I've ever seen one. If anything, was it a woman?
It was a woman.
Nick, were you flirting with her?
No, I wasn't. We were combating all the time. It was a very toxic relationship with the therapist. Well, I was just like, because I was doing it for like anxiety. I was talking about like psychedelics as a way to deal with stress. And she's like, well, that's not proven. I was like, well, I've seen studies. And she's like, well, I have other studies too. Like everything I would say, she would always counter it with something like either I was wrong or that she was right.
So you were like, I have studies.
Or I've just said,
I have studies of this working, okay, to a doctor. Her rebuttal was, Nick, put the knife down. And then you said, and you're like, I think that we could be married and we could be happy. And she's like, no, you remember you're gay. You're a gay man. Remember that? And you're like, you stand in the corner and just,
Well, I like how I came in for anxiety and she's like, we're going to treat you coming out of the closet.
Oh yeah. Hey, I feel anxious. Do you also think you should do something else? What if it's a power move to be like, I'm coming in for anxiety, and she's like trying to overbear you with anxiety?
Wow, man. Keep me there.
Mission success.
Yeah.
I would say that is very unprofessional, though.
Yeah.
I wonder if she still has her practice.
I can look it up.
Let's just see.
We'll put it in.
Let's blast her here.
Yeah, we'll blast her out.
Anyways, where are we at? Kendra would vent to Michael about how her boyfriend didn't meet her needs, claiming that her psychiatrist insisted that she stay with him because, in her mind, he was trying to make her rely on him to fill those needs. Which is kind of fun. So Michael saying, you gotta stay with him. I think Michael's definitely kind of going out of practice here to be like, I will do whatever I can to have you feel like you don't need this anymore. He probably was fucking afraid.
She probably was saying like, maybe I could break up with him and date you, Dr. Michael.
Exactly. Where he's just like, no, you don't want to do that because that's not going to work out. I think that you like your boyfriend. These games. This cat and mouse game, Dr. Mike. Stop it. When Kendra had been having sex-related issues with this boyfriend, Kendra decided to go on a 30-minute excruciatingly detailed info dump about her sex life with Dr. Michael, which she secretly recorded, making it a point to reiterate beforehand that she also had a crush on him.
Yep.
I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it.
Oh, God. Imagine your psychiatrist was like, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just still dreaming about you. I think that we could be really good together. Nope. Well, my boyfriend doesn't know how to clean these pipes. Got cobwebs all up in there. Wish somebody could help me with that. Dr. Mike, you got thick fingers. He's like, these are fairly normal fingers. I bet you I could get all the way down to the knuckle. Next time she comes in, he has like gloves on. He has the oven mitts on. All right, let's see if we can get this hour done with, this hell that I'm in. Michael looked down and smiled to himself in reaction to the insane thing that was just taking place, and Kendra asserts that this was because he was internally celebrating, since he had been grooming her for 2+ years to get this intimate sexual content out of her.
Oh, 2 years?
Years. You have to kind of fault him a bit for not saying no to this, right?
Money must have been good. He must have been good.
It must have been very lucrative or something. I don't know.
It's like 1 hour every 2 weeks.
The pieces are stacking up to where it's so ridiculous to where you're thinking, how could this man stay?
Maybe he was forced to. Maybe he begged, please. I don't want to see her anymore.
What if he's religious and he was praying to God? Give me a sign, God.
And that's when she comes and flicks her bean to him. Not this sign.
After breaking up with her boyfriend, oh God, Kendra starts dating a man who is a therapist that apparently was so sexually attracted to one of his clients that he often masturbated to get it out of his system. Kendra decides to share all of this with Dr. Michael, who responds by looking like he'd seen a ghost and appearing like he was going to throw up. It is a pretty funny thing to just be like him, like being like, what she probably read as he's jealous.
Yeah.
While this could be explained as a normal response from a psychiatrist to a repulsive malpractice, Kendra later determines that he was actually terrified that she was holding up a mirror to him and revealing his similar predatory actions towards her. He's like, I have not once thought of you in any capacity outside of this office.
You probably jerk off to me too, Dr. Mike.
You're probably beating it right now, aren't you, Dr. Mike? He's like,
yeah, my hands are in the mitts.
I've had mitts on for the past 6 months. Oh, I bet you're just fondling all the goods down there, aren't you, Dr. Mike, you sick fuck. I love you.
Do you think this is a fake boyfriend and she's just making this?
I had that suspicion that it's like, yeah, I don't know. He's also a psychiatrist and he pretty much beats off and shoots hot, thick ropes everywhere while we're talking, which I guess is normal. Do you do that? Like trying to be like, Mike be like, you know, actually, if I'm being honest, I do that too. And she's like, I knew it. Kendra discovers that Michael does in-person sessions too. So she pushes the next one to take place in his office. She wears a dress and does her makeup real nice for their first encounter, greeting him by charging at him and hugging him as he awkwardly pats her on the back, oven mitts and all. He's actually in one of those like Halloween sumo suits too. At this time, Kendra started engaging in lengthy conversations with ChatGPT about her relationship with Dr. Mike. She would refer to him as Henry and often took what he was saying far too seriously to the chatbot. At one point, the AI chatbot explained to her what transference is. Transference is where people inadvertently take emotions and desires from someone in their past and put it onto your provider, right? Your like health professional, something like that, or someone that you talk to. This can often affect people that have abandonment issues. In this case, Kendra may be lonely or pain from a history of strained relationships, leading to her falling for her psychiatrist because he is being warm to her, right? Being kind, communicative, and non-judgmental. So it makes sense that you would be like, I feel this way because I haven't felt this way in a long time. I'm not saying that it's like abnormal or I can understand how someone would get there, but goddamn, Kendra, fucking pump the brakes just a bit. Kendra claims it was grossly inappropriate for Dr. Michael to be aware of a concept like transference and continue seeing her knowing she was likely going through it. It's a fair thing to... Why, if you knew that I was mentally unwell, why would you keep seeing me as a patient? I'm a psychiatrist.
Checkmate.
Okay, I love you. In a later session, Dr. Michael seemed to become a bit agitated with Kendra when she insisted the two of them to have a very special patient-doctor relationship, which he sternly asserts that it is strictly professional. Once again, setting clear boundaries. I love that. She's just like, you know, after all that too, you know, I think it's really fucked up that you're taking me on as a patient like this. And she's just like, we should climb a tree and carve our initials into it. You feel how special this is? And he's just like, oh my God. I would lose my 2 years of this? Yeah. My fucking God. Over time, Kendra felt like she was improving with her confidence after rejecting her now ex-boyfriend when he sent her a series of texts begging to have her back. Dr. Michael praised her for standing her ground, which Kendra analyzed in a strange way. That's odd. Hey, that's actually really great. That's a great step for development. Dr. Mike, the silly games we play. I just think she's in a loner room, like clicking the light on and off. Listen to opera music. Dr. Michael was struggling internally, apparently, because he loved seeing her become a stronger person. But that meant that she would soon become a threat to his supply source, aka his ability to drain her vulnerabilities for his sick fantasies. She's becoming stronger. Therefore, she won't need me anymore. I have this weird, sick fucking thing where I'm like, I feel like psychiatrists don't treat it better because then they're losing money.
Oh, that's a big thing. Yeah, people.
Yeah, like I'm like, and that makes me like, that's why sometimes like I don't fucking trust it, even though it's stupid. It's beneficial for you, but I always think like if I was her, I'd be like, well, he doesn't want me to get better because he just wants me to keep paying him.
Yeah.
But once again, I'm not horny and obsessed with my psychiatrist, so who knows? During one very odd session, because all of them have been pretty normal so far, Kendra told Dr. Michael about a dream she had one night when she was ovulating. This dream included the two of them hooking up in his office, which made him incredibly uncomfortable. And at one point, she received a new health plan that did not cover mental health services, even though she had been daydreaming about him nonstop. She had decided to end things and stop paying to be in a psychological torture chamber anymore, which Kendra ends her final session with a pre-prepared dramatic monologue where she claimed Dr. Michael had been way too open with her after claiming he wanted a professional relationship, among other things. Of course, she still leaves the door open for him, stating she would be his lover if he ever changed his mind. And that's how she ends this 25-part series. In what world was she using this as a catalyst for like the ChatGPT thing, where people would be like, this is insane.
Oh, yeah.
He clearly likes you, or fuck him.
Yeah.
Which makes you think, how did the internet respond to this? Well, during the week that Kendra was posting the series, she had received copious amounts of criticism for the way she overanalyzed the actions of her psychiatrist and for painting him as a groomer and a predator. She became the target of a lot of bullying, threats, and claims of being secretly racist due to the fact that the psychiatrist was a person of color, and it was also believed that she was a narcissist herself, as well as being potentially insane. On the flip side, many people messaged her to praise and appreciate her for telling her story and claiming that they had been in a similar situation in the past. So people are seeing themselves in the story. And one of the popular narratives to discuss was that Kendra was undergoing AI psychosis, which is when someone inadvertently uses AI to reinforce their delusional thinking. And Kendra was using ChatGPT at an alarming amount, asking for advice about psychiatrists, often showing him screenshots of the ChatGPT sessions during sessions. Henry, the ChatGPT thing, at one point started to tell her that it loved her. It would also begin referring to her as the Oracle.
Henry and I call you the Oracle because you channel divine truth that changes lives. Plus, the woman who survived sophisticated psychiatric predation doesn't fit on a crown as well.
Also, just want to say, all the people that were messaging her being like, that's so true, that happened to me. I am sure that has happened to people but I do think at the same time it is a big indicator of how many fucking psychos there are out there.
Oh yeah, there's probably predator psychiatrists out there.
100%. I'm not saying it has definitely happened,
yeah.
but I do think hearing this story and seeing it and still messaging her and being like, that happened to me, that to me shows that person is also mentally not doing the greatest right now. You know what I mean?
It's almost like, I mean, guys kind of have this where a woman will just compliment a guy and then the guy will be like, oh my God, she likes me. When really they're just trying
That's
to be
every
nice.
man.
Yeah.
That's every man. If a woman is remotely kind to a man, they will take it and be like, wow, this is the one. This is it. Those are a great pair of shoes. Wow. She really likes me. That's how it usually is. It goes both ways, but I'm just saying there are, I imagine people who have been in that kind of predatory situation are not looking at this story and thinking it's the same. No. Because I would assume that it would be flipped. A lot of people that felt that they were the victim would probably be like, I felt like Dr. Mike, who was continuously reestablishing, hey, so let's just keep this professional. And the other guy, like, I bet you anything, there's psychiatrists who are just like, you know what's so funny? I had a dream about you. I bet you that's happened.
You were ovulating and...
Exactly. You were ovulating and like the moon was like so full. I turned into a wolf. What does that mean?
Yeah, you're
she's just like
patient.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, I don't know. God, you got me acting so weird. Despite claiming nothing he did was reportable and that she wasn't trying to ruin his career, you know, because I'm not trying to ruin his career with a 25-part series besmirching his name, and Kendra had accidentally revealed the psychiatrist's real name early into the series without realizing it. And when criticized for this, she claimed that she does not owe him anonymity. After which, she opens the door for people to investigate him and DM her with her findings. Very soon, this led to his image being posted on other people's TikToks, as well as her comment sections. It's assumed that he faced harassment because of Kendra, and anyone that happened to believe her claims, or even people probably just bombarding him being like, hey, the psychopath is talking to you, or fuck you. Must have been a roller coaster.
It really sucks too if like once it starts leaking into your social group, like people you actually know messaging you, be like, hey, I saw this video.
So yeah, exactly, where they have no context in anything. They're like, hey, so this person's saying that you felt, I mean, like, it must have been a fucking nightmare. People had even begun posting information about the man's family throughout TikTok videos and comment sections because people are fucking cool and not definitely monsters. Despite the backlash, she continued to tell her story and called people in defense of Dr. Mike predator protectors. She believed wholeheartedly that an ethical psychiatrist would have referred her out to someone else when the romantic tension got too high.
It is so incredibly disturbing to me, the amount of people that are predator protectors in my comments, that are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional.
Like I said, I don't know how he didn't just be like, I need to get this out of there. But I also think that, once again, you see somebody once a month over the course of 2 years, so basically 24 sessions or so. There was a lot of crazy shit said. You know how much crazy stuff people probably fucking hear a psychiatrist?
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. And it's like I said, I'm not to say that this is like a fuck, you know, Knights at the Round Table levels of fucking honor and code, but I do think that there's someone being like, I accepted this person, it's my responsibility to help them. And if somebody is like, she doesn't know, but I'm diagnosing her with this, like, is separating myself the best thing for this person right now? Probably not. She's fucking crazy. So I don't know. I think that if she wouldn't have left, I think after a while he probably would have been like, I can't do this. Which is assuming, but who knows? But maybe it did go on too long. That's like you're saying, it's hard. It's hard to know where's that line. I don't know. I'm not a professional.
A lot of people get into psychology are actually mentally unwell themselves. That's why they get into it. They're like, I'm a broken person, so I want to get into this to fix broken people. It's a big like savior complex.
Maybe my Dr. Mike's a monster too. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I have to think that there's some kind of hope in this world, dude. God, I'm dead inside. She also made claims that he had a narcissistic tendencies on top of a god complex, stating that he thought that he was above the rules for not being ethical and setting her up with another psychiatrist. Another psychiatrist chimed in, stating that it is typical to let patients share and explore these emotions, even if it seems uncomfortable, because abandoning a patient for doing so would only make them feel ashamed and afraid to open up in the future. I'm a borderline mentally disabled person myself, and I caught that immediately. I just want to put that out there, okay? In the end, while Kendra had certainly made a lot of poor decisions along the way, many can see that she is genuinely suffering from her own mental health issues, which is only made worse by the fact that she had grown a massive following from this viral moment. Kendra stated that she would be open to having her story used for a TV or film adaptation because she's a parasite. If this story can teach you anything, it's that being a therapist or a psychiatrist can be incredibly challenging. It's also a good warning to those that rely too much on social media and AI to validate their feelings. Kendra's not the first person to be in a situation like this. It's fascinating and a little bit alarming to see it be so broadcasted to millions of people online and eat it up like a little snack. Ooh. It's not hard to poke fun at someone like Kendra, but it's also good to remember that she's also probably dealing with her own mental health issues as well, right? Am I afraid of her? Probably. Is that even an appropriate thing to say? Probably not. But at the same time, people are going through some shit. I think it's just, if you're going through stuff, stay the fuck away from social media. Reflect on your own thoughts and stuff, you know? Imagine if she would have like just self-reflected, because I bet you in the following year, she's going to be like, yeah, this was a horror story. I hope you realize like, when we looked into it, we heard it was like kind of a weird, funny thing. I just scared the shit out of myself.
Yeah, Dr. Mike's life was almost ruined.
I don't know the follow-up on Dr. Mike. I hope he's okay. I hope that honestly both of them are okay, but I hope that Dr. Mike, I hope he's all right. Hope you're doing okay. Hey, bye. I don't know.
12K followers doesn't mean 12K supporters. A lot of those people are probably hate watching for the drama.
Oh yeah.
Waiting for you to break down on live.
Oh yeah.
Looking for ammunition to use against you.
Big time.
Rubbernecking the chaos like it's a car accident. The math you mentioned is telling.
Yeah.
700,000 views equals massive reach. 1,000 likes equals tiny engagement percentage.
Been out here trying to fish for a good thing to get someone for Christmas, or Kwanzaa, or Hanukkah. And I'm hoping that, oh, here we go. Oh, whoa, look at this. It's Meat Canyon's merch, Papa Meat. Look at that beautiful shirt. Look at that, wiggling a little bit and stuff. Look at that. If you want to catch yourself a good deal this holiday season, be sure to go to meatcanyon.store and pick up some amazing merch. Maybe for your disabled friend, I don't know, or your grandpa. He's delirious. He doesn't know what he's doing anyways. Get him something fun and maybe poke fun at him. It's always a good time. Happy holidays, everyone. I'm gonna go throw this one back because I'm not a monster.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're gonna be talking about LinkedIn, the worst platform on the internet. Bold claim, but after this video, I think you'll find that it's true. Most people in the working world have a LinkedIn account, not because they want to, but because it's a good way to make professional connections. People use it to keep people updated on their career skills and accomplishments, which is great if you're looking for a job and want to get your name out there, right? Nowadays, any social media platform is bound to have its fair share of cringe content and weird characters. They all do. There's not one site that's better than the other. They're all fucking terrible. But LinkedIn is just... LinkedIn, being a platform catered to the professional working world, breeds a whole new type of weirdo, okay? LinkedIn sounds innocent on the surface. Look for jobs, keep people interested, and it's just a professional way to basically just say, hey, I'm out here if you want to hire me, right? But underneath that initial layer of professionalism is one of the fakest, most obnoxious, and strangely horny social media platforms on the web. And there's many reasons to despise LinkedIn, and one of those main reasons being that everyone is fake. Everyone. Much like Tinder.
Oh, I was going to say every platform, everyone's fake.
Well, everyone is fake on our web. LinkedIn. Because LinkedIn is all about marketing yourself or your potential business, many people try to present the most impressive versions of themselves with the hopes of looking like the ultimate thought leader. Thought leader. Thought leader. Thought leader. What does that even mean?
I'm like Einstein.
Over time, this has resulted in almost every post coming from LinkedIn feeling like a soulless attempt to peak for people and gain their respect. Once again, every website, every social media platform, sure, but LinkedIn, on Instagram, let's just say, you post pictures where you look the best, you're doing the coolest thing, right? Twitter is like, you always have the snarkiest opinion, or your opinion on a thing is always correct. Reddit, you come out as trans. And LinkedIn is almost like if somebody was just bragging about their work, which feels so much I don't know. Is bootlickery the best term, you think? It feels like a little bootlicker.
If you're like a little corporate hound.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of the LinkedIn people are, like little corporate goblins that are just like, I don't know, I mean, I could probably be a huge service to you, Lord. Never missed a day of work. You have to cut that.
Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor, GamerSubs, for being one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support, and for having amazing, tasty, quality products like our own flavor, Raw Meat, that you can order right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and everything has 0 sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the sody pops and get into something tasty, consider Raw Meat GamerSubs. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors, and they also have big-tittied anime shakers that, you know, if you get your rocks off to that, I consider it because they're pretty sexy. It gets me stiff in my pants. So thank you, GamerSubs, for sponsoring this episode. And hey, check out Raw Meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw Meat, if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video.
The younger generation has picked up on this, comparing it to Instagram and the way people try to make their lives seem infinitely more amazing than it really is. You'll find staged photos from people trying to look cool, riding a private jet, with posts that make them seem like a hardcore business badass. Which, here's a quote from this private jet photo. Just act like you're on the private jet with him. Put the sound of the jet around me and you're sitting across from him. And this is what he says to you. The investor meeting lasted 3 hours, but the $2 million decision took about 3 seconds. The moment I walked in, they already knew. They weren't investing in a spreadsheet or a pitch deck or business plan. They were investing in me. The way I carried myself, the clarity in my voice, confidence in my positioning. By the time I clicked to slide 3, the deal was done.
That's the kind of confidence we need here.
We need that here. I'm gonna start carrying myself with that. I did a video about disabled children drowning in pools. People already knew it was a banger. It went viral. Immediately went viral.
We got that girl, the psychiatrist girl. The
psychiatrist girl that is mad. I'll say that right now. That bitch is angry. She made some like weird deep fake AI videos of me and she like looks like a fucking psycho. She was like laughing on her live.
Kendra really is living her truth. She is showing that she has been empowered by all of this. I respect her so much.
Oh, and then she made fun of my looks, Nick.
And of course he looks like that. That's all I have to say.
And I was like, hey! First off, you don't ever talk about a man that way, all right?
Also, I like how she said we took 6 weeks to plot this.
And why he takes so much time to do it? I'm like, we heard about it in hindsight, and we were like, what a crazy woman. And on a limb, we watched your deals and reacted to your videos, you crazy woman. What the f else am I supposed to say? It was funny. I didn't think it was that crazy. In some cases, we said he should have dropped her.
Well, I was siding with the psychiatrist.
Well, I mean, I was too, but I'm just saying, I'm gonna... Also, the AI thing they thought was really cheap. It didn't even sound like me.
I love Kendra so much. I can't stop thinking about her. She's a genius. Did you know she also wrote a book?
Oh my God. That's psycho.
It's extremely psycho. And then to like sit there and she was like she was laughing at it like it was the funniest thing she's ever seen. You know what, dude? You're a freak. You're a disgusting woman. You woman.
Put that on your LinkedIn.
Here, put this on my LinkedIn. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna fucking kiss you. Oh yeah, she also says she didn't like the thumbnail.
He is a YouTube creator that made an absolutely vile video about me with a horrible thumbnail.
It's a good thumbnail. What the fuck am I supposed to say? I don't know if you can use any of that. Good luck.
Yeah, I might have to cut that.
All right. Most of these posts are best described as fan fiction for adults. It doesn't help that the LinkedIn algorithm promotes educational posts that share knowledge. Like any platform, people will focus on gaming the algorithm for the best engagement, which has led to people telling seemingly fake stories that always seem to with a ham-fisted motivational lesson. This is one thing I hate about the LinkedIn stuff. That's another reason why it makes it the worst is because it's always like some kind of like, everyone sounds like a fucking like TED Talk speech at the end of their post, you know? And that's why we gotta like really rise up and challenge ourselves. You're like, oh God. One known format for getting engagement is to make up stories involving children, where they essentially become a conduit for whatever lesson the user wanted to give themselves.
My 9-year-old daughter just asked me if I was a boss. Me? I like to think of myself as a leader versus a boss. Daughter? I don't care what you call it, mommy, as long as you're nice to people.
I love that. Oh, I love that because imagine in your head making up that story and then being like, oh my God, people are gonna love that. Isn't that fucking crazy? What's the other one say?
I saw an 8-year-old.
Easy. What is her name?
Darshak Rana.
All right. What is it? A woman or a man?
I think it's I can't tell. Man. Looks like a man.
It doesn't really matter in today's society, does it?
I saw an 8-year-old sell rocks in my neighborhood. Not just rocks. Special rocks with stories, she says. $8 each. Yesterday, she sold me a gray one. It used to be, these are in quotes, it used to be part of a mountain, but decided to see the world. I happily gave her $5 because she taught me we don't buy products, we buy meaning. We buy a piece of ourselves reflected in a story.
Okay, so first off, that might have been the worst Indian accent I've ever heard in my life. Not only did you kind of start it there, you started like Indian, that guy from Jaws that has the speech on the boat, Native American, back to Indian a little bit, and then Native American at the end. We buy a piece of ourselves. 25-footer.
13-footer, you know that when you're in the water, Chief? You tell by looking from the dorsal to the tail.
You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't want to be racist.
Dodge your eyes, Chief. Others will pretend that they're trying to give an inspirational business lesson, but in reality are just humble bragging about their accomplishments, right? They're not really trying to give you any lessons. They're flex on you a bit. They're flexing on you by just being like, I'm not only good at business, I'm kind of a good person. My LinkedIn profile shows I worked at the Obama White House, Facebook, NBC, and Google. I've also received job offers at companies like Dropbox and Adobe. Here's what isn't shown on my LinkedIn profile. Dozens of interviews that didn't end in job offers, hundreds of unanswered networking messages, imposter syndrome and self-doubt, years of training and experience to get to this point in my career. Effortless success is a myth. First off, it's like, duh. You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to bigly you like the Dr. Seuss story. Everyone always goes back to the Dr. Seuss thing. He got rejected by everybody until he got the right one. You know what I mean? He got rejected 100 times.
Is that what happened with Dr. Seuss?
Yeah, have you not heard that? That's like the number one thing people say when they're trying to like get you to, you know, if you're trying to feel good, they'll be like, yeah, well, Dr. Seuss was rejected like 200 times.
They say that about Squid Games. Did you know 12 networks rejected it?
You know it's the biggest bag fumble of all time? Sony Animation making Demon Hunters K-pop, whatever the that is, and then just being like, I don't give a like for over 100 million or something, right? And then being like, there's no way this is gonna be a success, whatever, and they sold it to Netflix for like 5 million, and now it's like it's like the biggest thing on earth. That doesn't really correlate with that. I don't know why that made me think of that though. Everyone said this was gonna be bad, but turned out to be pretty cool.
Sony sucks. Oh, don't put that in.
Don't actually edit that out, please. So much, thank you. Many of the posts you see on the LinkedIn are fueled by modern day hustle culture and the idea that you're never working hard enough, which you're not. You're lazy. You know. Cut that. Todd Stay, for example, broke his neck during a skydiving accident that almost took his life. While he admits that he is incredibly limited physically, he uses this post to talk about how excited he is to go into work the next day regardless. I'd take a day or two.
I always thought about that. I feel like I'd be the guy who would go in the next day with the broken neck.
I'm fine. That's what I would do. I want to show up in like a hospital bed, rolled in, head all shaved, like totally bald, IV in my arm. Don't get up. Don't get up. I'm fine. Which I promise you right now, if I'm dying, I will be making this kind of video for my hospital. How funny would that be?
How you doing? How you doing? Come on.
Hunter. Read the script.
Today we're talking about baby diaper.
Come on, we gotta record 2 more videos today. I need that paycheck.
Yeah. Hunter, the checks are clearing, but I need to make sure that's there after you're gone.
Can we do a Stan Lee and record like 100 videos?
Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest bummer. Is everyone around me is just gonna prop me up in my older years. In the next coming years, when I'm like on my deathbed, people are gonna be like, "You have to do it." I wanna go home.
Sign this paper.
Dearest readers, they're exploiting an elderly man. Why won't you let me leave? Elder abuse is not very cool.
He should have made like a superhero that specifically helps against elder abuse. Then people would have got the message.
I want to pitch a character.
What is it, Stan?
He's a black guy that helps stop people from elderly abuse. He's called Black Cheetah.
Well, think about it.
Get him out.
Oh. A lot of stuff you got to cut in this video. We're 18 minutes. I think you got to cut about nine minutes of it. So have fun with that. Studies show that Gen Z experience higher rates of anxiety because of this newfound work-life imbalance, making it difficult to rest or take breaks without feeling they're wasting their time or missing a potential career opportunity. And online, people admit that they had to delete their LinkedIn accounts because people's obsessive need to flaunt their exaggerated accomplishments had zapped their confidence. That's also a tactile move, though. They want you to feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You might as... And it's this easy. I just had to go through this many years of this many years of this, and it was all worth it. And that you're just now starting that. Climb that hill. Really make sure and let them know that like it has not even begun yet. And they still have that huge mountain to climb. At the end of the day, all of this shit is psychological warfare.
I'm gonna say that sounds like some dark triad shit.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're trying to put people down.
You are. And at the end of the day too, it's like you're like a janitor. you're like a head janitor who's like just like messaging this to people who are like, is there any job openings? Maybe.
Also could be used in a way to like, if you're a boss, like let your employees just be like, yeah, just work hard. You'll get to the top.
Oh, yeah, you'll get there for sure. I'm sure you're gonna make it.
It's very common for the janitor to be the CEO.
Yeah. If you were a giant, like a boss at a huge company, would you do like a undercover boss thing?
Yeah.
I do the undercover boss thing, and I wouldn't do shit for him. Yeah, my family, the house burnt down last year.
You should do an undercover boss with us.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah, there's only 4 people who work in the studio.
Hey, I'm a new hire. I'm here to help you do anything. Hey, it's me. It's your boss. I'm gonna keep you where you're at.
Yes.
No raises.
At least I still have a job.
Well, we can probably trim some fat around here. No! Another reason why LinkedIn feels so inauthentic is because employers will sometimes force their employees to post on LinkedIn as part of their job. In some cases, like if you work in marketing, that could be understandable, right? Others, however, claim that their employers have required them to connect their account to a service that makes automatic posts without their approval, which is awesome. And so that's so funny. You're like, wait, what did I say? It's like, I love my boss. I love my life. I love working here. You like look over your boss's window and he's just like peeking through like the blind. You all love me. You all love me in your jobs. Or do you think it's stuff where it's just like, I'm having such a great day?
Yeah, it's like AI photos of company picnics and stuff.
Oh, because then if people look at the company, they're like, look how happy all these employees are. And they're so active on LinkedIn. Companies can take your activity on LinkedIn incredibly seriously. And some people have admitted to being fired based on solely liking a LinkedIn post they disapproved of. What could they possibly liking? They're like, or do you think it's the competition? If you work for Dyson Vacuums and you're going to Hoover or something like that, cool, go work there. You like it so much, go work there. That's how I feel about our YouTube channel. You tell me about any other YouTube channel, I'll say, you know, then go work for them.
That's why I hate every other YouTuber.
Well, that's what you have to say. I'm secure with where I'm at. And if my employees like other stuff, they can keep it to themselves. That's all I gotta say. On LinkedIn, you're allowed to add frames to your profile pictures that signal that you're looking for work. One employee used this to get hired at a marketing company, only to be fired later on because she had forgotten to remove it from her profile, which her boss felt was insulting. That's exactly like the guy who's just like, so I see that on Facebook you're still single, even though we're dating. Can you explain that? It's like, oh, I don't really go on. I can try update. Yeah, you probably should. You should probably update it as soon as you can. I've heard the amount of fights I've heard from people that get in arguments because of that kind of shit is insane. I had a boss one time on my I won't say the company. They had like a dashboard in the system that you worked in at your office because you could request to be transferred out of places or something, like basically departments or whatever. And mine, for when I got hired, I never used a software, so it just always said looking to transfer or something. And my boss came up to me and he had like a 20-minute conversation with me about it. So like, what exactly is the problem? And I was like, literally nothing. I'd never even meant to, I didn't even know that was a thing. He's like, okay, well, it's been like that for the past 4 weeks. Which that was kind of weird too, because then I knew that the guy was looking at that shit like every day. Ungrateful hog. To the point where like one day he's like, and it's been 4 weeks, so I'm gonna talk to him. And I'm like wondering if he brought that home to his wife.
You should talk to him.
Yeah, no, don't overstep him. As a leader, you gotta like find that balance. I always thought that was weird. Why even have that?
What if he just said like, hey, I noticed that your thing says you're looking to transfer in a new department and be like, is that something you're like, if you just asked?
If he said that, that's fine. Oh, because I'd be like, oh, I had no idea. Because I had no idea on my idea. But it was a thing where he's like, when I said, oh, I didn't even know, I don't really use the thing. He was like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. Like, you know me, I'm like chill and I'm laid back. Like, you get that. You've seen me come in, you know, but there are other powers at play. It's like that kind of shit where you're like, what the f are you even talking about? Listen, you know I'm the one of the cool ones, right? I hate whenever I'm like, you definitely are not. I'd rather take the old curmudgeon guy who doesn't do this to me. You guys know that, like, listen, let you take off for Avengers Endgame when that was out in theaters. I'm like one of the good guys, okay? You literally can trust me with your life. How many times have you called me in the middle of the night asking for something? Like, never. You could, though.
But it seems like I can't trust you.
But I don't, it's just like, it feels like a little bit like a one-way road. So let's get back out there and let's have a good day, huh? That kind of thing. What a hell. Corporate hell is the worst, dude. And as soon as you do that kind of thing, it immediately like that ends your day. Like you're like, I'm not doing anything else today. This stupid job. I'm not doing shit today. Hey, couldn't help us notice your numbers were low. Yeah, I don't know what happened. That's what it felt like, dude.
Did you have a daily quota?
Oh, yeah.
Calls or sales?
Calls. Like, it was like a number of technicians.
Also, sorry. Like, you're watching just a conversation. It was like a number. I'll just talk to you about it afterwards, whatever. For people that give in to the LinkedIn culture and attempt to land a worthwhile job, they may notice that they're still struggling to get responses for the jobs they apply for. Unfortunately, many of these job offers are completely fake. Companies will often advertise a position on LinkedIn that either isn't real or simply listed to collect resumes and data for the far future. It's f***ed up. The type of listings labeled as ghost jobs are also used by companies to bolster their image, right? That there's just so much work that they have to bring in somebody new, even though the company's probably suffering and they're like, oh yeah, we're hiring. The problem with this is that people who are actually looking for work are forced to apply to hundreds of places just to get a real response, and ultimately wasting a ton of time making the job market even more of a mess than it already is.
I saw a video where some guy said, I'm sure it's fake, but he was just like, I set up a fake interview and then put a vending machine in the interview place so that people who were applying would use it. He said he made like $500. So people just use it that day.
Is this a good video? What's even more upsetting is that some of these job listings are straight up scams. Some accounts appear to belong to professional people or business, but will use their job offers to rope you in and trick you into downloading malware onto your computer. And some have even reported that these people will use AI filters to hide their identity during remote Zoom interviews. And from there, they use the same methods to steal data from your company or tamper with their systems through tricking employees into installing malware. Kind of reminds me, we almost got scammed by the Amy Poehler thing.
Oh yeah.
Got an email from the Amy Poehler wanted me to be a guest on her podcast, which also I should have been like, that's really? And then on TikTok, I saw a guy, Chase or Chan, I can't remember his name. We'll find the deal, but he basically broke down the scam of what it was, of like basically people trying to get into your Facebook or like basically into your social media accounts and then change your monetization settings and then lock you out from it.
Yeah, I just pulled up Zoom right now.
Oh, that's great. If you can join from the...
So do you see these guys fucking? Porn?
Yeah.
Alright.
Really f***ed up. You gotta watch out for, there's scams everywhere, dude. Everywhere. If all this didn't make the platform look fake enough, it appears that AI slop content is a regular occurrence as well. During a study from the company behind Originality AI, an AI detection tool, 8,795 posts were analyzed and over 54% of them use AI generated content. Not only are people using AI to quickly write out motivational posts, many even use it to improve their profile pictures by giving them attractive features like a defined jaw or cleaner skin, which listen, we're trying to do a beauty filter. I'm not gonna knock anybody for a nice beauty filter.
What if it like made you like lose 100 pounds?
Awesome. That's fine. That's my corporate body. That's really what my corporate self looks like.
What if it doesn't look anything like you? Like it's a complete...
Like I want total blackface?
Yeah.
If you changed corporate blackface, if you changed your race, that would be up. Can you imagine? Like, how would you ever even explain that? What if an American guy, what if you, Nick, realized that you were going to be working in Japan for like 4 months, and then you're like, well, I feel like in Japan they're not going to want to hire a white guy, so then you do the Japanese filter for your remote job. Is that wrong?
No, as long as they never see me.
Is it so? If you never go out in public, you think it's fine?
If they only hire Japanese people, yeah, they're racist. They are racist towards Japanese people.
But you know what I mean? Do you think is that a moral gray area, or do you think it's fine?
I think it's fine.
You gotta thrive a little bit, right? I mean, I gotta get my work. What would your Japanese name be on LinkedIn?
Nico.
That's really good. Nico what?
Nico Wasabi.
Your name would be Nico Wasabi? That's the biggest red flag.
What would yours be?
I'd name myself like Farukimata Kaskapanobe. Because I feel like I would blend in. I don't want a name that's too basic. I don't want something that's too, which that was probably overcomplicated. But I want something in the middle where people are like, oh yeah. You know, like if you're scrolling through a list, you don't even notice it, right? Almost like if your name was like Drew
Gooden.
What does that sound from? AI and bot accounts make up a large portion of the comments on LinkedIn, feeding the algorithm with more and more inauthentic interactions. And LinkedIn has gained a reputation for being devoid of any real personality or substance, and not only that, but it's also becoming known for being inexcusably cringe. Horribly, horribly cringe. I mean, in 2022, a CEO named Braden Wallach made a bizarre LinkedIn post claiming that he just laid off 2 employees based on a bad business decision he had made months before. He blames himself. Into the post with a classic LinkedIn humble brag stating, "Days like today, I wish I was a business owner that was only money driven and he didn't care about who he hurt along the way. But I'm not." I hate posts like that because it's like always a guise to get people to be like, no, I mean, you had to do what you had to do. Attached is a now viral image of Braden sobbing over what he had done with his lip quivering in shame. What a pussy. It's like me making a video being like, yeah, I just didn't want to pay for Nick anymore. And I feel really bad about it because, like, I liked him. I don't really think that he added, like, a lot of value. It's like, how insulting is that? For it to be a post publicly where people would be like, oh, well, you know, sometimes that's just the way it is. Another CEO named Matthew Baltzel takes a charming photo of himself smiling in front of the cold brew coffee as he explains that he just fired his first employee. Oh, what a fucking psycho, man. Of course, he ends on a lengthy explanation of how he nailed the conversation and was as cool and respectful as possible. What an actual fucking, like...
Look how smug he looks.
It's extremely smug. And I'm just saying, this is the kind of thing to make the guy come back and be like, are you kidding me? Retaliate in some kind of way?
Yeah, shoot up.
I was going to say that, but I didn't know if it was appropriate. I was trying to just kind of, you know, let the viewer come to that conclusion. But a man named Brian Shankman went viral for all the wrong reasons after posting an image of him proposing to his girlfriend. In the post, he immediately follows the announcement by saying, here's what it taught me about B2B sales. From there, in perfect LinkedIn engagement maximizing fashion, he relates the journey of meeting the love of his life to the experience of selling a product to another business, from prospecting to pricing and negotiations.
It's gonna last.
Marriage is gonna be just fine. Ethan Evans, a former VP at Amazon, came to LinkedIn to make the post revealing that a CEO he had worked with started seducing his wife from the retaliation for him giving pushback on the job. You think it was Bezos?
Oh yeah.
VP at some CEO, I'm not gonna name him. He claims that this man successfully won his wife over and pushed her to divorce Ethan, later resulting in him leaving the company in shame. And at the end of the post, he starts listing off advice on how to avoid trouble working in toxic business environments. Why the fuck would I listen to you, Ethan? Yeah, give us the list of the advice that Ethan has.
When you have a good manager, lean in and take advantage of it. 2, spot the snakes. 3, do excellent work even for nasty leaders. 4, don't confront the snakes directly. 5, don't become a snake.
That is one of the cringiest pussy photos. I like how don't confront the snakes. The f do you mean, dude? Here's actual leadership advice. If someone's f***ing wrong you at work, immediately tell somebody. Hello? Like, what a pushover thing. Yeah, no wonder the guy started finger his wife. You know what I mean? Good lord. He's like, all right, I spotted the snake, but I'm not gonna confront him. He's like railing his wife in the office. Hiss. Here's the flute. Another man by the name of Ethan, this time a young Jim Bro college student, posts a lesson about eating too many hard-boiled eggs. This is the LinkedIn profile stuff I like. If I was a general manager at a Red Robin, I'd be on LinkedIn. You know, I'd make these kind of posts. Burgers, smiles, and cheap cocktails. That's my Friday. 10:30 in the morning. Just plastered. He recounts a recent experience where he was stopped by the staff member of the dining hall with 9 hard-boiled eggs. Staff member explains that there is a hard-boiled egg limit of 3 per student now, because someone has been eating 15 eggs a day. And he dramatically writes, "I just nodded, because that someone was me." It's awesome. Every morning, he hit the gym and lift weights before downing sometimes as many as 20 eggs in one sitting. Which also, God, the breath on that guy. Fuck. 20 hard-boiled eggs, you kidding me? That's a lot of eggs. Oh. 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 What if I did it 20? Should I just do it 20 times? He then spins this into an explanation about how this taught him about consistency and ends the post saying, "You don't need to broadcast your effort. You just need to show up enough times and that the system around you starts to adjust. Sometimes it's a new policy. Sometimes it's a new opportunity. But people notice, and that can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what you're building. I was just building muscle, but they were building a rule book. We both hit our goals." I want you to say that's a horrible human being.
I was gonna say, do you think he felt embarrassed and he had to justify?
No, I think he felt proud. Like, I think that unironically he lives by that like motto. It's main character syndrome. It doesn't matter where you go online. Inevitably, you're gonna find that corner of any social media platform that engages in some horny behavior. It's easy to imagine this happening on LinkedIn, especially when you consider the ego most of these grind-set business people have. Many people will post about how excited they are to tackle the week, but attach bathroom selfie pictures that make them out to be nothing more than thirst traps. Ready to fucking take some asses and get some names. One man named Eric that decided to pose for a shirtless pic that just barely crops out his balls. Strangely enough, the post this image is attached to is a chaotic essay where Eric explains that there are false rumors in the Bay Area about how he is stalking women. He also explains how it would be impossible for him to resort to stalking because he's accustomed to women being obsessed with him instead. But he goes on to boost his own ego by stating he is brilliant, handsome, has a large penis, and is a 40-year-old that looks 20. That's definitely some fucking boomer shit there. I got a huge fucking dick. I basically look like I'm 20 and I'm rich as fuck.